All right, good morning. Oh boy, let's see if this works today. Little echo, but not too bad. All right, thanks for joining. And I know we have a few people online. And can we confirm if they're hearing us online?
Yes.
Otherwise, I can turn on my audio as well, but I don't want to create a loop.
Yes, we can.
So real quick, we're gonna kind of do a blow your hair back style of a few more databases. And rest assured, we will be happy to continue going over information continuously with you on this. I am trying to share my screen. Yeah, I am sharing. All right. So real quick, while they're getting ready to share the screen, I'm going to kind of continue because time is of the essence. I think I am. There it is. So remember, what is the most helpful tool in the world for searching, right? It's Google, not FDA.gov. Google is your friend. Everyone uses it. Don't be shamed if you are using it, because I use it every single day. So some of the databases that we were talking about, yesterday, I think are very important. Neil's going to talk a little bit about the MDSAP database a little more, because I think that is of high interest. And if we do have, no, oh, you can't do, or something about MDSAP. What were you going to? Oh, the compliance ones. I'm sorry. That one was of high interest. And if we have time, we'll show the mod database as well. But really quick, one thing that will help you receive information that's coming out of the agency, whether it's warning letters, whether it's announcements of standards recognition or real important impact things, is something that you can all subscribe to, and that's called CDRH New. CDRH New. And you can get to that many different ways, but Google is easiest. And that is our news and updates that we put in almost every single day. And it's everything from withdrawn and expired guidance documents that FDA has, down to updates on coronavirus, minutes of panel meetings that we had, a lot of different things. Any action that we do, we list on here as updates. Recognized consensus standards of medical devices, November 6th. A quick announcement on what we did there. And it brings you back to our database, but sometimes we try to actually say what goes on in these news as well. But CDRH New is a really important area. And you can subscribe to these CDRH email lists. When you click to here, we have a bunch of things you can subscribe to. Everything from medical device safety recalls. If you want to be aware of what recalls we're doing, put in your email address and subscribe. It's that easy. You will get an email maybe once a week, maybe every day, depending on the recalls that come in. Monkeypox and medical device, hey? You can subscribe to that as well. I didn't know we had that one, actually. We had, some big recall things that have been really highlighted in our news. You can subscribe to get awareness on those as well. So all these things, CDRH New, here's CDRH New, you can subscribe to that. CDRH Industry for the industry folks too, or for you to hear what we're asking for updates of industry. So this is a really great area to go in to subscribe to our CDRH email lists. And we'll work to kind of put this together in maybe one page as a document with the links for you to just, go through and kind of decipher. We're also recording right now. So if you didn't catch something, you can go back to the recording and listen to what I said. And if you're still confused, you can always give us an email and we'll try to help you walk through that. So let's go back to databases. So another thing we have is a whole section on medical device databases. Easiest way to get to it, probably Google, but you can get there through the homepage and click medical devices and get to our databases. Again, this has a lot of the aspects that we were looking at. Michelle, I didn't know if you wanted to talk about mod. We could do that. I hate to you just sat down, I picked your name, but I know we only have about 15 minutes left. Or Neil might go next. All right. So real quick, so what I just said, Cedar Age New, Google's your friend, and subscribing to these newsletters is real important. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna turn this over to Neil, who's gonna run through some of the compliance stuff. We're doing this really fast because we only have a few minutes. So go ahead, Neil. Are you on Zoom then, or do you? Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna stop sharing. He can go share. And thank you guys very much. We'll see you in a minute.
Hey, good morning. Okay, so this database I'm showing is something that wasn't in play when I was doing compliance, but it's still very cool. How do I hide this? Okay, so yes, Google. And if you do FDA dashboard, which you see there, and it takes a while to load on my end, so I'm not gonna reload it and click on this, but this is what you want to go to. And it provides a wealth of information about manufacturers, what's going on with them inspection-wise, recalls, etc. So if I go here, it's already loaded. So really at the top, you see compliance dashboards, and you have a bunch of different options you could look into. So if we do, there's even a warning letter one. Let me see here. So this one I have recalls. So I went down and looked at recalls, and I'll have all the recalls that we list, all the data surrounding it. I filtered by devices, and I actually filtered by country. So this is South Africa. And you can see the search features I have here, or the parameters of my search. And the way I did that was just go down to the very bottom. And then I just selected devices for product type. And then I went to country. And then I checked South Africa. And then one recall came up. It's a class 2, which is moderate risk for southern implants of Africa. And if you move over, you could see this was a problem with UDI and a description of the product. And then it has some FDA identifiers, but class 2, you could filter by class 1, which is our most severe recall. There's a likeliness of severe injury or death. And if you filter by devices, then it'll already come up with CDRH or one of our domestic field offices that does devices. So this is our unique device identifier, establishment identifier, federal establishment identifier for this manufacturer, Southern Implant. So if I click on this, it should take me to the firm profile, which is the profile for this manufacturer. And this is the first time I'm looking at this particular information, but you see here, we've had 3 inspections of this firm. We've had 3 classifications. NAI means a state of compliance, no action indicated. We didn't find anything troubling. OAI is, yes, we did. And we're asking them to correct things, or we would take action. And for a foreign manufacturer, really the biggest penalty we can do is stop their devices from coming into our country. So official action indicated, red, it's the most severe. Yellow, voluntary action indicated, it is still a state of compliance, but we found some things that we're asking them to correct. And then you get some inspection details, so the classification. And I believe if you click on this, any of these, you'll be able to see what was cited for the inspection. So let's click on this one. Is it going to take me there? Okay, so it's not clickable. But so we're in the firm profile for Southern Implants. And you see I can look at inspections, recalls, import refusal, import alert, and warning letter. So I click on their warning letter, and it should jump to that. No warning letter selected for this firm. Okay, so we didn't do a warning letter. We did put them on import alert. So we did, we employed 6641. I think this is for UDI. This is a certain type of import alert that we get detention. So we stopped their devices from coming into country. Their name is added to this list. That's pretty cool. I didn't know they did that though. I can't get rid of this ribbon. But this is, it's great because this is a lot of information just on a single company available to you. Where did my, okay. Available to you in one location. So if we look at, let's see, compliance actions, they don't have any recalls. I think we saw one that was terminated. So they completed the recall, et cetera. So let me see if I can find another one. Give me, because it's acting a little weird today for me. But let's try another country, another manufacturer. So again, I'm in the dashboard, if it'll let me move. Yeah. Yeah, come on up. Yeah.
Hello. Okay, just making sure this works. So I just wanted to, Neil mentioned that the firm, this Southern Implants firm is on import alert. And I wanted to just briefly describe what that means. So one of the actions that FDA can take with companies that import products to the US is put them on import alert. There's hundreds of different import alerts that exist in the FDA system. Some of them, you saw this one is detention without physical exam. So basically what that means is when that company is trying to import that product into our country, it automatically gets stopped. We work very closely with our customs agents at each port. Our systems talk to their systems, so it will automatically stop that shipment from coming into our country. And there's various reasons for why we can put a firm on import alert. If you were to Google FDA import alerts, it would take you to our import alerts page. You could get a lot of information that way. So that's an option that you might want to consider, since a lot of product here is imported. I don't know how it works in your various countries, but if you have something like customs agents, you might want to try, if you don't already, have relationships built with those agents and that agency to kind of work on these types of issues. And sometimes firms can go on import alert after we sample a product and we find that it's violative from our FD&C Act. So that's just an option that's available to you. I just wanted to mention that while Neil was looking for the next firm.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm in recalls, I'm in devices, I'm looking for a class 1, which is the most severe. And I'm just going through these these columns to select the parameters that I want for my search. So this is a recent, and again, you can select by country. Let me see what we have. I was trying to pull up class 1 recalls. We talked about companies from India yesterday or earlier this week, and let me see if they have any class 1 recalls, which they don't. We'll just do Germany. They're a country with a lot of manufacturers. Berlin Hart, class 1, it's ongoing. So I can click on the details of the recall and it should provide me, yeah, so this is, yeah, it should provide me the details here. So, and I know it's very small text, where did my, sorry. So there's a potential for a disruption in one or more of the triple layer membranes of the ventricular assist device. The recall occurred in 2018, and it affected 355 products. That's just Z number is just a unique number to us. And then you have, it should have, oh, it's not, why? It's weird. That is weird. Oh, okay. Huh. Thought it extended to the screen, but I don't know. Okay, that looks good. So we don't have much time, so let me just kind of summarize what I was doing. So if you Google FDA data data dashboard, it should land you to a page like this, and you can go into compliance dashboards, and then play around with some of the actions that we take against manufacturers. So recalls, inspections, it all comes up to a similar looking, once you let it load, it'll look similar to this. It'll have all the data of everything that we have access to with regard to recalls, inspections, import alerts, et cetera. And then you scroll down and then you could change your search parameters. So you could do it by country, et cetera. I think that might be useful for you if you have concerns about devices coming from a particular country or a particular site. You could do it by company name. We call it firms in the US. You could search that way. And it should lead you to all the compliance information that we have for any firm we regulate. And this is the firm profile for Berlin Hart, I think it was. You'll see how many inspections we've done. I don't know why there's 2 inspections, but 6 classifications. But snapshot of their inspection history with us. So state of compliance, and then it's 50-50 for them. What's going on with their the details of their inspection. I don't know why. Let's see. All right. I can't scroll. Oh yeah, there we go. Some information on the inspection, but you could click into it and it should provide you more. Actually, this one's not doing it. And then, so for Berlin Hart, when you get into the firm profile, you can move across to see recalls, compliance actions. So they still have that 1 active recall that we mentioned. If there's any import refusal. So yes, we did here. We refused 237 refusal charges, sorry, 237 import alerts and then warning letters. So it's a good way to get information that FDA has that we provide publicly on specific companies or companies within a region within a country. Michelle, did you want to do mod or no? Do we have time? They got 5 minutes. I don't know if you have time. Yeah. Okay, so let me just Google it. It's been a while since I've been on database. That's where we have our manufacturer and user facility device experience. So where they report problems. Huh? Yeah, if you don't mind. Yeah, of course.
So this is MOD, our, we talked about this yesterday. This is looking for the mandatory reports, the adverse event reports that get submitted to FDA. So let's see. So as you can see, well, if I can get, okay, there. You have a left-handed mouse, I forgot, right? No? Oh, it's not working. Okay, why is this? I can't navigate your computer. I'm trying. Okay, there we go. No, I can't do it. I'm sorry. So you can look by product problem. If I can get over. So okay, well, this is product class. So you'll see that there are, there's probably hundreds of things listed in this system that you could go through. We'll pick, maybe you're not able. Sorry, it's been forever since I've been in the system. Let's do something like that. So you can pick as many search terms as you want to search in the system. And okay, I'm having lots of problems with your computer. I'm sorry. Not used to it.
Okay. We'll go back a little bit further. Sorry. Okay, let's see. Let me see if there's something I know that'll get results for us here. Analyzer aid. Okay. So an accessory to an infusion pump. And of course, there's nothing available. It won't let me type in. It won't let me type in there. Like, it won't even let me go past the A's. I don't know why. Oh, it's unavailable right now. I don't know why. Yeah, okay, our site's down. Sorry about that. But if you Google MAUDE, this should take you to where we have adverse events that were reported to us. And FDA reviews, we receive thousands, more than we can handle. So we have to really take a risk-based approach, particularly when we know it could be serious for patients. But yeah, you'll get a good idea of if our site gets back up, what some of these look like. I apologize. I don't know why it's not working today. But if it comes back on, I'll check throughout the day. I'll come back on during the break and show everyone. But I think that brings us a time. Sorry about that.
I think now it is better. So, Pauline, we're welcoming you for the opening of our session today. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I think, like many of you, the week has ended way too soon. I'm feeling Thursday, really already? Where did time go? But I think this is what happens when you're in the company of really, really wonderful people, exchanging knowledge. In my early science years, before I actually realized I would end up in the science world as a career, there was something called osmosis. And I was convinced, especially during exam period, I could absorb information by looking at a book and hopefully pass. This week feels like I actually experienced osmosis. Thank you to everyone who has just been so wonderful, so gracious, so honest, so open, so everything nice. And Thursday really could not come sooner. So today we have an even more exciting session, learning how what we've been taught countries and national regulatory authorities have used in the form of reliance. We do have a really wonderful and exciting opportunity ahead of us to be taken through by Tracy on good reliance practices. We'll also have, Tracy is a Therapeutic Goods Administration of Australia. We've interacted with her, she's fantastic, and I can't wait to hear that. We have good reliance practices also to be shared by Rama from our Health Sciences Authority, Singapore. And in particular, I'd probably wait and call upon you to just listen to the case of Singapore because they have leaped in bounds by use of reliance. We were privileged as PPB to have Rama visit us in August, and my God, is the experience and the knowledge sharing phenomenal. Then we will delve into an even exciting session. I don't see Africa CDC here, but I know they have been in this workshop for this session, and that is in vitro diagnostics. We've talked too much about medical devices. as equipments, as the larger framework, but diagnostics are really an essential part. So we are going to hear that from Noah and also Asma from Roche Diagnostics. And then after lunch, we get some understanding of technical barriers to trade and what we can do to remove them. So Kristen is going to take us through it, as well as Marina. Marina, she's around, I was talking to her earlier. It's going to be phenomenal, just understanding how what we do, the impact it has on trade, eliminating the barriers, the regulatory barriers we're speaking here, and what Reliance can do for us. Then we will have an even more exciting session. Augusto from Anvisa Brazil. Brazil is a developing or developed economy, and they have done a great deal of reliance and really transformed their regulatory system. I cannot wait to have this session. He's been gracious to share his experiences previously, but I think in this forum, it's going to make even more sense. And then the day will come to an end, but that actually does not mean it is the end of what we are doing. It's actually the beginning. So I'm so excited for today, really, really privileged that we have made it this far. And I think I don't want to take more time and take more than, I'm looking at you, Sandra, take more time than we need to ask whether Tracy is online, so I can hand over to her. Okay, then Tracy, please take it over from here and let us learn and hear from you. Over to you, Tracy.
Hello, can you hear me? Just making sure you can hear me.
Good morning, Tracy. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hold a second, because we cannot hear you.
Okay.
Your microphone seems to be open.
One of these. Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can hear you, and we're
You
getting
hear me
yours.
okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you see me?
Yes, we can see you. If you could speak a little louder, that would be helpful. And we are getting your slides ready. Just give us a second, please. There you are. Can you see your slides, Tracy?
I can see the slides. Can you hear me better now?
Not much better.
Not much better. Might be on your side.
It is
How
better
is that?
now.
How is that better now?
Much better. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. First of all, I'm very honored and privileged to be invited on an exciting day. I heard Pauline say what a great lineup of speakers you have today. So going first is a little bit daunting, but I appreciate the opportunity to share information with the audience today. For a workshop that I see, the agenda is excellent presentations and gives you an indication of the experience from the US FDA colleagues, but on a wide range of topics, many of which address the topic of confidence and trust. And I think that's where good reliance practices come into the focus, that whole idea of confidence and trust. Back in 2022, it was a pleasure for me to host and invite Pauline and Dimakatsu as representing the African Medical Device Forum to Sydney in Australia. And it's been pleasing to see the progress of the advancements of the forum over the last few years. So congratulations on that progress, to be commended. Australia is an island in geography, but where we are necessarily part of the global regulatory landscape. And that's really important to recognize for any regulator, I think. So I hope that today's presentation will give you some insights into our journey where we've had and applied good reliance practices. So next slide, please. So what I will go through is what is regulatory reliance. I think you've probably had quite a number of discussions about this already. How we use reliance in Australia and what frameworks we have in place, some observations, our involvement with two key groups, the AMDRF and MDSAP. And I know you've got quite a lot of discussion about MDSAP in the previous days. I want to touch on the benefits that we've been able to experience through Reliance, and also some lessons and challenges. So next slide, please. So I thought it would be really useful to have a look at the definitions between reliance and recognition, and where a mutual recognition agreement is sometimes used as a way of this type of arrangement between regulators and recognizing other regulatory frameworks. Sometimes there is a use of the word reliance and recognition interchangeably, but it's really important that a clear distinction is made so you understand the legal basis, I guess, in doing one versus another. Australia uses all of those toolbox, those tools in the toolbox, and it really aims to help reduce the amount of duplication of effort for the regulator, for the TGA, but also the cost for the regulator, and most importantly, the regulatory burden and the cost for medical device companies. And we feel that by reducing the burden and the cost for medical device companies, they can keep their pricing and their pricing structures lower, because they don't have to pay for all the different regulator fees and charges. So everyone, I guess, benefits from having that approach to why reliance is useful. It also means that when I come to the benefit side, we can look from the citizen perspective, what benefits there are for citizens. And these definitions on the screen are definitions that the WHO and OECD have issued. So they're not ones that the TGA created, they're ones that we abide by when we go into negotiation discussions about reliance and or recognition. So next slide, please. So this just gives you an overview of the types of frameworks that we recognise in Australia. You can see that we have comparable overseas regulators that we formally recognise in the red, and I'll go through the process of how we go about that. And then we are also participants in the Medical Device Single Audit Program, and we do have mutual recognition agreements in place as well. We have one with Europe and one with the UK. And they require negotiations and discussions about what should go into those agreements. Next slide, please. It's me. So this slide, I'd like to touch on some of the criteria that we use here in Australia for deciding who should be a comparable overseas regulator. And the key thing, I think, here, and probably what you've been talking about for the last few days, is the level of trust and confidence that you might have in that other regulator, to make sure they're looking at safety and performance and the quality of their assessments when they look at those devices. And the 5 areas that we look at when we're identifying an overseas regulator to recognise formally is we look at the comparability of their regulatory framework to that of Australia. And we do that through a range of processes. We do some initial exchange of information to understand our regulatory frameworks. We normally have some detailed workshops where we ask questions of that regulator, and the other regulator can ask questions about our regulatory framework. We really try and understand where the differences could be or where the gaps are. We ask for access to some example documents so that we can understand what reports and what level of assessment and review is taking place by the staff of that other regulator. We also consult with industry. So part of our process here in Australia is we consult with the medical device industry and other people in public consultations to hear about their views about whether or not we should recognise another regulator. We then provide advice to the government, because at the end of the day, the decision to formally recognise another regulator is a government decision, and then that will lead into either legislative or regulatory changes. And if it's agreed by the government, we develop really clear guidance, which is on our website, about how you go about, if you've got a certificate from another regulator, how you go about getting approval from the TGA to supply in Australia. In our advice to the government, it's really important for us to set out the rationale for why we feel there are benefits of recognising comparable overseas regulators, and why not. There might be some elements of their regulatory framework that may not be aligned with Australia, and sometimes there are certain aspects that might need to be carved out of the recognition arrangements. And we've done that on a number of occasions, including through some of the mutual recognition agreements where there either hasn't been alignment or there are some differences in views on certain things, or on some occasions our government has wanted to take a different approach for certain things. And for example, one of those elements was biological devices that include biological components, where the Australian government wanted to take a different approach to some of those medical devices. So we go through quite a bit of discussions and understanding to ascertain the comparability of the regulatory framework. And that can take up to about a year's worth of work as we fit it into our usual business. The other thing we look at is AMDRF membership, because what we know through AMDRF membership is we know that all members have to have adopted the AMDRF guidance and principles to a certain level, or be on the way to adopting the guidance and principles to a similar sort of harmonised approach to all members. And we also know that AMDRF membership requires contributions of those members to the working group. So it means that we're collaborating and recognising regulators who have the same principles and the same common goal of global harmonisation and working towards that. So the principles and the goals are really aligned. If you are taking a comparable overseas regulator approach to pre-market assessment, that's really important, therefore, to think about, well, what do you do in post-market? So as part of our process is we look at how do we boost our post-market vigilance on some of the devices that are coming in through those overseas regulator approvals, to make sure that the approvals are in fact safeguarding Australian citizens. And we do that as an audit approach, and we do that as a sampling approach. So we need to have the processes and mechanisms in place to do that post-market vigilance if we're not spending time and effort on that pre-market assessment process. All through this, it's important that communication and cooperation is in place. So finding the best mechanisms to do that on a regular basis is really important. And that two-way discussion and dialogue is so critical to maintaining that trust with those overseas regulators. What it does allow us to do and to recognise is the expertise of those other regulators. And that goes to the whole point of Australia being such a small market and the TGA being a small regulator, obviously bigger than some of the regulators in the room there today. But the type and scope of devices is so broad that the TGA is never going to have the expertise across all device types and in the depth of knowledge and experience amongst our staff, nor do we have the funding to be able to assess everything. So it's really critical that we have those comparable overseas regulator trust relationships in place, and we recognise and adopt those certificates coming in from overseas. Excuse me. As I said, Australian government decision. We provide advice to the government after discussing with the other regulator. And then there's a legal instrument here in Australia. Following that, it's really important that the information sharing and confidentiality agreements are in place, because that allows us to share information easily, and ongoing discussions amongst our staff, because when you build those relationships amongst your staff, it means that you can interact with them and have conversations, even over emails, about issues or concerns, or just build up experience and knowledge and share information and expertise. So I think that's a really good way to round out the whole process of thinking about comparable overseas regulators. Next slide, please. So the next few slides we've put together is how we use overseas certifications for medical devices. And this slide here is non-IVDs. And you can see that whilst we only have a small number of certificates that we recognise from Japan, the US FDA, and Singapore, European and MDRC are the largest sort of areas that we accept certification from. And that is a real testament to the fact that the framework is working. Most of the devices coming into Australia have CE marking, and you can see that by the data there. So it's important that we do recognise the effort that the notified bodies put into assessing and certifying the devices that come to Australia. The next slide, please, is the IVD certification and approvals that we issue for IVDs in Australia. And you can see there, most of them are other ISO, MDRC, and then most of them are done by the secondary, the TGA and European. So European IVD classification is a bit different to Australia. So there are some differences there. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to reflect a little bit on the benefits from IMDRF, because it's important for Australia, as being one of the founding members of IMDRF, that we try and be as active as possible in all IMDRF activities. And also, given our funding constraints, we don't have the expertise to be doing everything. So our reliance on joining groups like the IMDRF is vitally important for us. One of the key reasons is the regulatory convergence, and by implementing the IMDRF technical documents where it's appropriate for the Australian landscape, we're able to then allow medical device companies to use those mechanisms to supply right across the globe where IMDRF guidance is adopted. One thing that has been really topical in the medical device industry is knowing which countries or which regulators have adopted the IMDRF guidance. So it makes it easier for them to work out where there are some differences and where it requires different applications to be submitted for various regulators. And we've undertaken to publish what Australia has implemented for the IMDRF technical documents, so people know what we've adopted, and if we haven't adopted in full, which parts we haven't adopted and the rationale. but where possible, we do try and adopt the AMDRF guidance. We also participate in the working groups, and those working groups offer a range of benefits. Not only do we share our expertise and knowledge with other countries, it's the information and exchange of information about the regulatory frameworks, but also the issues and challenges associated with various topics. And it also boosts the collaboration and partnership approach. And that's so vital when you're a small regulator and you might only have a couple of people with expertise in a certain topic, for example, cybersecurity or AI or software. So you can really draw on the expertise and knowledge of regulators who may have greater staff numbers or greater expertise or experience in those areas. So by becoming part of the working groups has been really, really excellent for the TGA. And we are privileged to chair the Personalised Medical Devices Working Group. Having said that, there are still some challenges because even though adopting the AMDRF guidance is a decision by each of the regulators within their regulatory framework, it still means that there could be some divergence, even though the divergence might be quite small. Some of those divergences add up over time. And we've got some examples of UDI divergence in terms of the depth of information and details, but where the guidance is silent, the regulator has to, I guess, develop information and guidance to fill in those gaps. So it's really important that whilst we try and adopt the AMDRF guidance, there is some same but different divergence across different regulators, and having those partnerships in place and those conversation mechanisms in place allow us to talk about those and to identify whether or not new work items or areas where we can, I guess, overcome them can be identified. Next slide, please. Another example where we've really relied on expertise is through our participation in the MDSAP program. Here again, we're very privileged to be part of this program with our colleagues from Canada, Japan, Brazil, and the USA. And we've now got a number of observers and affiliates as well. And for medical device companies, having to go through one inspection that can be used by the 5 regulators has really been a game changer in their preparation and their effort that's needed to go through a QMS audit process. And you can see the benefits there. There's obviously reduced effort by regulators, but also the industry. We're able to combine expertise into the program. So we're not all having to have auditors on our staff. The expertise is located in the auditing organisations. There's reduced regulatory burden and cost for manufacturers and regulators by being part of this program. And how again, there are some challenges. And in the recent MDSAP forum, we learnt more about those challenges, and some of them are on the screen there. Some consistency between auditing organisations. There's always going to be some country-specific requirements, and some of those country-specific requirements are because of the legislation, and some of them are because we're at different levels of maturity in our regulatory frameworks as well. And then obviously if you're part of a single program, it's really important that everyone has access to the central documents to make sure that you have the ability to review the documents, and particularly if there's an issue or a problem that comes up, you have access to those primary documents. There are a number of enhancements that are being discussed as part of the MDSAP program, and I think through those enhancements, we're going to be able to cement the maturity of the program, and through that maturity and trust in the program, I think the members feel that more regulators will feel confident in wanting to join the program. more medical device companies will want to get their certificates issued by the program, and more auditing organisations will want to be able to participate as well. So in order to, I guess, create a level of transparency and demonstrate the benefits of the MDSAP, there's some conversations going on about monitoring the performance of all of the program, including the auditing organisations, because it's really important that regulators have timely and quality reports about the inspections they undertake. But we also have mechanisms in place to identify, escalate and resolve any issues that might come through the program. And that's a really important point for any reliance mechanism you have in place, making sure you have the mechanisms in place that you can identify any issues, escalate, discuss and resolve them, so they don't get out of hand and they don't create more issues for the healthcare system or where those devices are being supplied. Next slide, please. So the next few slides, I've tried to really share with you some of the benefits that the TGA has found in looking at reliance mechanisms and recognition mechanisms. The number one thing for Australia is citizens here in Australia having faster access to technology that will support and improve their health. Instead of the TGA having to assess everything, and we have a limited number of staff, so that what happens is we get big backlogs of applications. If we're able to rely on other regulators and recognise their certificates, it means that the amount of time and effort we have to spend is greatly reduced, and therefore the supply to market can happen faster, and our citizens can have access to those devices faster than what they would normally have. A conformity assessment certificate in Australia, we have a time frame of 255 days. So that's a long time for someone to wait for breakthrough technology or new devices that might want to be supplied here in Australia. With the recognition arrangements in place, it could be a number of weeks as opposed to 200 days. So that's the difference that it can make. I've already spoken a little bit about the reduced duplication of regulatory effort and the burden on device companies. And we see this played out here in Australia a lot, because it costs a lot of money to ship devices to Australia. And so the supply chain and the cost of the supply chain and distribution channels are quite onerous for companies wanting to supply to Australia. So any way we can alleviate the burden and the cost to those companies, those global companies who are supplying to Australia, they really appreciate that. The same for regulatory costs for people wanting to export from Australia. So we've got that in mind as well. The regulation costs, if we're getting less money in as a regulator, it means that we don't have as much money to do the work we need to do. We are predominantly costs recovered from industry. So we need to make sure we identify and do the best we can with the funding we're able to recover from industry. And that means that we do need to only have the focus on those really important and priority activities that we can fund with the money we have. I've mentioned the better export access for Australian industry, particularly through the mutual recognition agreements. That allows them to utilise their TGA certificates for those other markets. And for Australian industry who have TGA certification, those other regulators who recognise TGA certification, it allows them faster access to those global markets, particularly in the Asia Pacific area. It's important that we highlight the benefits of the global regulatory infrastructure, and I've already spoken a lot about that. And I think also the shared regulatory science, knowledge and relationships. you can't underestimate how important that shared knowledge and relationship is to being able to feel supported as a regulator, and to just have those other regulators that you can ask questions and receive information on the smallest or biggest or complex issues that might be difficult for you to be handling, and know that you're not by yourself, that you actually have some partners and colleagues who can help and brainstorm some of the issues that might be presented to you. Next slide, please. So what are the lessons and challenges? The relationships are really crucial to success. You need to be able to build productive relationships and to have a positive disposition going into those relationships. And you need to put in the time to nurture those relationships with other regulators, to understand their frameworks, but to understand how you're going to interact with each other. And that's very crucial to success. And the investment required for AMDRF and other groups that you might belong to, you have to be able to get support, including senior support, for the time and commitment to invest in those relationships and those partnerships. We have a lot of late night meetings and we have travel, and it's very hard work being distant from regulatory colleagues. But we have to make sure that we support our staff to participate in late night meetings, and where possible participate in travel. We can't do it all, but we have to have that buy-in where we can, and make sure that we try and cover as many things as we can. We have had some, I guess, challenges with domestic stakeholders here in Australia, seeing reliance as a threat to sovereignty, and that they don't have the confidence or trust levels in other regulators. So being able to demonstrate how we resolve that is really important. And we are forever putting information on our website and providing advice to our government and to healthcare practitioners about the importance of reliance and recognition, and the fact that we do have the trust and the confidence in these other regulators that we prioritise. And as I said, you do need the support from the domestic industry. You need support from the healthcare industry so that they feel that they can have trust in the regulator, and the regulators trust in other regulators and the government. And you need that support so that you don't end up having bespoke requirements, which really obfuscates the rationale for having reliance mechanisms in place at the very start. So that's a really important consideration. Next slide, please. Where's our future? Our future is really our ongoing experience with comparable overseas regulator approvals. So over the last year, we've been looking very carefully at the changes that are occurring in the European market and the types of certificates and assessments that are coming in from Europe compared to the previous system, and building our confidence in those processes and the certificates that we're receiving. Here again, we've got relationships in place that we can have conversations with our European colleagues to identify where we've seen some inconsistencies or some gaps or some inconsistent interpretations of the MDR or IVDR, and be able to have those conversations and be clear what the intent of the MDR or IVDR is, and then translate that into our regulatory framework here in Australia. Because we have a critical reliance on devices coming to Europe, from Europe, we've put in place transition arrangements to adopt and support those new certificates coming in from Europe. And with MHRA, we're in the process of implementing the MRA in place with the MHRA, and the discussions are very well advanced in recognition and reliance for those certificates. Next slide, please. I think that's my final slide. So I just wanted to share with you how we do things here in Australia. I hope that was really useful. You're looking forward to an exciting rest of the day, and I'd like to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy. I think, is it working properly? Yes, I guess it is. So really, thank you very much, Tracy, for sharing. And as Pauline was mentioning, I think here in Nairobi, we have been privileged to have you twice sharing our conversation, sharing your experience now with a much broader audience as compared to the last time. So we keep growing the network that has access to all this very valuable information. So I would like to start by opening the floor for questions for Tracy. Right here in the room, we have checked, and we do not have any question at this point in time in the from our online participants. So there is one question over here. Thank you.
Hi, Tracy. My name's Tanya, and I represent the medical technology manufacturers and distributors in South Africa. You spoke about bespoke requirements. I think we absolutely agree with you. And in South Africa, I think the medical technology companies are mainly importers. So we share some of the challenges and also the costs related to bringing those products to market. Can you give us some examples, perhaps, of bespoke requirements that you would caution other regulators not to take on board? And then maybe also just share with us a little bit of, do you expect importers that are in Australia who are importing from Europe to have ISO 13485?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the questions. So the first question was around bespoke arrangements. We had a number of bespoke arrangements, particularly when we first started our MRA with the European Commission. And those bespoke arrangements were in place for certain types of devices, particularly with biological or animal origin type of components. And that was because our frameworks were different. But it has created quite a significant impost on the TGA, because we've had to assess all of those applications. But what we've found over the years is that by looking at those applications, we've identified that the risk is low. So we've been able to, roll those back. But one of the bespoke arrangements which is playing out right now is when we did our consultation on software as a medical device. Through our consultations, there was very strong feedback here in Australia that any software or an app that was facing citizens, so a consumer-facing piece of software, should be a higher classification than software that was being used by a healthcare professional. And the rationale for that was that the health professional would apply their judgment and their knowledge and experience to the data that was being displayed on the screen, whereas a patient or a consumer wouldn't be able to do that. And so the government at the time recommended and agreed that we should have a higher classification for software that was consumer facing. And that's creating quite a bit of angst and difficulty amongst medical device manufacturers and vendors who want to bring their products to Australia, because we have differences in the way we view things. Another difference is where we've all seen Apple Watches with all of the different apps that go on Apple Watches. We had a different view on whether or not the watch itself, or if those apps were on a phone, whether they were an accessory and required approval by the TGA in their own rights, or whether we were agnostic to that. So there are little things like that that might seem small, but in a global scheme becomes quite difficult to manage, particularly when you're trying to adopt global regulatory guidance that the AMDRF puts out. the UDI, whilst we haven't got bespoke arrangements in place, there are still some challenges where different regulators around the world have had to fill gaps or make some slight differences or changes to suit their regulatory requirements. So I'm sure some of the other regulators have got some examples as well, but the main point is we try and avoid them where possible, but sometimes they're unavoidable for a whole range of reasons. So you have to find ways to accommodate some of those challenges. Your other question was around 13485, was that correct?
Yes, it was.
And sorry, could you just repeat the question?
So we've been talking a lot about, whether importers or distributors. I was just wondering if that's a requirement in Australia, if your importers or vendors, I think you would call them, are importing.
So we require, sorry, sorry, the connection's not working properly.
So they are, sorry, did you hear my question, Tracy? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So the question was, do you require for distributors, so importers of products from the EU, do they need to have ISO 13485?
So we call them sponsors. So sponsors who are the legal entity who are approved to supply products in Australia have to demonstrate their compliance with QMS requirements. And QMS requirements could be through 13485, they could be through an MDRC certificate, or it could be the assessments that are done by notified bodies. But they have to have a QMS assessment as well as a product assessment. And sometimes when the application comes to the TGA, they might have QMS or they might have product, or they could have both. So we need both in order to approve something in Australia. And referencing 13485.
Tracy, I think if I understood correctly, does this also apply to the activities performed by the distributors, not the manufacturers of the products, but the distributors for their operations within Australia?
We don't have a concept of distributor in Australia. We have a sponsor, and a sponsor could be a manufacturer, they could be a distributor or a supplier. We don't actually have a distributor recognized in our framework. So it's the legal entity that's responsible for having both QMS and product assessment documentation in place, whether they be a distributor, a manufacturer, or a supplier. But we don't recognize distributors at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Tracy. There's another question over here.
Thank you for the presentation, Tracy. My name is Dallas from Botswana's Medicines Regulatory Authority. Yes, how do you deal with challenges of having many UDIs and nomenclature systems? And what is your guidance or advice to the NRAs that are starting up? How should we deal with those? Because there's just so many. And we're importing products from all over the place with different UDI systems, different nomenclature systems, and you don't have any harmonized one. Thank you.
Thank you for that challenging question. It should be a question you ask all of my colleagues as well to see if we're consistent in our replies. So I'll start off with nomenclature because in Australia, that's the easiest one to answer. In Australia, our legislation that the government has set down requires the GMDN, the Global Medical Device Nomenclature. So by law, any product that comes into Australia must have a GMDN code. If a company wishes to provide any other code, that they can do that voluntarily, but by law, every product in Australia must have a GMDN code. So that's the easy question. And the reason why we have GMDN is because of the granularity of the coding. So an example is breast implants. And breast implants, you can have, you know, smooth and textured, and then different types of materials and so forth. And that level of granularity and specificity allows you to really focus in on the type of issue if you're looking at an issue or a recall, rather than recalling a whole group of devices. So GMDN allows that transparency for us, and that's the reason why the Australian government has GMDN. For UDIs, this is a challenge, and whilst most of the regulators who have adopted the AMDRF guidance have adopted it in relation to the guidance, there are some differences that some regulators have put in place. In Australia, we've made the decision to accept both US and EU UDI numbers, and our database accommodates both numbers. And we've done that mainly because the device industry that supplies to Australia are generally having EU or US compliant labeling. So that's why we've adopted having the ability to accept both. Now that might be a little bit challenging going forward, but that's the way we've built our database, because we can't distinguish between the two, and there are some differences in the data elements. But we have got an informal group looking at those differences, and hopefully over time, more convergence where those differences are can be resolved. But that's how we're getting around that challenge of different UDIs.
Just a follow-up, Tracy. You're saying you accept EU and US UDIs.
Yes.
So sorry for my lack of knowledge. Is GS1 one of those?
Oh, so GS1 is an issuing agency. So in order for a company, for a device company to have a UDI, they have to apply to an issuing agency to receive a UDI. And there are a number of standards agencies who can issue UDIs. GS1 is one of the issuing agencies, and Australia recognises the same issuing agencies as the US FDA. And so we'll accept UDIs from all of those issuing agencies, including GS1.
Hi, Tracy. Tracy, hi.
Yes.
It's Barry from GMDN.
Hi, Barry.
I don't have a question, but I want to take the opportunity to introduce myself to the room. Okay, I'm Barry Daniels. I'm from the GMDN agency. Hopefully, I'll have a chance to give a short talk later on in the day. But if you've got any questions about GMDN or nomenclature, please get hold of me. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy, for the presentation.
I love your shirt. It looks great.
Stakeholders are very important when it comes to regulation. But in this Reliance case, there's a fear that you might lose your sovereignty. Is there any plan CGA is taking to allay the fears of the internal stakeholders? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. And that was one of the dot points that I made, that there is this fear of losing your sovereignty as a country. And that's why when I showed the first slide that had the definitions, one of those first definitions was reliance, where you can still take account and give significant weight to the assessment performed by another regulatory authority, but you still remain independent and responsible and accountable for the decision that you take. So the way that Australia has put in place our legislation, the TGA still remains accountable and responsible for the decisions. So an application that comes to the TGA might have certificates from another regulatory body, but we still have to approve it. If it comes with other certification, the level of review that we give to that application might only be very small. And so we still retain the sovereign right to approve or not approve something, even though it comes with other approvals from other regulatory bodies. So that's the way our legislation is written. It reduces the amount of effort we have to put into review processes. And some of our review processes is that we don't review every application. We take a sampling or an audit approach where we may have maybe 100 applications of class 1 or class 2, and we may only pick 1 or 2 class 1s, or we may pick 10 class 2. So we do a sampling or an audit process. And we're in the process of developing our new way of doing this sampling process. And hopefully next year, we'll be able to publish that. And that process is based on risk. So we'll have a number of risk factors that identify which applications we will review and spend time looking at, and which ones that'll just go through. But at the end of the day, we still maintain our sovereign ability to approve or reject any application that's made for Australia.
Hi, Tracy. How are you?
Hi, Pauline. I'm good, thank you. Wish I was there with everyone.
Oh, you're muted. Sorry, but I can read. I can do some lip syncing and reading. Thank you very much. I actually just wanted to say the question. I was really looking behind, hoping someone would ask the question of sovereignty, because that's something we feel we are giving up as governments when we accept reliance, and that I'm giving my power away. And actually, it's not. And maybe what you mentioned, which I think is really relevant, is the continuous education that you're saving on resources, that you're actually utilizing the expertise of people who've been there, the other regulatory authorities, and most importantly, that by law, you still retain your sovereignty as a country to the decision you make, and you can repeal, you can reject, you can refuse, and you can accept. So I just wanted to stress on that point, that that's such an important point for us as we transition, as we look to take on reliance. It's so critical that you've stated that. Thank you so much, Tracy. And it's lovely to see you. Thank you, because I know it's late in the evening in Australia, but we are so grateful to be here with us.
Thank you. Am I still on mute? I'm okay. Can I? Yeah. So thank you. You're absolutely right. But you need to write that into your regulations or your legislation, because if it's written into the laws, it means that you always retain your sovereign ability to approve or not approve something. And that gives the level of trust to the people of Australia that the regulator still has that ultimate responsibility. And if it's written in law, that's what we do.
Good morning, Tracy. Thank you for the presentation. I'm Steve, working with Medtronic, just in the industry, and I wanted to ask from the TGA perspective, also from the presentations of the US FDA, we were shown databases and systems that the regulators have put in place and they're available. Similarly, with the TGA, they have their platform where you can search medical identifiers for registered products and the likes. My first question is maybe how do you better integrate such systems when you're collaborating with other NRAs for sustainability and also just continuous improvement? And also, second question is, especially with medical devices, with a lot of iterations in their life cycle. Once you register a product, how can you easily enable that access using the reliance model of the same iteration is registered in another market, but you don't want to have to do a whole evaluation. Maybe could you shed light on how we can implement that as a good practice?
Sure, they're really good questions. Australia, as you've pointed out, Australia has the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, the ARTG, and that is a public register of all products that are approved for supply in Australia. So anyone can search our register to see what the TGA has approved and to see the certificates that were issued by the TGA for those products. We still have improvements to do though, and not every regulator has a register. So I think Australia was one of the first regulators to try and have such a comprehensive register, but that comes with challenges because the register needs to be updated. And through our UDI work, we're looking at ways that we can keep the information that we have about products updated. And by doing that, it becomes a resource for other regulators around the world to utilize if they wish to. In terms of interconnectedness between systems, that's a bit more problematic. I don't think we've been able to do that because most of the regulators utilize government IT systems, and government IT systems talking to each other come with it security risks and issues, and there's just difficulties in having interconnected systems. So that's a difficult one. What we have, though, through the MDRC program is that we've created an independent sort of system where information can go into and that we can all have access to. So that's a different model where we've created a system and then we draw from that by each of the regulators. But it's really difficult to have one system that's going to be able to satisfy the needs of everyone and that interconnectedness. And you might find that over time, more and more regulators will publish registers. And I can see that happening around the world now, where people are publishing registers of what they've approved. And in terms of your second question about the life cycle, this is a really critical question that you've asked, because when we think about post-market monitoring and reporting, and that feeding into, I guess, changes to the device labeling or the intended use or updated product information, that's the bit that is very tricky. Even we can't get that right in all instances, let alone do something globally. So I don't have an answer for you for that question. All I can say is that it's really important that you have the mechanisms in place, that if you are collecting data and you are, I guess, showing that data publicly, that you try and have the most up-to-date information, including changes to that product information available. And we're trying to do that through the UDI process. So our UDI database will try and improve our data. Our UDI database, similar to the US FDA's Good ID database, will be able to be downloaded so people can use the information from our UDI database. And our UDI database will link to our larger therapeutic goods register in the coming years. So there'll be that link for people to be able to access and download the information.
Okay, here we go. Hi, Tracy. This is Fatame from Medtronic. Good to see you again. I have a question about sort of if you could comment on how do you get around or address key challenges when there are differences in regulatory requirements when it comes to, let's say, scientific, clinical, or technical information between regulators, especially when it comes to your reliance model?
So I think I think the challenge is probably on device companies doing that, not the regulator, right? The companies have big challenges when regulators have differences in requirements. But as a regulator and as part of AMDRF, this is a topic that we regularly talk about. And one of the really important projects that our colleagues from the US FDA are driving is the table of contents for product submission, application submission processes. And this will bring a level of consistency into what types of information regulators will have access to. But it doesn't go to your question about the detail of what clinical requirements and what technological requirements. That's the next level and layer down. All we can do is look at, so in Australia, how we go about it is we look at the guidance that those other regulators have issued, and we try and adopt that level of guidance into our own regulations. But where there are some differences, we are very clear where those differences are. Now, at the moment, when we've been going through the European changes, there have been some areas where we haven't been able to adopt what they have in place because there are some differences of views around small details. For example, the iliac arteries and how we should deal with devices that come into contact with different arteries. We have a difference of view about that. And we know that that creates issues for device companies when there are differences in clinical requirements. But where possible, we try and really reduce those down and work towards harmonization at a later date. Obviously, that doesn't help companies at the start, but over time, I'm hoping that, there will be alignment. But as I said previously, sometimes those differences are outside the regulator's power to influence. Those changes might come about through some health professionals wanting differences. They see that there's a different risk profile, or there might be a difference in the types of clinical information that's required. And the TGA has a number of clinical expert groups in place that we use. So sometimes the requirements come from those clinical groups, and sometimes the requirements, those differences come from the government. So where possible, we try and align, but we don't succeed every time. But we try and find ways to reduce the burden for companies.
Tracy, thank you very much. It has been very enlightening. I'm pretty sure that there are many more questions in the room, and if you allow, we could forward them to you as they raise. Thank you very much for your presentation and your contributions today.
Thank you. Hopefully I'll be able to join in person next time.
Thank you. And now we have already online Rama Sethuraman. She's Director of Medical Devices at the Medical Device Cluster under the Health Product Regulation Group at the Singapore Health Science Authority. So Rama is also here to share good reliance practices and as they are applied in Singapore. Rama, welcome and thank you very much for joining us today.
Can you hear me? Sandra,
yes, we
can you hear me? Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Good afternoon, good morning, everybody, and happy to be joining you all again to share about regulatory reliance, our experience in Singapore HSA. Yeah, so I mean, our regulatory reliance always starts with this slide, which we usually use, which is from the WHO Good Reliance Practices. And the kind of reliance largely for HSA Singapore we have had experience with is leveraging the regulatory work, comparable regulators or like-minded regulators globally. So that's the kind of reliance that we will be talking about in this section. And talking about regulatory reliance, I was hearing Tracy sharing earlier in the last part of it. So pretty much similar thought process in the sense that for regulatory reliance, fundamentally promotes efficiency. So for regulatory authority, we all have the same challenge of having limited resources, and we will have to tackle the entire range of medical devices, irrespective of the size of your country or size of your regulatory authority and the resources. The number of devices doesn't change too much because in the end of the day, for patient care and clinical care, the wide range of devices that is required is pretty much the same. So how different size of regulatory resourcing and how are we going to tackle the safety, quality, efficacy of so many devices out there? So the biggest question that faces any regulatory authority, and the answer lies in what we always look at is called regulatory reliance. It promotes efficiency in our work, and we are able to choose a trusted regulatory agency or institutions whose work we can rely on, and it enhances accessibility. So you're going to have more efficiency in your regulatory reviews that would enhance patient access to safe, effective, and good quality medical devices. So basically, there's two parties here. One is the authority that is relying on another agency's evaluation or assessments. So the relying regulatory authority, like earlier shared by Tracy and also Pauline, had reinforced the thinking that we need to remember that we always retain the jurisdictional independence in the sense that we can rely on the assessments or decisions of the other authorities. So we can take reference from that, but then we can still retain the sovereignty of decision making. So for Singapore, for example, we have reference regulatory agencies right from the start of a regulatory process. So there have been pre-market applications where the companies rely on, say, for example, their EUCE mark for a device, but we may, as HSA, decided otherwise that although it has CE mark in Singapore, we may not have approved a certain device, or there have been circumstances where we have approved them, but only for a subset of limited indications. So that's to reiterate the point that the decision making and the sovereignty of it still can be retained, although you are relying on assessments from other jurisdictions. But at the end of the day, we as a relying authority are still responsible and accountable for the decisions we have taken. So we're still responsible for those decisions. So it's important to retain the consistency and credibility of those decisions. And the second bit is on the effective regulatory reliance approach. So how do we achieve effectiveness in coming up with a reliance approach? One is, of course, again, like I mentioned, as a relying agency, we need to build our confidence in the assessments and evaluations conducted by the trusted agency. So when we are identifying the trusted agencies whose assessments we are comfortable to rely on, we need to have a reasonably good understanding of their basis of assessments and decision making, and that would give us the confidence to rely on those assessments. And we should not just in knowing how good the assessments are, we should also know if there are certain gaps or pitfalls that we may be concerned about. So it's like making an informed decision in knowing both the positives and negatives of a particular assessment. Then when you jump in to rely on those assessments, as the relying authority, we will make more informed decisions and also come up with approaches to work on the possible gaps that may see in some of their assessments. And the other trusted agency, for most importantly, if there are countries or agencies looking at relying on our assessments, we have the responsibility to ensure we are transparent in terms of our evaluation and assessment criteria, and we should be ready to share our practices and including all our decision-making processes with the relying agency so that they have a good view of what our work is and our decision point is, so that they can come up with their own decision-making based on our assessment. So overall, sustaining a good reliance approach requires great engagement between the two partners, great collaboration between the agencies, and most important is to build the trust and confidence and nurture it throughout the process. So trust and transparency will have to go hand in hand through the entire process. In this segment of the presentation, I would share on HSA how we have adopted reliance in our regulatory processes for medical devices right from our start. from our early days when we first implemented medical device regulatory regimen back in 2010, we've always adopted a reliance-based approach. And we have 5 reference regulatory agencies for Singapore, which are the 5 founding members of the GHDF back then. And then the 5 countries assessments, medical devices that have been evaluated and authorized in these jurisdictions qualify for what we call as an abridged review process by HSA. So this speeds up our regulatory evaluations and decision making. And basically, we also have certain additional criteria in deciding how we leverage. So for example, we see that the device is already authorized by one of these jurisdictions. We also look through to see if there have been any safety issues in terms of the overseas alert safety information. And based on that, we would titrate how much of depth in terms of evaluation is necessary before we approve the medical device. So that's how we implemented our reliance-based approach. So in implementing our reliance-based approach, we need to be mindful. So this was back in 2010 when we did that. So we did a thorough understanding or study of how the evaluation assessments by the various jurisdictions were. And in identifying them as our reference agencies, we have also defined what kind of approvals qualify for the reliance pathway in Singapore. So for example, European Union at that time, they did not have an IVD, in-depth IVD regulatory process. So there were self-declaration for a large percentage of IVDs. So in our reliance mechanism, we are very clear that only IVDs which are list A, list B last time, which would go through some form of assessment by notified bodies, would qualify for reliance pathway in Singapore. The self-declared IVDs would not qualify and will have to go through a full assessment with Singapore. So this is just an example. So understanding the regulatory processes in these jurisdictions and then implementing certain measures or safeguards to have an oversight on devices that don't have that appropriate approval or oversight. And that would help us in making robust regulatory decisions for our jurisdictions. And in terms of confidence-based pathways, we also call it as in the reliance pathways are also referred to as confidence-based pathways. So basically, there is benefits for all parties involved. So regulators, we can avoid duplication of regulatory oversight. We do not need to repeat the evaluations that has already been done by trusted partners. But then we can deploy our very precious limited regulatory resources in terms of could be post-market monitoring, or it could be in evaluation and assessments of novel or new devices, or sometimes we have in-house, devices manufactured within our jurisdictions, which may not yet have gone through regulatory process in the overseas jurisdiction. So we could focus our energy and resources on these kind of regulatory work, and then in that sense, making more prudent use of our limited resources. From manufacturers' viewpoint, of course, it's a least burdensome regulatory process. There's cost and resource savings, and then faster market access for their medical devices. Patients, most critically, is a timely access to essential medical devices for their clinical needs and faster access to safe and effective technologies for their needs. So they will have more options and more devices that can perform the various clinical needs of the patients. The second bit, I'm just touching upon where we have worked with Tracy's team, Australia's TGA, where we are listed as comparable overseas regulators. So we have worked with TGA in terms of all happened during the pandemic period in 2020. So we've had extensive discussions with TGA. We've shared our evaluations, our approaches and reports, and we've worked together. And now HSA Singapore is a COR for TGA. So this is, I think Tracy has gone through her COR process, so I don't have to go into the details, but it's just saying that COR, the reliance-based journey continues either in various forms. One is how you adopt reliance for your jurisdiction and how you work with like-minded regulators in expanding the reliance-based mechanisms globally. The third segment is something that I will touch more in depth, which is another example where we have facilitated regulatory reliance in our region, the ASEAN region. So in ASEAN, Singapore HSA, we have worked with Thailand FDA and we have had conversations on a reliance-based approach for medical devices. And this started few years back because we work together with the ASEAN countries under our ASEAN Medical Device Committee, where we have ASEAN Medical Device Directors. So already the technical requirements have been aligned between the various ASEAN jurisdictions. And then we started conversations with Thai FDA, which also happened just before the pandemic set in. So around 2019, the preliminary conversation started. And then, like I shared earlier, the most effective reliance approach happens when the relying agency is able to build adequate confidence in the evaluations of the trusted agency. And the trusted agency has to be transparent on our evaluation and assessment criteria. The reason why I repeat it is that you need two hands to clap. So both of the partners have to work together. And then this has to continue on an ongoing basis. So we started, as I said, we started preliminary discussions in 2019 before the pandemic, but it all came to fruition. But it was lucky that just around the end of 2019, we had a team of regulators from the Thailand FDA who visited HSA Singapore. They were here for a few weeks with us, where we went through all our regulatory review assessments, procedures, requirements, and how we do the scientific assessments of various medical devices, different risk class, different categories, and how we can make our own regulatory decisions for Singapore. So they had a lot of questions. We had a very open-minded sharing with the Thai FDA team. And then subsequently moving into 2020, these conversations continued online. And in September 2020, amid the pandemic, we launched our first regulatory reliance pilot project. We were already very stretched, both jurisdictions, with the COVID-related work, but then we thought still we needed to keep this momentum going in terms of reliance, because it's one of very important critical project that we were embarking on. So we continued our confidence building measures prior to this, like I shared, online. And then what we did was that we launched a pilot project in September 2020. But before we embarked on that, we had a confidentiality agreement in place between our two jurisdictions that would allow us to share freely the various medical device related submission information. And then when the actual pilot had to start, we also had to bring in our industry stakeholders and partners through APEC Med Industry Association. We had industry coming in, and then they joined us as partners, because the information sharing will not be possible unless we also get the go ahead from the industry stakeholders, because we were sharing submission information that the companies had given to HSA Singapore as part of their regulatory process. And we have legal obligations on confidentiality. So unless the applicants give us the go ahead, we will not share any information, even with our regulatory counterparts, in terms of their submission information. So we brought in our industry association partners, and there were companies who volunteered to be part of the pilot. And then we did about 30 odd assessments where companies submitted an application for registering their device with Thailand, and then they also gave their consent for HSA Singapore to share information and our evaluation reports for those devices with the Thai FDA. And then we went through this pilot process, addressed the Thailand FDA's various concerns in terms of those specific devices. And after going through this process for about 20 over submissions, then after that, the official announcement was in October 2021, where Thai FDA announced Singapore HSA as a reference regulatory agency. So this enabled expedited medical device registration in Thailand with shorter duration. And then fundamentally, it has to be a HSA registered device, and the company has to give consent to go through this process. So these were the key tenets. And basically, the regulatory efficiency was achieved by reducing redundant reviews again by the Thai FDA for the same device. And also, we have feedback there's a significant reduction in the review time for the medical devices that went through this pathway. And then moving ahead, Thailand FDA, as part of their submission process in their online system, have created a specific pathway where the companies can indicate that the device is registered with Singapore HSA, and they have a specific pathway with a certain consent requirements, and then with that they can go through with a much abridged assessment process with the Thai FDA. So Basically, but in going, while I say it very comfortably to say that this is a very success story for Reliance, but there was a lot of initial work that need to be done before you can go into this success of having a Reliance in place. There was a significant amount of resources required from HSA Singapore side as a reference jurisdiction. So we had to share a lot of evaluation reports. We had to work with the Thai FDA to address various concerns and questions they may have in building that trust. So like I already said, the 2 T's, transparency on part of Singapore HSA and building the trust in for Thai FDA on the Singapore system, where the 2 key tenets that was behind the success of this Reliance program to be in place. And also, the journey doesn't end in setting up this process and the devices going through this Reliance program. There is an ongoing commitment and engagement, which is also in place with the TGA. So where we have devices where we may have registered earlier, but there are some we are aware of any safety or other concerns which leading to probably non-approval or removing the device from Singapore's market. So when we make such critical regulatory decisions, we are also committed to inform our partners. So be it for TGA in terms of our COR commitment, and also in terms of Thai FDA, where we need to share with them any new information regarding the quality, safety, or efficacy of devices that we have already registered. And also, we need to be committed in terms of post-market processes, although post-market processes are not Reliance-based per se, but where we discover any new information or we implement additional constraints or limitations to a registered device, we also have to inform with our partners. So as I said, while this is a journey, it doesn't end with just setting up of a Reliance-based process, but it is a commitment to work together on an ongoing basis, which is why I would like to reiterate that trust and transparency is something that you commit to when you are going on this Reliance pathway, but it also provides great benefits for the countries in terms of our resource management. While talking about all this, like I would also want to touch on one more point from HSA's experience standpoint, which is that while one of the other concerns that many regulatory jurisdictions have is that if I continue to rely on other trusted partners' assessments, whether I would never be able to build my own expertise and knowledge. And then in that sense that how are we going to build in-country capabilities? I think for that, I would like to touch on this point because it's a common question that I get. For Singapore HSA, when we started, like I said, we started off with a Reliance-based approach. And then now where we are also growing and developing into being a agency that other jurisdictions are comfortable to rely on. If adopting a Reliance approach is going to impede the growth and development of the agency, I don't think for HSA we could have come this far into being a reasonably trusted regulator ourselves. So how we do that is that without Reliance, I probably would not have been able to achieve this, because based on Reliance, what we did is that for run-of-the-mill devices or for standard devices, we are able to assess assessments or leverage assessments from our trusted partners. But for various novel devices or devices that are coming just on the market, like for example, the novel software, apps, etc. Many a times these devices are probably don't come with previous regulatory approvals, or sometimes there are devices like in Singapore, in our research ecosystem, there are a lot of innovations. So when they don't come with previous approvals from regulatory agencies. So the resources that we are able to free up from leveraging under our regulatory Reliance process for standard medical devices, we deploy them in building the capability within the HSA. Our staff work very closely with innovators and novel devices, developers, etc. And through these interactions and through the various capacity building opportunities they get, they are able to build their capacity on an ongoing basis that allows them to grow and nurture their skills. And then that makes them even better evaluators and assessors down the road. And also, like I shared, when we rely on assessments, we make very informed decisions in the sense that we understand others' processes in depth. And we see the regulatory landscape evolving on an ongoing basis that also helps us to increase the capability and the maturity within our regulatory systems and in the country in terms of our own assessors and evaluators. And that's something I would want to highlight to the audience and the various jurisdictions who are still thinking about, is regulatory reliance the right pathway for moving forward for your individual jurisdiction? I think I will stop my sharing here and I open up for questions. But thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rama, for sharing. And now we're opening the floor for questions, starting here in the room. We do not have any online yet, but opening the floor for questions here. Okay, here we have one.
Hi, I am Christopher with Roche. I just wanted to understand from you, how do you handle post-approval issues with these reliance practices that you have with the other countries that are either relying on you or you're relying on them? That's number one. And then what is the scope of reliance that you practice? Does it extend beyond like to things like post-approval issues? Are you able to collaborate on that?
Okay, that's a very good question. So, like I said, when we started first reliance in 2010, like I said, it was a unilateral reliance in the sense that we, as HSA, we conscientiously picked up these agencies, we studied their system, and then we chose to rely on device approvals from these jurisdictions. So the reliance is limited to the pre-market process only. Then for post-approval changes, we had to go and study the process, and we came up with a very risk-based, titrated approach to tell that for significant changes, or we call it technical changes, we had to set up a separate pathway for companies to come and apply to HSA and go through a separate process. But that's a very abridged process for change management. So that's where we started when we implemented our device approval regimen. But then when we, now over the years, okay, for example, the impact of changes in regulatory regimen, the classic example is the EU IVDR MDR. So the EU implemented significant changes to their regulatory process. So we as an agency, we relied on EU CE mark when we began with. So we had to go and study the various EU MDR, IVDR requirements. And then we had to map what are the approvals we accept for our abridged process. So we had to do quite a bit of legwork to update our guidances to match in terms of the impact of EU MDR, IVDR. And in case of change management, since many countries, there were quite a number of devices that used EU as a reference country and registered devices with us with their MDR, IVDR changes, they all were undergoing multiple changes. Like, for example, some were going regular labeling changes, but some had very significant changes, like, you know, the DHP related requirements and whatnot. So the impact was that all those registered devices, there will be an avalanche of changes happening for devices being supplied in Singapore. So what we did was that it was quite a huge number, and we knew that industry will have a challenge. So what we did was that we sat down to look at what are the various changes that is happening, and we came up with a separate guidance to say how do companies manage the changes for the devices supplied in Singapore arising from EU MDR and IVDR. We really came up with our own separate guidance document, and then we allowed companies to consolidate many of these changes, which are purely changes arising from MDR, IVDR changes. And we had to open up certain special processes to do that, which we had a lot of positive feedback from the industry associations. So it is an ongoing work, like I said, but those were unilateral reliance. So we had to do a lot of that work. But now with our collaboration with a lot of jurisdictions, we are able to also communicate further and understand the changes there. Like for Thailand, for example, our reliance process, Thailand relies on us, I said, for pre-market, the device registration process. Now we are starting some conversations in terms of how would we expand this into the post-approval changes too. But that's something that we are going to embark on early next year. But you rightly pointed out, there is the reliance. If it happens, it has to happen in a continuum for it to be more effective. But those conversations we will start early next year to see how Thailand can also leverage where there are changes that's already been assessed by HSA in Singapore and Thailand can leverage. But that conversation we are starting early next year. So we can share further experiences after we go through that process. But I agree, and in terms of post-market, like I already shared, where we are revisiting some of our regulatory decisions, we are committed that where there are countries we are aware of that rely on our approval process, we are very open and we are committed to share any changes to our previous regulatory decisions so that they are able to make informed decisions if they would have to step in to take additional measures for their own countries. So that's where we are, but there's room for always improvement. And as our learnings continue, we'll be happy to share more. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rama. And we have a question here in our Q&A from an anonymous attendee. In terms of regulatory fees, do you charge more or less for the Reliance route, considering you're not doing a lot of evaluation?
Yeah, good question. Our fees are on the website, but a short answer to that is where we do Reliance-based route. So devices that qualify for Reliance-based route, they are charged lesser fees and they get faster evaluation timeline. So our turnaround time for registration is shorter for Reliance-based pathways than for a full evaluation by HSA. And all the information on our fees and turnaround time, we call it TATs, is available on HSA's website. Yeah.
Thank you. We have another question here in the room.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. My name is John Paul Omolo. I work for PATH, the regional lead R&D policy and advocacy. Two questions that I wanted to raise that are a bit non-technical, but I find that they're really at the core of the Reliance conversation we are having. Over the last few days, I've had quite a bit of, we've been talking about the Reliance bit, but one word that keeps coming up is the issue of the trust. And what I get to hear is that, yes, we can have all the relevant regulatory protocols and tools that we rely on, but without the trust, then these tools are more or less almost useless, not totally useless. So what I don't get to hear much is how then do we build the trust among the regulators? And maybe we can learn quite a bit from Singapore and how you worked on this with Thailand. How do you continuously build this trust among the Reliance, or rather among the regulators that are working around the Reliance? What needs to be infused into the ecosystem to build this trust? The second thing that I wanted to raise is we all understand that a lot of the NRAs rely on the use of the fees as revenue generation, and therefore Reliance to some extent part of the demystification and the issues that are really affecting is Reliance versus the revenue generation. So how did maybe the Singapore's experience issue of revenue versus the need for Reliance? Because at the end of the day, we know the benefits, but sometimes the issue of money overtakes the benefits of the patients, to the regulators, to the manufacturers. So technically, how do we create this balance, especially for the good of regulatory reliance? How do we make sure that revenue in itself is something that becomes secondary, but we are also able to be cognizant of the impediment that that revenue generation brings in, and how do we work around it as we are all, as countries, as NRAs, are working around applying reliance or even convergence in that matter? Thank you.
I'll go for the easier, your first question. Second question is a bit tricky, but I'll try to give some points on that too. But starting off, it's a very good question because throughout my presentation, I always, whenever I talk about Reliance, I highlight the two T's that are the backbone of Reliance, which is trust and transparency. And any trust building is something that is, if you want to build trust, it has to be, there's a lot of work involved. One is building trust to begin with, and then being able to sustain that trust-based partnership is another thing altogether. So for Singapore, Thailand initiative, like I said, the first to start off with, we are working on the ASEAN platform. So we have common submission requirements. We came up with the ASEAN Medical Device Directive, and we've worked together on that platform for a few years. That's to start with, to for the countries to know the each of the countries' principles, how they work and all that. And then when we started our initial conversations on this, HSA for Singapore, we had implemented our regulatory system based on the ASEAN directive much earlier. And then first thing is when we started the conversation, first is we had to have an open mind, both countries, whether it's the relying country or the trusted country. So both countries have to have an open mindset. And then when we started the journey, like I said, we had a team from Thailand who spent a few weeks with HSA Singapore to begin with. And then first is they had a lot of questions, starting from fundamental questions to trying to understand our evaluation and all that. So there is a lot of engagement and conversations. No question is trivial. No information is trivial in that sense. So we were always open to share whatever be the questions that's brought up to us. And then, like I said, we had 20 odd, I think about 30 evaluation assessment reports that we had to share with our FDA. And then when I say evaluation reports, it's not just because these would have been registered few years ago, but along the way, we may have done change approvals and all that. So when we had to share with Thai FDA, we had to really consolidate the changes along the way. There's a lot of effort and work, but we decided that we wanted to go through this process because transparency is very critical and it's not easy to build trust. And for that, we have to have the openness. So my key message here is that there's a lot of effort in this whole process. But first of all, to be able to be open-minded and to believe in Reliance is the fundamental. So it's like something that you need to commit to the journey. The first 2 years is really, really painful for both. At least for us in sharing information, we had a lot of work that we had to do. Actually, we also, again, after the pandemic period, in 2022, there was another team from Thai FDA. They came back to us to close the loop on some of their other questions they had before they went on a full-blown Reliance implementation. But what we saw is that 2 years of working together, of course, remotely, our evaluation reports and all that. In 2019, when we engaged them, to 2022, when we engaged them again in HSA, there was an immense growth in terms of the type of questions and the clarifications they sought. So initially, while the questions and clarifications were fundamental, in 2022, we had a lot of enriching discussions between the two countries. So why I want to highlight that is also that there is a lot of immense potential for the relying country to also build your knowledge and capability through this process. And then, like I said, transparency is another keyword. So trust is something, there's no one formula to cut the long story short. There is different ways what work for different jurisdictions, how you engage and what is your key consideration. So it's more understanding each other with an open mind and then working closely. So to date, now Thai FDA has reached out and they wanted to explore the part on change management. They wanted to start it this year, later end, but we were a little busy with a lot of other commitments and we've committed to work on that early next year. So this is what I'm trying to say is that we need to have that ongoing engagement and collaboration. So that's for your first question. Then the second question is a bit tricky. This is something that all agencies individually, because the cost models and how the agencies are financed, where does the money come from? There's a lot of things that goes into understanding how does revenue work for each jurisdiction. the math for everybody is different. Some of the agencies may have funding, some of the agencies may rely entirely on the pre-market revenue. So it is hard to come up with one answer to your question. But I can just give you for HSA's perspective is that our resource is really limited. When we were in Nairobi last year, there were similar questions asked, and me and Vajan were there. And then the one key thing is that we are already said this is all is the resource that you get, and you have to do the entire life cycle for devices, pre, post, quality audits, compliance, everything. So we have this finite 70 headcount that we have that has to do everything under the sun, including innovations, coming up with capacity building things, and a lot of other measures. So in doing that, of course, revenue is one thing, but then you also have to see how are we going to manage everything with the resource pool. So for HSA, how we go is that, of course, cost recovery and all that comes into the picture, but we also work closely with our ministry to see like certain public good efforts like post-market compliance and all that, whether we have other mechanisms of financing, and then we rely on the revenue from a pre-market angle for certain functions. So there's different ways. I don't have a single answer to your question. So we do work closely with our ministry, with the Ministry of Finance, within HSA, and then we try to see how that works. But like I said, the reliance-based models, we still have fees involved because there is some review there, and also the post-market monitoring for these devices are still ongoing, but there is a reduced fee for reliance based. So that's how HSA works it. I don't think we are 100% cost recovery model, but we still have to fight those shortcomings in different ways. But having said that, it's hard to give you a one formula answer for that question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Rama. We have a couple of questions from our online participants. The first one is from David Karenye. Under quality assurance, is HSA involved in approval of importation processes? Are registered products subject to pre-export verification of conformity?
Okay, for import, yes. So any device that's coming into Singapore. So for Singapore, we do have distributors. Means okay. So we have importers, we have distributors, or we call them wholesalers or importers, and they are also required to be licensed by HSA, not just manufacturers. So we have different groups of people, and we have quality requirements. So for manufacturers, it's ISO 13485. For importers and wholesalers, we have what we call as a good distribution practice for medical devices, but that's based on ISO 13485. So we have specific certification requirements, QMS certification requirements for all these players. And fundamentally, any device that these people import or manufacturer have to go through a HSA evaluation process and registration before they are supplied or used in Singapore. And for Class A, of course, for the lowest risk Class A, there is a notification. We do not do evaluation. But having said that, for export, we still have certain criteria they have to meet, but they may not, if the device is solely for export, they may not be subject to the full evaluation process. In that sense, is not mandated under the law. But having said that, if they are local manufacturers, they still have to go through the licensing and other oversight in terms of the quality and integrity of the devices, which is taken care of under our quality system. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rama. And probably complementing that question, once a product gets approval by HSA, is there a process that requires additional assessment of conformity every time the product is imported into the country, or with a certain frequency that the product is imported into the country?
No, okay. For us, it's a one-time registration. So once we have evaluated and registered, it's a one-time process. But then after that, as long as the company continues to bring in the registered specifications for the registered indications, the same models, they do not have to come back to HSA. But once they have any upgraded models or different specifications beyond what is registered already, then our law requires that they have to seek approval from HSA prior to distributing them. So they do not have to come for for the registered version. So newer versions have to come to us for approval before they can be supplied. But depending on what is the difference in the new versions, for those where there is significant changes, then they go through a change management process, an assessment of the changes. But if the changes is limited to very administrative things, they go through a very abridged process. So we have different titrated approaches for managing the change version. But the short answer is that they don't have to come as long as the registered version is being supplied.
Thank you very much, Rana. We have another question from our online participants from Ola Ibrahim Olivier Traore. It was posted in French and now we have it translated into English. It's what legal basis were you able to put in place with other regulatory agencies to be able to apply the trust procedure, for example, with Thailand?
Okay. For the legislative legal process for our reliance on the 5 jurisdictions and our abridged process that is in our law puts in place that we can do that. And like Tracy shared earlier, we can also go beyond what is allowed. So if where necessary, we can choose to go beyond what is under the abridged process and call for more information, more data, and make our own regulatory decision making, which need not be same as what is done in our reference jurisdiction. But in case of Thailand, actually nothing from our side. But the main thing that we had to do is that our law puts onus on HSA that we are bound by certain confidentiality. So unless the applicants or the companies agree that we can share information that they have submitted to us as part of the regulatory process, we are unable to share this information with Thailand or any other country. So that's why I said to begin with, before we embark, we had to do a confidentiality agreement with Thailand. And we also, for every single report that we had to share, assessment report we had to share with Thailand, before that, we required that our local applicant for the device registration should give us that letter to say that they agree for HSA to share this information with Thai FDA. And only when we receive their this acknowledgement or the consent, then we go and share the reports or information with Thai FDA. So this is something that based on our confidentiality commitment under our law, this is how we did the whole process. But other than that, there's no prescriptive requirements in that sense to say with Thai FDA Reliance specifically, we didn't have to do any regulatory changes. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rama. Do we have additional questions in the room? Here we have one and here we have another one.
Hi, Rama. It's Tanya from the South African MedTech Industry Association. Really good to hear that you're basing your fees on the amount of activity. So if it's reliance, then it's less. But I'm just wondering if you have any special dispensation in terms of fees for smaller companies versus larger companies, and possibly even for local manufacturers versus importers, because you might have a very large multinational that only has 3 MRIs that they're bringing into the country. And so they're only paying, 3 fees for those 3 MRIs in terms of product registration. And then you have a very small company that has 1,000 medical devices that they're bringing into the country. So the quantum of fees then increases in terms of the number of products. So also knowing that, most medtech manufacturers are small to medium, is that something that you consider?
That's a very good question, but I think I was not part of I was not in HSA at the time when they did the initial fee structure and how they came up with it. But based on my knowledge and understanding, based on what I have looked through, and our current fees model is that we do not differentiate based on size of the company or in terms of different categories of products. It's so diverse in terms of the categories of devices and also the cost, the impact, the volume. There's so many considerations. So at this point, based on the risk class, we titrate the fees. We do not titrate based on individual companies, their size, etc. So if you look at our fee structure, lower risk has lower fees, higher risk class has higher fees. Similarly, lower, our abridged process reliance based has lower fees than the full process. So that's the titration we have. But we do acknowledge that some companies, and then the application is based on per device brand. And then we have a Singapore concept where we allow for what we call as a grouping concept. So one application is not equal to one model of device. So how we do that is we set forth a guidance where we allow grouping of devices. So for example, if you're dealing with dressings, you can group various similar dressings in one application. You don't have to do per type of dressing as long as it's the same brand, but it's just you have different configurations. They can come under one application. We have certain criteria that we set forth. Similarly, if you're doing, like, for example, your stands with their accessories, they can all come in one application as a system. So we have different approaches where we allow industry to use whichever principles suit them to come with a grouped set of devices in one application. It's also another way where we avoid repeat evaluations for the various models and iterations, where your likelihood is that you have similar clinical evidence information, then it's good to leverage and get them under one application. So we have done different approaches to facilitate the cost burden on industry stakeholders. But having said that, it is not based on the company size or absolute product type, but just we go by risk titrated approach. But having said that, I'm also aware that you have MRIs under class Bs, and you may have animal origin wound dressing in a class D, but that's a challenge. It's very difficult for us to titrate these so specifically. So we go by risk class, but having said that, it's not perfect. But we do work with companies on an ongoing basis when there are such challenges, and then see how we can support or facilitate accessibility to these products. Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Rama. This is Tammy Storwald from Roche. It's wonderful to see you again. I have a question for you. We've been talking a lot over the last few days about who's legally responsible for the product, especially when we have a particular country who is based on a lot of imports and have distributors within country who distribute those products. So I wonder if you can help us understand a little bit about your model. Who is responsible to hold the ISO 1345 certificate? Do you have a designated individual in country that is legally responsible for that product's distribution? And are the distributors required to hold the 1345 certificate? Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy, for the question. Nice to see you again. Yeah, I think, okay, like I said, for Singapore, we have control in terms of, okay, we have the product or the medical device registration and approval process. Parallelly, we also have the companies where we impose certain quality system requirements, or we call it, we do this under our licensing regimen for the different companies. So that we have three categories: manufacturers, importers, and wholesalers. Like I always reiterate, Singapore is a largely an importing market. So we have a majority of our devices being imported and distributed here. So we have these three categories. So in terms of legal ambit and the responsibility for Singapore law and jurisdiction, definitely it only extends to the local players. So that's why we have crafted it as these three categories of groups. So for locally manufactured devices, very clear, manufacturers, they have to have their ISO 13485 process in place and certified to ISO 13485. So that's a requirement. But and they are responsible for the devices they manufacture and the place of that they place on market in Singapore. In terms of the other two, in terms of the importers and the wholesalers, how it works is that for both of these entities also, they are required to come in and apply for a license with HSA to do the activities that they are responsible for. And in doing so, their quality system requirements is not ISO 13485. We have what we call as the good distribution practice for medical devices. It's a historical one. We do accept ISO 13485 if they have it, but many of these players are very small companies when they began in 2010 in operations. But now we have some bigger ones who go for ISO 13485. But for those small players at that time, jumping straight away into ISO 13485 was a huge challenge. So we had come with a titrated GDP MDS, which is largely modeled on 13485, but it just brings down specifically requirements that's applicable to importers and wholesalers. So gives them in a bite-sized piece so they can comply with the QMS. And we have, they are required to be certified to this GDP MDS. So for all of the three, there is a quality system certification requirement, but just that one is 13485, but for importers and distributors, they can either go 13485 or certify themselves to good distribution practice for medical devices. But in terms of the roles and responsibilities, at least the regulatory or the legal jurisdiction is on these three players who are in Singapore, but each of them, they have to work with, where they are importing from their overseas manufacturers, they will have to be responsible to work out their business arrangements and roles and responsibilities with their overseas players, because the Singapore law cannot extend to overseas players in that sense. Yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much, Rama. And with this, we're going to be closing this session. We are having a 10-minute break, if we can manage to make it like that. And we have a slight change in the agenda that you can download through the QR code. We are switching, and we're going to come back for the session on good regulatory practices. And after lunch is when we're going to be talking on IVDs. So enjoy the coffee break. And Rama, thank you very much again for your contributions today, and look forward to see you soon. Actually, next week for South Africa.
Sure, my
Thank
pleasure.
you.
I'm always happy to share our experiences, and thank you all. Have a good week.
So hello, welcome back from the tea break. We will need one. We are gonna wait for a couple of minutes for our online participants to be connected again, and then we'll get started.
Let's settle down now, please. Let's settle down.
So welcome back again. And now we're starting our session on good regulatory practices. And we are honored to have here with us Kristen Callahan. She's Senior Public Health Advisor at the Office of Trade and Global Partnerships at the US FDA. And she's going to be sharing a regulator's perspective on good regulatory practices.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Ooh, I like it. Yeah. So I have to say, this might be one of my first presentations, I think basically since COVID, in front of a significant amount of people. So I'm very excited to be here person and not doing this virtually, which tends to be the case when you work in the international field, right? So I want this to be interactive. I want people to be relatable because we're all approaches good practice, which sometimes are it's hard to envision what that means to you. So my name is Kristen Callahan. I've been at the US FDA for 10 years. And the first 5 years, I was what we call a regular that to our stakeholders. And so that's essentially the start of the one of two presentations I'll be here talking to you for this right before lunch. So hopefully I don't lose you on our. So, before I start, I do want to mention Joseph Ramirez, the director of my office, is here. Within the FDA, we're in more of the policy shop. So you've heard a lot from my colleagues from the Center for Devices and a lot of technical stuff. And so we're talking a little bit more high level. And I'll also talk a little bit more about the structure of my office in this second. presentation because it's relevant when we're talking about rural perspective. All right. Really what that means is it's an internationally recognized processes and procedures that improve the quality and cost effectiveness of domestic regulations. For the regulations of medical products, the World Health Organization describes GRPs, how appropriate in decisions that are clear, transparent, consistent, timely, and based on sound science. So for the United States, our GRPs are very much rooted in our law. It's called the Administrative Procedure Act, the APA, and it's really set forth in a lot of our trade agreements as well. And it includes principles that address intergovernmental coordination of rulemaking activity, impact assessment, regulatory transparency, stakeholder outreach, so anyone who's interested, and also accountability, to show that where we're going with our policy. So following GRPs really promotes transparency, and you're going to hear me say the word transparency probably a good amount in the next hour and a half. It's really the foundational piece and why we're here. And actually, I do want to stop for a second, and before we go on more about GRPs, I do want to talk about, we're here really as regulators and even from industry. The whole idea is to provide safe and effective and good quality products, medical devices, right, for patients. And so from a regulator perspective, we want that. And we also wanted to do it efficiently so that we have better access to those things. And GRPs really is an overlay of that. It's kind of building the road to get devices out there, or medical products in general, not just devices. So there are three general principles for the use of GRP and what I call the rulemaking process. And what I'm talking about is regulations. So we'll talk a little bit more in the next presentation about what a technical regulation is, but essentially think about it as like a mandatory policy, however you define it in your legislation. It's promoting transparency and accessibility, and it's about the public consultation process. So getting the word out there via the Gazette or however, whatever vehicle you use, and the regulatory impact assessment. So we're going to be talking about those three things broken down today. Really, there's a benefit. FDA sees that there's a lot of benefit to these elements because we're seeking stakeholder input throughout the rulemaking process, and we're promoting transparency and accessibility throughout the regulation development. And we also develop and use regulatory impact analysis wherever it's applicable. I can't talk really about all of this without talking about the different stages of the rulemaking process. So really the things that to highlight here are identifying regulatory priorities, developing draft regulations, which includes not just the regulation itself, but the way that we do it in the United States is we have a preamble and what we call codified language. And so we're not just talking about the rule, but we're doing like an introductory background summary, why we needed to do this rule, why we're doing it now, any context that will help the reader understand what the rule is. So the definition that we use for regulation and what we're talking about here today is a general statement issued by an agency that has force and effect of law. So essentially it's mandatory. So identifying regulatory priority. Regulation can be resource intensive and it can be time intensive, but there's a reason for that. There's a need and prioritization for new rules to address issues as they come up. If it's not an emergency, you can do the normal rulemaking process, which I'll describe in more detail here, but there's different pathways depending on the urgency of the rule. So for us, Congress may pass a law that directs an agency to take an action on a certain subject. So for instance, we have a Cosmetics Act that came out about a year ago, and it directs us to issue certain rules related to cosmetics. It also can be, we find FDA that our priorities, we need to communicate better something related to be effective. So we've identified essentially a public need or public health emergency. So rulemaking can also originate from other sources. So maybe a court decision has identified a gap in our law and what we're implementing, and so we need to institute a mandatory regulation. It also could be what we call a citizen petition, where essentially someone out in the public has written to FDA saying, hey, you need to have better oversight here. And so we'll look to see if we have the authority to do so, we'll consider it. It's important to highlight for the rulemaking process throughout it, the FDA's goal is to engage with all relevant stakeholders receives addressing the substance and specifics of the proposed rule, the better the final rule is. Examples of our key stakeholders are the patients, consumers, domestic and foreign industry, foreign governments. We hear from our regulatory counterparts quite a lot in that regard, academics, research institutions, and other public interest groups. Throughout this presentation, you'll see how FDA proactively engages with the public early on and throughout the rulemaking process. Regulators benefit directly from public participation in important ways, including supporting transparency, accountability, confidence, and trust in the rulemaking process. Again, you hear transparency all over again. Producing a better regulation by allowing those affected, there we go, allowing those affected to provide input to improve the clarity. It provides data. Sometimes we don't always have the data when we're doing rulemaking, and so by collecting comments, people will point to an academic study that we may not have been aware of, and some of the findings from that. And it's also promoting an understanding of regulatory action that may have an impact beyond the country's borders. So, we may be more familiar with our domestic, where we accept comments from anyone. It doesn't matter if they're in the country or not. Really makes a better holistic rule. So so we've identified the priorities. We're now deciding to draft the regulation. And a part of this process is we have public meetings where we essentially, we open what we call a docket to receive comments to the public before we even has drafted the regulation. So we know that there's an issue or some area that we need to have additional oversight, but now we really want to solicit feedback even before we draft. And a docket is essentially what I call an electronic filing cabinet, where anything related to the proposed rule or potential for the proposed rules under like essentially one number, and it's under our federal register, which is essentially our Gazette. So there's one number attached to this rulemaking process. So we'll have, like I said, a public meeting. It'll probably be announced under this docket. And then as I talk through the later parts of the process, it'll still be attached to the same docket. So you can see the start to the finish in terms of like, if you want to see how we developed a rule, like how we got to these decisions. Federal government publishes a semi-annual agenda register, and it's usually this spring in the heads up. hey, we're probably going to come out with something about this soon, if you haven't already heard. We may also, on the early stage, consult scientific, technical, or policy folks by establishing what we call an advisory committee. So FDA has 31 advisory committees that are either mandated by the law or established at the discretion of the agency, and are comprised of academic and industry leaders, as well as public experts, not leaders, as well as public health advisors and patient representatives. So some of the examples that we've had are the Human Drug Advisory Committee. We've had a Food Advisory Committee, the Science Board to the Food and Drug Administration. We have more narrowly defined committees, also called the Cellular Tissue and Gene Therapies Advisory Committee. There's one on, like, for instance, pediatrics, being that's a specialized population. That's a big one that a lot of folks track. And you have like patient, we have patient groups also being a part of that process as well. Scientifically, FDA evaluates all available options to identify the regulatory approach that is the best fit, really, for the public health objective. So, for example, FDA considers existing voluntary consensus standards, including international standards. I know you guys have heard a lot about that this week, right? Unless doing so is really inappropriate for, to match the public objective, public health objective. It could be things like it's just not practical given the particular market, or maybe there's least that we have to consider when we're about to adopt like standards. So by law, drafting regulations and other agency documents must abide by the principles of plain writing, which essentially means the drafting of this regulation needs to be clear, concise, well organized, in its communication to the public, that the public can understand, and other best practices appropriate for the subject and audience. It's funny because plain writing, I've had conversations with other regulators in the past, and they're always a little bit kind of hesitant to hear about that, because it seems like, well, we have very technical, regulations that we want to come out. Like, wouldn't that hold you back from making, very specific requirements in your regulation? And that's not what the plain writing requirements are. It's really just, if you have a very technical rule, maybe then your introduction to the rule, what we call the preamble, kind of breaks down like what you're trying to get at with that technical rule. So if you had like something very technical about, let's say ISO 13485, and you want interested stakeholders, including patient populations, to really understand why we're making this change, we would want to make sure that that summary and background information breaks down what the rule is about, but the rule itself wouldn't change necessarily in terms of the technical aspects of it. I'm going to pause for a second and see if anyone has any questions before I move on to conducting regulatory impact and assessments. I'm always happy. I want this to be as helpful to folks in the room and online as possible. Not seeing any. Oh, yes.
So it's great that you consult even before you start drafting. And I'm just wondering, to what extent do you respond to some of the queries or questions, and how do you go about that? Because sometimes regulations or guidelines are published for comment. Industry has never seen them before until they're published. Mm-hmm. And then written submissions are asked for, but no real response is provided. So how do you go about kind of working around that and making that process more collaborative? Because I think often a lot can be lost in translation, mm-hmm. or lost in interpretation. And unless you have the two parties almost engaging, there is limited understanding.
That's a great question. We will cover more about how we take public comments into consideration. But, I think that question can still apply to what we've already covered in terms of the early consultation process. So when, I was saying like we have advanced, notice of a proposed regulation, what we essentially do is we'll have public meetings, and those will be, they're organized, usually they're FDA, but sometimes not, we'll take a tour, and we'll go outside of FDA and hold them at hotels and whatnot. And the idea is to start that conversation. And if we find that there's still a lot of questions and we're not comfortable drafting the regulation, we might have more avenues to solicit more information. So, if we heard from a patient population group that said, like, we actually we want to take on more of the risk, we'd rather have the benefit of having this product out there. But, and that's not something that we anticipated. We might have like a follow-up public meeting where we'd hear from more of those, the areas that we're trying to get a better understanding from. And then, like I said, we do have, for the public comment piece, we will, I'll talk about that more in a second, but we do have a kind of an interactive piece, and we do try and address all the comments that we get in. We group them into different categories and try to address them that way. And we actually still, and then when it comes down to, sometimes we have like follow-up, once we've drafted a regulation, there will still be like essentially a tour where we'll allow folks to provide more information. We might have like a public meeting after we've already issued the regulation, and so now people understand, see where FDA is thinking on whatever the proposed rule is. That's another way that we would have collaboration as well. Okay. Any other questions before we move on? I don't want to look over there because that's too big of an image of my face. So thank you. Okay. So now we're going to talk about the benefits of, oh, yes.
So I'm from the industry, and I had a question from your experience. We want to make sure Reliance is moving in the right direction going forward. Have you had challenges where there's an erosion in the Reliance process, or maybe trust, where things are not going as intended, and how do you course correct for that in certain instances or challenges?
I don't know if I have a good answer for that, other than when we hear that there is not confidence in what we're proposing, it usually the signal that we need to incorporate more comments is we'll extend the comment period of the public consultation process. So if it's a complicated proposed rule, we usually have at least 120 days to solicit comments. But so for instance, just this year, and this isn't related to devices, but it's fresh on my mind, we proposed like essentially a definition for the word healthy. So if you are going to have food labeling and you're going to include the word healthy, which is voluntary, you don't have to include the word healthy, but if you do, it needs to mean a certain thing. And we got a lot of comments on that, right? And so we extended the comment period for that so that we could keep gathering ones until we could finally see like, okay, we think we've heard from every interested stakeholder. And I find that one interesting just because, I had friends who were asking me like, should I comment on this? I'm like, you follow like the Federal Register? Like, that's great. So, it's really to solicit as many interested parties as possible and to keep the line of communication open until we think we've gotten, as much as input as we can. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to talk about regulatory impact analysis assessment and the benefits of that. So we've talked about the importance of transparency. We've talked about public participation, but now part of the development side of a proposed rule is the regulatory impact assessment. And it's a well-established approach within the international community and among bodies such as the OECD and the WHO for collecting, organizing, and analyzing data on the impacts of policy options to support evidence-based decision-making. So when applicable, an RIA provides an objective, unbiased assessment that is an essential component of policy development, considering both qualitative as well as quantitative information and impact. An RIA can inform policy decisions, especially information on legal requirements as well, general policy goals and any other concerns that we can identify. So from a regulator perspective, why do we even bother? We find it's important goals of the RIA are to indicate whether the regulation is necessary and justified to achieve the social goal, and to clarify how to design regulation in the most efficient, least burdensome, and most cost-effective manner. I'm going to pause right here because the next part of my presentation, when we talk about world trade obligations, we talk about like what is the pathway that's like necessary but the least trade restrictive, and that's kind of the considerations that go into RIAs as well. It's how necessary is this, and does it match like a cost-effective manner? It also, we consider, providing the largest net of benefits to society, as well as taking into consideration other impacts of benefit and cost, and anything else that the statute may impose on the agency. So a well-conducted RIA develops the evidence to support the well-informed decision-making. And really, I think to me, the most important part, because I am not the person that does the analysis for RIAs, it actually creates a record of the data that we use. So we might necessarily include the actual data, but we'll have references to the studies and things that we use to conduct the RIA. And really, I mean, the whole idea is that it's supposed to encourage a comprehensive world view of the impacts, as well as provide information on the outcomes expressed in behavioral terms, economic outcomes, potential side effects of both the benefit and the adverse, and support consideration of non-quantifiable effects and uncertainty. So, and then last, it's supposed to aid the decision makers in clarifying agreement and disagreement. So, it's supposed to identify essentially, to put it colloquially, like weaknesses in the argument. OECD has developed best practice principles for RIAs in different countries to make different determinations about the use of RIAs and where it is in the development process. We use RIAs earlier in the development process. So when you see a proposed rule, you usually see the analysis included. I am not going to dwell too much on this one. This is just discussing our executive order. So essentially, our president has directed agencies on what an RIA should consist of and what essentially the approach. And the main thing to get out of this is that we're directed to say, like, identify the nature and significance of the problem and what is it intend to address in terms of, and then as well as possible alternatives to address the problem. So for us, we look at whether something's going to be economically significant, which we will discuss what that means in US policy terms, as well as create a serious inconsistency with any other agency's action. So for instance, we just came out with a proposed rule that affects EPA. And so we consulted with EPA before we issued the rule, but it shows, that there was some discussion and consideration during the impact analysis. And then also raising of any legal or policy issues during the review that has meaningful effect. So economic rules or economically significant rules are essentially what we view as a subset of significant rules. And it's essentially, if we think it has an effect on the economy of 200 million US dollars or more, and they essentially adjust this every 3 years to match the GDP. And it's also things that are significant rules that adversely affect the material way the economy or sector of the economy in public health and safety. Adversely affects us like a specific state, a local tribe, or tribal government or community. Okay. So now we're going to talk about reviewing regulations, which I find a little bit more down my path, because I like hearing when we have a rule that's proposed. I like seeing the comments that come in, because I am very intrigued by interested stakeholders that I'm just not as familiar with. So that's essentially where we are in this process. So we've drafted the rule, like I said, and now we're at the intensive review process. Now we need to look to make sure that the US government priorities, our applicable laws, consistent with whatever we've drafted. We also actually have an interagency review process before we issue a proposed rule. Like for instance, again, I will talk about trade, the effect of trade on regulators in the next presentation, but we may hear from our U.S. trade representative, which is essentially our trade agency for the U.S., about their concerns if this rule were to be published. And so we take those into account, and we actually will then respond to them. We have a very interactive interagency process, which is good. Again, more comments. It's not a public consultation process; it's interagency, but it still makes for a better rule. All right, so now we're going to talk about public consultation. In the US, we call it notice and comment. I don't know if that's really a common phrase other than the United States. I haven't heard that elsewhere. So now we're at the point that we've had like public consultation. We've told people, hey, we're thinking about publishing or doing something in this area, oversight. We've maybe had a public meeting, gathered that stakeholder involvement. We've drafted the regulation, and now we're seeking the input from stakeholders. So, and then the interagency part. That was the last part before we publish. Excuse me. Excuse me. So we've, now that we've addressed the feedback from the other US agencies and departments, we publish it in the proposed rule in our Federal Register. And like I said, we usually have a preamble to the start of the rules that really, it just lays the groundwork. It gives the necessary background information, why we're doing this, kind of a summary of what you're going to read in the rule itself. So it gives you maybe it boils it down to the essence of the rule, and why we're seeking public comment now. And then the summary of the economic analysis of the impact that I was just discussing. And then as well as a link to the complete regulatory impact analysis, which is actually published separately. The impact analysis is published separately on FDA's website. And if it's not, oh, there's some music, I like it. It makes it much more interesting, I think, right? Yes, exactly. I'm gonna start singing in a couple of minutes and you watch it. If it's not already done on the earlier stage, the docket for the rule will be set up in the regulations.gov. So if you remember, I mentioned the docket is essentially like a one-stop shop for anything related to the rule. So if we didn't have a public meeting, because sometimes we don't, and this is really the first time you hear, that we're really communicating about a proposed rule, that will be the first document that you see under that link. The docket folder, again, it's like a filing cabinet. So in general, when a proposed rule impacts or could potentially impact international trade on an FDA regulated product, we also notify it to the appropriate US point of contact, which is NIST for us, to notify the relevant WTO committee. But again, we'll cover that later, not to worry about that one yet. And then any comments received through that WTO committee will be a part of the docket as well. So any stakeholder, I know I've already emphasized this, but really it's not limited to domestic stakeholders. It could be another foreign government. It can be a foreign business that doesn't even have a presence yet in the United States, but hopes to, and already has confusion that they're seeing in the proposed regulation. So the comment period, like I said, generally, the initial one is 90 to 120 days. We can extend it if we're getting significant input from stakeholders. We also could hold listening sessions and public meetings during the public consultation process. So I mentioned public meetings earlier before we even drafted the rule, and we can do that, but we can actually do it also when we already have the draft regulation and we can solicit more feedback. And actually, anytime we have like a public meeting for a draft regulation, any comments that are provided during that meeting are actually recorded, and we upload that to the docket as well. So everything is, it's like essentially creating one record related to that proposed rule. Sometimes we'll have, social media. It's really the time to get the word out that we're doing this proposed thing, because we want to solicit as much feedback as we can from interested parties. So Twitter, I guess, is, or Instagram, I don't know. It's all over the place with FDA. They're very active. So now we've received public comment. The comment period has ended, which means that we're not accepting formally comments for the proposed regulations. So now what? So now we review every comment. Every comment that comes in related to the proposed regulation, we will review. Comments that are not received in the docket before the end of the period will not be considered for this iteration of the draft regulation. If we end up, sometimes we've closed the comment period and then reopen it back up, then whoever was trying to make a comment late can comment on the draft regulation again. The volume of comments can number if it's a controversial, novel rule that we have a lot of interested stakeholders on all sides. And similar to any other federal agency within the US, our process generally involves these steps. So we'll gather the comments, and then we essentially identify a number, like a unique identifier for that subject, and then the commenter. We essentially make a fancy Excel sheet. We consolidate the comments and then identify form letters and duplicate submissions. So for instance, if I'll use a non-FDA example, like if you are part of a environmental group as like a concerned citizen, and they say, hey, there's a proposed rule, like submit this letter about like why we shouldn't cut down trees in this area, we'll get like hundreds of people saying the exact same thing. What happens is we'll essentially group those all together. And then once we've identified kind of the different subject matters and the nuances of some of the different arguments, we essentially will categorize them by the substance and topic. And then we start thinking through, like, do we need to change something? Is there confusion? Is there like a lot of resistance? Like, this is not what we thought we were going to do, or, that there was going to be so much feedback or criticism, then maybe we should reopen it's really, now we're at a fork in the road, and we have to decide, are we going through with this draft regulation? Do we need to make changes? Or is this something that we need to go back to the table and figure out where the issue lies? We'll discuss the comments internally, and then if we decide, okay, we can go ahead with this draft regulation, we will, once we issue the final regulation, we will publish explanations of why we incorporated comments and why we didn't incorporate comments. A common question I get is, do you need to address every comment that comes in? The answer is no. No. Like I said, it's really important that we have this process of categorizing the comments so that we can address them with these like general responses back. But it's not like, hey, Joe Schmo, like you said this is what we think. We won't do it that, like, we won't be naming specific comments in our response back in the final rule. Okay, so issuing the final rule. We've received the public comments. Now in the preamble of the final rule is where you get the information about what the comments we received. Oh, one thing I should say, and I don't think I said this yet, which is during the comment period. So when it's open for comment, you can see other people's comments. You can also submit it confidentially. So if you have like sensitive business information, there's a way to protect that. But like you could, if someone had a comment about a device regulation, and maybe they're a hired lawyer for another trade association, you can see their comment. You can see the letter that they've submitted, and you can see where, as a concerned citizen, where you think people's concerns are too. Like maybe you can find other people who have the same thoughts as you. So OMB will then review significant final regulations. So that means like the ones that have a larger economic impact that I was talking about earlier. And then we'll coordinate the comments and feedback with other agencies as well. So again, we have another interagency process before we issue the final rule, which is important because, you know, maybe there was, again, another international trade aspect that neither like USTR or us were aware of during the first stab at the drafting. We sometimes will periodically review the effectiveness of a rule in accordance with, we have this act called the Regulatory Flexibility Act. And that law directs us to, well, any US agency, not just FDA, to periodically review regulations that have a significant economic impact. So it's basically a check-in, like, does your rule still make sense, you know, after so many years? You know, things have changed. COVID has changed some of, like, you know, people's spending practices, things like that. All right, GRPs at FDA. So I mean, all of these things is essentially what I started with. What are the three principles to in our two GRPs is you want to be transparent. You want the proposed rule to be accessible. Even if it's a very technical rule, you want to give people a chance to review it. It just makes a better rule. You want to make sure that not only there's a public consultation period, but that it allows any interested party, not, you know, if we didn't just open it for any public comment, I think, you know, we'd be blindsided by the other patient groups that could be affected. Like, they've read science about the unintended results of a certain drug, for instance, and they want to participate in this proposed rule related to clinical trials, let's say. So, and then the others, you know, the regulatory impact assessment that I was talking about. So doing that at some point during the rulemaking process to evaluate, really kind of, you know, I kind of see it as like a 360 picture of the different impacts. It's not just about the rule and the oversight. It's about, okay, now once this rule is enacted, what do we think it's going to, like, the effects it's going to have, both good and bad. And I think that is it. Or wants to sing, you have the microphone, it's all yours.
I thank you for the presentation. You know, we've heard concerns from other regions on public consultation that, you know, there's a point where the public consultation may become favoritism or a conflict of interest where you're favoring one stakeholder over another stakeholder. I mean, what are the guardrails, or, you know, what can be done to sort of ensure that the public consultation process is even-handed, let's say?
I think there's a couple different aspects if you think about it. One, making sure that however you solicit the comments. For us, we have one website for all agencies to announce their proposed rule. But, you know, not every regulator does that. Sometimes they have their own websites. But the point is that you want to make sure that it actually gets out there, and it's not like you're just doing selective notification process. That's one thing. The other thing is, you know, I was talking about the plain writing requirements that the US has. It's not like a specific science on like what plain writing is, but, you know, to make I think the preamble is actually the most important part of a technical regulation, both for the proposed and the final, because it's giving you kind of, you know, if you're not familiar with you know, if you're not a technical expert, but you know this is going to affect you somehow, I think it's super important to read the preamble to give you kind of the lay of the land as why an agency is doing that. And the point is to make it as, okay, so there's this phrase that I use when I'm writing. It's called KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And it essentially means like, just try and keep it down to the basics. Like, why spend a dime when you can spend a nickel type of thing. And really, I think that to me promotes accessibility and transparency as well, and to getting to the right groups.
Hi. I think maybe also another way is for regulators to publish the public hearings on their website, yes, and not just to deal through trade associations, because not all trade associations represent all of the trade.
Completely
or all
agree.
of the stakeholders that you need to hear from.
That's absolutely correct.
I'm thinking back to a previous comment that was made by, I think, this gentleman from PATH, and he spoke about trust. And I think this process really helps to build trust, and it helps to build collaboration. So I think it's a long process, but at the end of the day, it makes sure that you have fit for purpose regulations that everybody understands why they're there, and everybody has had a opportunity to give input to. I'm interested in the regulatory impact assessment. And I'm not sure how many regulators do this around the world. It would be good to know. But also, is this regulatory impact assessment process written into your law? So it actually is mandatory that you have to follow these steps. I would like to know who does it. And, you know, is there a model or a checklist, and what skills are required in order to implement this? And do you have any tools that you can share?
I should have been writing down all your questions. These are all very good questions. So if I don't answer all the things you've asked, please re-ask them. So RIAs, one, at FDA, we have an office that handles that. It's the Office of Economic Affairs, and there's essentially an analysts that are in charge of this. And I don't know how many, I don't know enough about like the international, you know, how many regulators have RIAs or have, you know, the process in place formally. That's a great question. But I do know that there's like an international group of analysts of different, so there's an international group of regulators that do the RIAs, and they meet. And I think that's incredible and they talk about their own practices. There are international practices related to RIAs. I think it's through the OECD, if I remember correctly. But also for the US, I skipped over it because I didn't want to get too bogged down in the laws and requirements, but we do have our own requirements. And we have guidance. So our Office of Management and Budget, which is the office that sits under the president, they essentially are like the office that will direct us like what we should be doing as agencies, not just FDA, to consider RIAs. And so they'll come out what we call the A4 guidance. And it's about the considerations agencies should be using when they do their RIAs, as well as the executive order that's in one of the slides. I think it's 12866, if I remember correctly. And that also essentially is an executive order. It can impose obligations on agencies of, you know, what the expectations should be when you conduct an RIA. Sometimes they're not conducted when it's when we think that the impact of the proposed regulation or policy is not going to have significant impact. So I'm trying to think of an example. I mean, most of the time we do them, so I can't, it's hard to think of an example, but technically I don't think it's required for every regulation. It's kind of like, do you think this is going to have a significant impact? So as a regulatory counsel, when I had to draft a proposed rule, there's essentially like, I have to fill out a form on our like FDA interweb where one of the questions asked is, do you think this is going to have an economic significance? And so if you're not sure, you click yes, because you want to make sure that all the people who need to be like analyzing it are involved early on. And then they can tell you later that, you know, it's not. I don't know why you would think that. So it's really, it's, you know, kind of the first step is like, let's have this conversation internally, coordinate with the offices that are doing the RIAs. Did I answer all the questions? Okay, yes.
Yeah, thank you for that good presentation. Quite elaborate, and I'm just concerned. I mean, for you, you have all these resources available to you, and possibly you can do all that you've said. What would be your recommendation to a regulator that does not have as much resources as you have to ensure that they go through this process and develop fit for purpose regulations? What are the top recommendations that you provide? And then secondly, would you say that your stakeholders at the end of the process satisfied with this
Sorry, I
process?
don't
Do you
mean to
do you assess their satisfaction, and do you think there's need to get feedback on that process from stakeholders? Thank you.
I'm going to answer that one first, and then we'll go to because both questions are great, and I'm always concerned for me too. No, for this is as a regulator, you're not always going to. Not everyone's going to be happy. There's going to be someone who is not happy. Even we have user fees attached to applications, both for devices and drugs, vaccines, and those user fees are after it's a very long consultation process. It's not exactly this process here, but we get input from industry, and we still don't get happy customers essentially. So there will always be some resistance, but we do hope that we find that the right mark. We hope that and that's why actually our review process for the comments can take some time. So I guess one thing we haven't covered in this presentation is how much time between a proposed regulation and a final, and that I don't know off the top of my head. I know it's significant. It's not short, because usually there are comments that we needed to genuinely consider. And the reason why is so then that we can find what is the happy medium essentially. Okay, so then your first question I think is a great question. Looking at the slides, the three principles about transparency and accountability, public consultation in the RAs, I think those are really, that's what I worried about this presentation, because it is so high level, and I want to make this as digestible as possible. And I think the first step would be, this is my opinion, is public consultation, is to really announce that you're going to do this. Either you have different agencies or different countries have different processes about the consultation process. Sometimes they do it before, they won't do it during the draft regulation phase, where we actually have the text of the regulation up and people can actually see if no one has comments, this is what's going to be codified, or this is what's going to be final. Other countries don't do that. They do it just on the early side, which is fine. I think as long as there's some consultation process where you really can solicit anyone's feedback, not just, well, this is a device, so we're just gonna, it'll be open to device manufacturers, and I don't think that makes for a fair consultation process. I think it's really important to open it up, because then you can get meaningful feedback. And sometimes it's not related. Like sometimes someone totally misinterprets the regulation. Like one time when I was the Reg Council, it was a very technical thing about an application. And so we used the word supplement. And then one of the comments we got was, well, why aren't, you guys should do more about dietary supplements. And I was like, that is not what we're talking about here. Did I have to address that in the comment back? No, because it was so outside the scope. They just didn't understand. They just saw the word supplement and kind of made the comment. And then the other thing is to give meaningful time. Like, sometimes these regulations are technical, and a month is just sometimes not enough, and like, I think 60 days is the sweet spot. I mean, that's what the WTO guidance is 60 days. But I would argue even 120 if you have the luxury of time. So to me, the first baby step is to, once you decide that you're going to do a technical regulation, whether you do the public consultation on the early site or not, just make it open to anyone and accept comments from anyone. And like, everyone has a website now. It's very easy to find a way to solicit comments. You don't have to have, like we have a federal register, but there's other ways to do it. And public meetings is, like we've been talking about, is another good way. But if you're going to do public meetings, then you need to find a good way to announce it so that you get all interested stakeholders. So what type of notification would you use? Social media? There's so many different ways to access information now with the internet. It's just thinking creatively too. Thank you for that question. Both questions.
Chris.
Thank you for this presentation. I believe a very important point we have seen over the last few days, the ISO 13485 as a quality management system for manufacturers, MDSAP the same. So I believe from your presentation, implementing GRP could reference eventually in the rulemaking process a solid quality system for the regulatory authorities. And it has all the elements to have really better and quality regulatory outcomes out of this. I wanted to ask from your experience, what percentage of, let's say, regulations did not see the light after a regulatory impact assessment? So do you foresee this as? I don't think it's very high, to be honest, because a lot of times, so in the US, I think it takes a while for us to get to the point where we actually have the rule drafted. Because we do so much legwork beforehand. And so by the time we're doing the draft regulation, we have some sense. We haven't started from zero. And so whether that's because of the public public meeting, or we started getting citizen petitions about like, you guys need to start doing more in this area. So it really depends, but we usually have somewhat of a good foundational understanding to at least start. But I mean, we definitely have gotten it wrong too. Like you'll see us revoke a regulation that's been finalized. You'll see us adjust a regulation that's been proposed. So thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yes, Scott.
So that was a good segue. We're working on our final rule to incorporate by reference 13485. And I think we've all established that 13485 is, the quality system is so important. You could probably deduct that may be a reason why we're going to make that a mandatory standard. But we also know that all the other standards that we talked about are very, very important. Why don't we write those into rule versus allowing them to be utilized voluntarily? Could you maybe provide a kind of segue into what you were discussing as to
So
why
I think
that
we're going
is?
to talk more about 1345 in the aspect of how it matches kind of international trade obligations too. And I think that kind of touches on the answer as well. Yeah, so Scott's talking about sometimes we incorporate standards as we essentially go through the rulemaking process. And if we do it by incorporation, that means it's mandatory, right? If we don't do that process, it is voluntary. And again, we'll talk about the WTO definitions of technical regulation versus standards versus conformity assessment procedures. I think there's different factors. One is how foundational I think the standard is in terms of, are we going, is there, really you have to think about it as like, if there's an alternative way to do something that is viable and FDA finds that we should give some flexibility, then we should allow it. And again, that also goes to the, the RIA process, the regulatory impact assessment. We look at what the alternatives would be. So for 1345, I mean, I'm talking to the expert here. It's important that there shouldn't be an alternative, and that's kind of the first question, in terms of whether to incorporate or not. What do you think?
I completely agree, and thank you. And in addition to, as we've talked about, writing regulations takes a long time. Innovation doesn't, and we want to make sure we can keep up with it. So voluntary versus mandatory approach on certain types of technical standards versus a quality management system allows that to happen. And I think that's one aspect. The other aspect too is, where am I going with this here? Really trying to make sure that if you start putting standards into regulation from a mandatory perspective, you really do limit the opportunity for devices that are already on the market to potentially come in if they're using newer versions of standards or alternative means. And you don't want to limit the ability to have high quality products coming in, because the quality management system governs that quality, regardless of the type of standard they're using. It's on the manufacturer to demonstrate that. So for us, the quality management system is so important. We want to make sure that that's in our law
that it's mandatory versus how do you demonstrate those things. We've also used law to provide the high-level requirements, and we use our voluntary recognition program to point to how you can comply with the law through the use of a standard in a voluntary mechanism. But the law is still the mandatory, but we won't cite a standard as the law. We'll put a high-level requirement. Symbols is a good example that we did a couple of years ago. Where we used to not allow the use of symbols without adjacent text. We wrote a law that said FDA will now accept symbols from national and international recognized standards bodies, not recognized standards, but just standards bodies in lieu of a symbol with adjacent text. And what we did from a recognition standpoint was recognize a set of standards that opened up a communication. These are the ones that you could even think about using, and there's others. So again, we found a way to have the law give you the high level requirement and the standard to drive up the specific way to do it as a voluntary mechanism. I think that's a great point, Scott. I'm really glad that you said that. I think it also kind of ties into, you know, at the start of the presentation, I was saying, like, why are we all here? What is the goal as a regulator and as an industry? And it's to get high quality, safe and effective medical products out there. And I, you know, not everyone thinks good regulatory practices is the most interesting field, but I personally love it because to me, it's like the entry point of better access to medical products. I can't see those things separate.
Kristen, what if I propose that we get into the second part of this topic?
Okay.
Get into the conversation and then continue with a Q&A after we go through that. So I'd like to invite Marina Carvalho to join you over there for the next part of our session. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Scott. Yeah. You're too kind. Oh, here.
So Marina ended up being the lucky one. She got an applause even before starting.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you can see me, but we decided to do some different dynamics for this presentation because we understand the subject is a bit slow maybe, or arid and dry.
Right.
Right.
We'll try and combat that.
Yeah. So bearing in mind the time that we have and the importance of this subject. So I invited Kristen that we do like a Q&A. And obviously, if you have questions, you are more than welcome to join us. So the dynamics for us today is that I'm going to ask some questions and Kristen is going to go through it throughout her presentation and her thoughts. And she's going to talk a little bit on World Trade Organization, the agreement on tariffs, technical barriers to trade, and what it has to do with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
So thank you for.
While we get the slides up, I wanted, so I obviously already introduced myself, you know who I am, but one thing I didn't say is more about the structure of the office that I come from. So I'm within the Office of Global Policy and Strategy within FDA. And so we don't, our office is, we sit under the commissioner's office. So we don't specify like devices, we cover devices, foods, biologics, any like FDA policy that has impact on a global level. So the reason why I raise that here is because within that office, I'm in the Office of Trade and Global Partnerships. And I understand not every regulator has a similar structure, but the reason why I raise it here is because we essentially, in this office, lead in areas that of trade policy that could affect or do affect FDA regulated products. And the things that we're talking about today with the World Trade Organization very much directly impact regulators. So I want you all to hopefully again we'll make this bite size and not too dry, but that's our goal.
So should I
think we're not yet. One slide in and then yes. I just need the slides. Well, you know what, I can cover objectives, but without the slides, it's fine. So what I hope people get out of this part of the presentation, One is that there's, a general, to be aware of the World Trade Organization and the agreement on the technical barriers to trade. You're going to hear me say that a lot, TBT. To be aware of it, to understand kind of the essence of what we're getting at and why, as a regulator, why do we care? Like, we have a trade agency, let them worry about it. Well, that's not really the case. And you'll see why. We actually, as regulators, are really the driver of the conversations that happen on the floor of the World Trade Organization, as you probably know. And then I think the third thing that I hope that people get out of it is, what we were just talking about with good regulatory practices, how that feeds into trade obligations, and the idea of transparency. So that's the essence of what we're hoping to talk about. And so we can, oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I got the thing. Yeah. Okay, Marina, it's all you.
So thank you. I'm glad now that I'm not there.
Yeah, yeah,
So
I
know the feeling.
understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the first question, I think it's a pretty basic, like setting the grounds, like what is for us to know about the WTO, the TBT agreement, and other international agreements that you understand that are relevant for this discussion and for regulators to know?
Mm-hmm. So the World Trade Organization, WTO, is an international organization based in Geneva, established in 1995. And really the essence, I mean, there's a lot of history to the WTO, even preceding 1995, but the thing to really understand is it's a body of 164 country members, right? 164. And most of the decisions are made by consensus. Not majority. There is a possibility of majority, but most of it is made by consensus. So what you want to keep that in mind when we talk about the decisions of that come out of these agreements. But the World Trade Organization has created an organization to provide a forum for members to discuss trade disputes, as well as to a forum for negotiating trade agreements and to monitor how the agreements are going generally. It can be seen as a resource for certain members as well. And then I forget these aren't coming. So the agreements that I find relevant for FDA, there's the general agreement on tariffs and trade, the GATT, and then kind of that fluffs off of that is the agreement on technical barriers to trade, as well as for FDA, we find it particularly relevant, as well as sanitary and phytosanitary SPS agreement, but we're obviously not going to be talking about that today unless anyone wants to talk to me later about food safety, which I will decline answers because I don't know SPS as well as the other ones. And then the agreement on trade-related aspects of intellectual property and rights. But also one I should have mentioned is like the trade facilitation agreement is also a big one. So things that happen at the customs at the border affect any commodity, right? And so sometimes FDA, for instance, FDA regulations could affect what happens at the border. So we want to care about that as well. I think, so like I said, we're going to be focusing on the TBT side. And so what's TBT? Technical barriers to trade. And it really aims to ensure that there's 3 areas, and we're going to talk about this in depth, like I mentioned: regulations, standards, and conformity assessment procedures. So think of the, TBT as like kind of the three buckets, even though they're very similar in certain ways, as you'll see. And then that there is a sense of principles of non-discriminatory policy, as well as that we don't create unnecessary obstacles to trade. So there's one thing I want, so my notes are frozen. Hold on a second. There we go. Okay, so one thing I wanted to point out is that notice how it says unnecessary obstacles to trade. That means that there might be necessary barriers to trade, right? And as public health regulators, we know that, there's reasons why we add restrictions. It's for the safety of the patients most of the time is the motivator. So it's, I think sometimes regulators see this as, well, this is just trying to tell me what to do, and it's not. It's really to kind of frame it in almost the analysis, like the RIA that we were talking about earlier, like to actually look at the rule that you're proposing, and is there an alternative that would meet the same objective? Things, those types of considerations. Sorry, Marina, my screen is frozen. There we go. I think, oh, yes. So, TBT agreement is kind of the WTO is the foundational agreement, but then you'll see it permeate into other agreements. So I'm sure everyone in this room knows the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And actually in that agreement, it has the same objectives. They're very aligned with the WTO TBT agreement. So in the United States, we have our own separate agreements. Like for instance, the United States Mexico Canada agreement. So sometimes it's colloquially known as the NAFTA 2.0. But we have a TBT chapter, and it's like, we call it TBT plus. So the WTO TBT agreement laid the foundation, and then there's certain things in that agreement that enhance amongst those three parties, the TBT agreements.
And I think it's also important to make this kind of comparison in relation to the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, right? So we can have like the TBT obligations and then the regional obligations, and then
I think, and sorry, one thing I was going to say that I wanted to mention is that it's I mean, you have these offshoot of agreements with, they're either bilats or trilats or whatever, but I mean, it's great that it's promoting of international best practices and standards. I mean, it's very hard to have a global market without those things. I mean, that's why the trade aspect is so important. But I mean, Scott and others have been talking all week about like the importance of international standards from a regulator perspective. But I mean, that's where the overlay is here, right? And it's great to see it permeate into other agreements.
And I think to your point, and I would like for you to address a little bit of that, is like how technical regulations and conformity assessment procedures, those documents and regulations, they are developed by countries internally, but they should be connected with those definitions, right? Those from the TBT agreement and also the other international agreements.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, to understand that, I think we first should look at what the actual definition is. So I think these slides will be shared too later. So, I'm going to speed a little bit through the basics of it, but, so there's three concepts of technical regulations and standards. And really the part in red is the most important part, right? For the first two. The difference and also that Scott was talking about with his question is when something like, why are we something mandatory versus not? And again, I think that's, for the regulator to determine, but for technical regulations, it really lies in that it's mandatory in nature. So if an imported product does not fulfill the requirements of a technical regulation, it may not be allowed to be imported into that country. Whereas, standards, if they don't comply with that standard, then they probably can still get through, but they might need to show whatever alternative way that they've met the ultimate requirement from that regulator. And then I don't want to forget conformity assessment procedures. So think about it as testing, verification, and certifications. And I think as regulators, I mean, the most obvious is inspections, right? So that is where we're thinking about when we think about conformity assessment procedures. Sorry, my screen, there we go. One example there's a lot of examples that I'm sure we can think of as a group about examples of a technical regulation, but 13,485, now that for FDA, once it's finalized, it's incorporated as essentially a regulation and replaces a 21 CFR 820. And so it'll be fall under technical regulation because it's mandatory.
So Kristen, coming to you and to these concepts that you shared, this is also applied to domestic products and imported products. So we have to take all the sector into consideration, right?
Yes. Yeah. So there's like a, a uniform approach to it. That's right. And we'll talk more about non-discrimination, most favored nation treatment.
Yeah, I think that's very important to keep in mind.
Mhm.
And then I would ask you to add a little bit on what are the other obligations that we might have in the TBT agreement that all national authorities should be worried about.
Yeah, I think thinking we'll break down what it means in terms of like considering international standards when we get to that definition. But I mean, really, so we talked about GRP, and the three ideas were transparency, the public consultation process, and regulatory impact assessment. So, now that we're talking about the TBT principles, and again, these are trade obligations, but they're very much they very much overlap with GRP. So you see transparency, you see use of international standards, not more trade restrictive than necessary, and non-discrimination. I would kind of group those actually under like an impact assessment, in the fact that you're surveying like what the thing that you're about to propose as a regulation, is it necessary? Are there alternatives? And I kind of view that as like, that's where the overlap would be between GRP. But we'll talk more about the transparency as well. Let me make sure I covered everything that I wanted to cover on this one. Okay, so I think, do you mind moving the next slide? Well, I'll just start. I know we're running out of time, so I don't want to lose the momentum, but there's the idea of the most favored nation and national treatment, and that's what the next slide is about. And so most favored nation, it really means treating virtually everyone equal. And so each member treats all the members equally as most favor. So it's kind of setting like the bar of the trading partners. If a country improves the benefit that it gives to one trading partner, then it should give that same best treatment to all the other WTO members, so that they can all remain most favored. This principle is foundational to trade rules. It's really, I talked about the general agreement, the GATT. This really is like the foundational piece of that. And so it governs everything from, we're talking about TBT, but also intellectual property agreement, as well as customs. So it's a foundational piece. National treatment, so it's eliminating hidden domestic barriers. So I'm trying to think of it. I wanted to give a concrete example, but of course I didn't write one down. But it's also foundational in a lot of different agreements. It concerns how products from a country are treated in comparison to domestic products. So is there, for some reason, a product that's being imported has to go through an additional review process compared to domestic, and does it match a public health objective, or is this, what is the intended purpose of the imposed requirement? This is also, both of these are very foundational principles to make trade flow. This is pretty important. So when we, again, I'm going to keep tying it to GRP, but we're talking about proposed regulation, and I was talking about the interagency, review. Sorry, guys. The interagency review process, which is before we issue a proposed regulation, we have other agencies within the US government review it before we announce the text. And that is a good way to show, like, there's an impact from, the US Trade Representative has identified an impact on foreign goods that are coming in with this regulation. So then now we have to have a pretty serious conversation about whether this regulation is necessary. Does it meet a public health objective? Really do the cost of benefit analysis and have a discussion with the agency that handles the trade side. So it's very much on the forefront of FDA's thought process. There we go. So, and this is where it is in the agreement. So you'll hear me say articles, and all of this again is in the slides. I'm not going to read the entire slides, but to think about it as no less favorable treatment and access to suppliers. So it's really, conformity assessment procedures. there's been times where regulator imposes an additional requirement on imported goods, and the data hasn't shown that it's necessary. And so as a regulator, if you are starting to make a policy that you should have, like, not red flags, but essentially check marks to make sure that this is in line with general trade obligations as well. Okay, so I do want to talk about this. I'm scared we're running out of time, Marina. So I will speed through the rest of it, but I do want to talk about this, and then we can speed along. So you'll see the word necessary in both of these provisions about trade restrictiveness. And several of the WTO agreements actually have this like necessity test. And it really reflects the balance of the WTO agreements with like two important goals: preserving the freedom of each member to set requirements and achieve regulatory objectives. Autonomy is important, as well as then the other side, discouraging members from adopting or maintaining measures that unduly restrict trade. So the necessity test, essentially, we're looking at the covered measure that restricts trade, and then making sure that it does not go beyond what is necessary to achieve the member's policy objectives. So in the technical barriers to trade world, the WTO would examine the existence of reasonably available alternatives that is less restrictive than the measure at issue to determine if the original measure is necessary. So this might be touched on when we talk about examples, but again, like we were talking about the regulatory impact assessment, and it's kind of the same idea as are there alternatives? Does it make sense to go down this path? No, please go ahead.
No, I was going to ask exactly how come this relates to international standards that we've been talking so much in the past few days. I think that's very important to the TBT agreement, right?
I agree. I want to jump to what it says in the agreement. So in red, members shall use them, the relevant international standards is them, or relevant parts of them as the basis for their technical regulation. And then there's an exception provided. So except when such international standards would be ineffective or inappropriate means to fulfill the legitimate objectives pursued. So, that is, to me, I look up 2.4 often when I'm looking at not only our own regulations, but when I'm trying to understand a fellow regulator's position, and if it really matches with that, and then I'll look at what their proposed regulation or final regulation is and see if there's a disconnect, or like what questions can we ask to either solicit the data that they use to kind of back up their the exception, or is this a measure that they just use country specific standards, and you don't really fully understand the reason why. I don't know, Marina, what do you think?
I think that's like the goal, to have international standards aligned, because that's the only way you have free trade and flow of goods throughout the country. And in the end of the day, you will be able to assess products all over. So, I think the agreement brings a space to adapt and to think about what is specific to my country. But in the end of the day, this has to be done with a very big responsible knowledge that we have to do it only in what is different and justifiable, and in the least jeopardizing to trade alternative possible. So if we have those requirements, these criteria in place, then we will be able to adapt the standards in a tradable, friendly way, right?
Yeah, and also the conformity assessment side mirrors that. It says members shall ensure that central government bodies use them, again, international standardizing bodies, or relevant parts of them for the basis of their conformity assessment procedures. Again, and it's just kind of a similar exception. I think it's important to, we talk, there's such an emphasis on international standards, and there's a reason why, but conformity assessment procedures are, I feel like a lot of times, where we see the TBT issues come in, when there's like additional country specific requirements to like the cap, and we're trying to understand the logic behind that. Again, and that goes into more of the transparency piece, which we'll also talk about.
Yeah, and I think that's the bridge to transparency, because when we are talking also about conformity assessment procedures, we have to pay attention into transparency rules and how the alternatives were thought and how they brought those procedures in mind. So I would like you maybe to bring it up, this is transparency needs between all the technical regulations and conformity assessment regulators have to take care of, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I skipped over some slides about FDA's work on international standards bodies and our participation in, and I it's not that I don't think those things are important, but I think we've already talked about them in other presentations. So I think focusing on transparency is a good point, Marina. To me, again, this is like the GRP and TBT agreement obligations. They really overline here. And so I think the main point, so in the TBT agreement, there's Article 2.9, which I didn't bother including because really it's about the rubber meets the road here. And so now you have this agreement, it says the things that you're supposed to do, but now you need to be transparent about it. And so what that really means is publishing a notice at an early stage of the proposed measure, notifying other WTO members about this proposed rule and what stage you're in. And then upon request, provide particular copies of that proposed measure, identify the parts that deviate from international standards, and allow for a reasonable time for comment. I answered one of the questions about like what are some of the, it was a great question about like what are some of the baby steps a regulator can do when they're talking about GRP, and I think time. And the WTO, there's essentially a guidance document related to the TBT, and it's about comment period, and it's 60 days. I think that's reasonable, but it should be a proposed, you shouldn't have it final and then accepting comments, because then it seems disingenuous essentially. Like, why would you be asking for comments when this thing is already final? It's already, the horse is out of the gate. There's no turning back now. So what does that really mean? That means there's a tool used on the WTO called EPing. It's new. There was a big party last year for it because it's an amazing tool. I don't mean to joke about it. It actually is amazing. It's a way to search notifications from other members. But what does that mean for a regulator? Like, why would you care about this website? This is what the website looks like. So here is the inquiry point contacts. So each country has essentially a designated person who's listed on EPing. And so let's say, your country X, and you heard through the grapevine, either, over coffee after this, that such and such country is going to be proposing that a regulation on devices, and you're very curious about it. You can, if you don't have a contact, you may be able to have a regulator conversation, but maybe you don't have that contact. What you can do is work with your trade agency and essentially through the trade agencies contact that other country once they've notified to the EPing, and you can have just essentially a conversation about their proposed measure, or you can submit in writing questions to them, but it's all through the TBT notification process.
And I think it's also very important for private sectors and industry and I mean, general stakeholders to be aware of EPing. I get into my email every day, every new technical regulation that is notified to the WTO by which authority and what is the grace period for comments. And if those products, you can select the products that actually are of interest for you. And I mean, even the authorities can do that. And that's a very, very productive way to be aware of everything that is going on into your sector in relation to technical rules. So I think that's the main goal for EPing.
Yes. Okay. I think we can wrap up.
Yeah, that's
okay.
the final
Okay.
thing.
I see it's lunch. We are standing in between lunch. This is not a good place to be. I feel like I just went on a safari on Sunday. I know what that looks like in the real world. So the thing that I want folks to get out of this is, maybe the WTO TBT agreement isn't the first thing that you think of when you're at your desk thinking about a regulation. if you start thinking about good regulatory practices in general and the approach and being transparent, it kind of comes with it. And some regulators are very, they have close contact with their trade agencies. And so it's kind of, it ends up being like a natural process of interagency coordination. And sometimes it needs to be developed more. And so I hope after this conversation that there's more of a reflection on like, well, who do we know in our trade agency? Like, what is the conversation like? If we have a rule that, again, it's another way to get the proposed rule out there in the world for people to know that you're accepting comments. I mean, you have your, whatever way that you do it, whether it's through your Gazette or on your own website where you're doing your public consultation process. This is just a part of it. It's just a part of it. And then, I think actually FDA is very active with the TPT committee. So it's the committee with all the WTO members where we discuss the TPT issues. We're active in that because there's a lot of commodity areas for us that are affected. Foods, vaccines, devices, drugs, all of tobacco, that's another one. And so we actually, there's thematic sessions. So there's resources. It's not just about the notification process. You can also view the committee as a resource. If you think that actually, we should be talking about, for instance, there was a thematic session on e-commerce, which is a hot topic right now. AI is another hot topic. Both of those were covered this past week in the TBT committee. And it's just, a panel discussion, but you can actually solicit like an expert from your team, or you could advise like, I want to go to this, or I want to attend virtually because I want to hear the questions I suggest asking, or you can ask them yourselves because they do have a Q&A at the end. Anyways, what I'm saying is this is a resource too. It's not just about the notification process and to understand the obligations. It's to understand that this is also a conversation piece. So.
Kristen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we are tight in time, but I was told we can open like for 2 questions maybe. And I see Stephen has one question. So let's begin with her maybe, and then Stephen. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
My name is Mercy from Beckton Dickinson. That's from the industry. This topic is very dear to the industry because, of course, we are here to trade, and the regulator is there to regulate us. We totally feel it. Now, the question that I'd like to raise is the coordination between, like FDA and the other agencies. Because talking from maybe the regulators, although I'm not one, I would think that they're very. Most African authorities are really in the initial stages of starting up regulation and growing. And so some parts of the regulation are left with some of these other agencies. I'm interested in like FDA's process of maturity. I know FDA is like 100 or 200, 300 years old, and we all just
We're not
starting
that old.
up.
Yeah. Our country is fairly young, actually, but yes.
Yeah. So how did you grow into, FDA being the total authority? You can see it in the standards committees, but you maintain your final authority. How do you coordinate with the other, anyone who could, here we are talking of like laboratory technologies wanting to, have a bit of regulation for their things. How did that maturity, how did you process that? I'm just interested in.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So when you say coordination, do you mean like within the US government and related to
the trade?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So the inquiry point for the United States, it's through NIST. It's basically 2 people, Marianne and the other person. And Marianne is like, she's literally a champion. So we work with her. I mean, I say literally because she just got an award. It's like the champion of transparency or something. But so we work with the agency that's in charge of the inquiry point. We'll let her know like, hey, we have this technical regulation coming. Can you please notify it? So that's one minimal aspect. But when we're talking about like the trade, the consideration of international trade and the impact of that happens on the GRP side first, because so essentially what happens is, let's say I come up with a regulation about kneecap implants. I don't know. And I'm ready to, like, I've written out the rule. I have an idea. We have a central coordinating body outside of FDA and called OMB, and we let them know, hey, we're going to do that. We're about to publish this. And then they essentially send it out to all the agencies saying like, hey, I think, everyone's like, this is, maybe there's an issue on aluminum or something, like maybe there's something and then it conflicts with an EPA rule. So then you'll hear from other agencies, and for the US trade representative is they're the US, now it's like very obvious, but they're the US representative on the committee. And so we also coordinate with them. We exist because we do that coordination piece. Some of these slides are actually pulled from internal presentations. And the reason why I bring that up here is because when I was a Reg Counsel before this global office, I did not think about WTO. That was not something that came across my mind. Someone else, when it went through our clearance process, someone else thought about it. It wasn't like it just went out, but it just, we weren't aware. And so when we realized that, when I came into the global office, we realized like, we should get the word out internally within our own agency too about WTO. So actually a lot of these slides we use to, talk about, the significance of international standards and our work in international standards, and actually how that plays an important role globally. I can't stress that enough, I guess. Marina, I don't know if you had any questions from an outside perspective.
No, I was going to add that when working with different ministries at the government, we realized that sometimes they are not really in contact with the inquiry points within their government that actually talk to the WTO. So I think a first task that we realize it's really important is for them to be in touch. So all of your countries for sure have an inquiry point at the TBT committee, and you can find them at EPING, and you can find internally, obviously. And you should be you have like a standard operating procedure with them, so you can notify the rules that you have, the technical regulations you are creating, so they can notify the WTO. And this is really important because then you have the deadlines that we talked about, and Kristen mentioned that makes the life of all the users and consumers and sectors easier in terms of complying with those obligations later on. So
and I will say too, I've had people in different offices within FDA contact me saying, hey, have you heard anything? This country is going to regulate on contact lenses and we're not familiar with it. Has it been notified? And EPING is a tool also for us too. It's not just about the notification. We see if it's been notified, in addition to also, just like trying to do research on whatever regulator site as well. But the first step for me is EPING every time. So it's not just about the internal coordination, but then we can have an idea like, hey, I pulled down the measure for you, here it is. And then they decide like, do you want to go through the trade conversation that way, like where trade agencies are involved, or do you want it to be regulator to regulator? And as a regulator perspective, we want autonomy in the decision, like which is the most appropriate way to do this, but yeah.
So Stephen, do you still want to?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Kristen, for the presentation, and Marina for the questions. Stephen Bipes from the MDRC team. I know lunch is in front of us, so 3 quick questions.
3 quick answers.
3. Okay, good. Under Article 2.4, we know that it allows there to be members of the WTO are allowed to not use international standards, but they generally have to provide the rationale. And we see that's often not the case. Curious on your views on how the FDA deals with that. 2, if you could touch briefly on Article 2.3 of the TBT as well. And then also in the text, it refers to members, of course, being the members of the WTO, but not just the trade ministries, but the NRAs. And often we understand it's the trade ministries that get summoned to Geneva if there's a problem, but really it's only the NRAs that can develop the SOPs to resolve the problem. Just be curious on the FDA's views on those 3 aspects.
I will try to do this quick. Stephen, you're really challenging me. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. So.
2.4 on
2.4, yes. So legitimate objective. I mean, I think when it kind of touches on what I was just saying in terms of if we see another regulator creating a requirement and departing from international standards, and we don't really understand, like the thought process hasn't been clear to us, at least in the measure or the what we call, the preamble, the background information, then we'll decide, like, should this be a conversation via our U.S. trade representative? And what that means is we would say to USTR, our colleagues, hey, we see country X has this thing. We don't really understand why they're departing from international standards. They've been a part of the conversation. It just seems very surprising. What should we do? The margins of the TBT committee meetings. The meeting is actually Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, usually ending a little early on Friday. And the reason why I bring the schedule up is because it's a very packed day, because you're fitting in maybe even just a 15-minute meeting to say, like, here are questions about this measure. Can you work with your regulator to provide answers to kind of understand what is the legitimate objective as to why you're departing from the international standards or relevant parts of them. There was one about
2.3.
Do you know how much, what, you got to give me a little hint because I am tired.
This is the where the circumstances giving rise to a technical regulation have changed, and there's now a less trade restrictive.
Oh, like the retrospective.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Usually I'm more on my game, but I am very tired from all the travel, so I apologize. Okay, so I talked about it in the GRP very briefly because it's kind of its own subject at the same time, which is retrospective review. So it's an important part of being a regulator is to ride with change, and so if you have an inflexible regulation, or it just really doesn't meet what is going on in the world, then there should be essentially an SOP or requirements in place where you look back and seeing if things are still working. And I will give a non-device example that just came up, which is on the food side, we have regulations related to like the standards for food. Who knew canned tuna could be so interesting? But our like specifications for that item was from the 1970s, and it wasn't matching the technology of how they do the weights of the canned tuna and how much liquid. And so finally we're catching up in that regard. And it's because there's a retrospective review process in place. Marina, I don't know if you have anything else.
No, you were the
okay.
star.
And then the third one.
The roles of the NRAs versus the trade ministries in resolving issues.
Internally. Okay, yes. So part of that comes naturally when you have an interagency coordination piece to developing a regulation. So when the way it works in the United States, we have a central organized body that essentially does like the agenda for the year, saying like, hey, like here's the list of things that you're going to see coming out from these different agencies. That same organizing body will also do the same thing internally in terms of now we have the proposed regulation, and our trade agency might have an issue with the approach that FDA has taken. I can't name an example off the top of my head that I could provide here, but I will say the conversations highlight the data that we need to extract better in our summary. Because it's not that trade agencies are going to be telling us what to do. We still have very much autonomy over our technical regulations, but we're still trying to meet those obligations in the TBT agreement. And so what that really means is trying to really drill down to why we're departing from, the international standard, or why this seems, restrictive. But again, it could be basically getting to that point of necessary. Why is this a necessary restriction and not just, well, we thought it was a good idea? Hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for for your presentation and for all your thoughts. I think they are really necessary for all of us. I mean, it's a very important topic. I know we are late, so I would like to invite everybody for lunch. And I think Kristen is available for questions, for
Yes.
answering questions
Absolutely.
afterwards. Yeah.
Yes.
And we are here to help. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, everyone.
And for the questions that remain open in the for our online participants, we again will be providing responses to those after the meeting is over. Thank you very much. And if we can be back in like 55 minutes, meaning like 1:30, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Welcome back from lunchtime. We are ready to get started. So we welcome everybody to take your seats so we can go and get started with afternoon session. So now we're going to get into the IVD's world. Even though they have been mentioned, and we have had them in mind throughout the week. Now we have the next couple of hours for us to deep dive on those. So for that, I'm welcoming over here Noah Fongwen from the Africa Center for Disease Control Diagnostics Advisory Committee to share with us an overview of the activities of the center. And after that, we will have Asma Awad, Global Regulatory Policy Network Lead EMEA, and Christopher Odero, Regulatory Policy and Intelligence Manager, Roche Diagnostics, also to share on elevating diagnostics availability. And right after they are done with their presentations, we're really eager to have like a very open conversation and getting into Q&A into the deepest possible way, like for 40 minutes or so. So thank you very much. No, the floor is yours.
Is that okay? Good. So I think coming right now after lunch, where everybody feels like sleeping, and all the blood now directed to your digestive system, other than the brain, I will just not take so much of your time. What I just want to present is going to take a maximum of 15 minutes because I don't like to talk a lot. I like to do. So I want to thank all the organizers for inviting Africa CDC here. I want to thank the US FDA. I want to thank the AMDF. And I want to thank the Africa CDC administration for their support towards our work with the AMDF. So what I'll be presenting now is what will be the role of Africa CDC in supporting the AMDF, how Africa CDC came to identify this role, and what are the things that we'll be doing in the future to make sure that we fill this critical gap as far as the harmonization of IVD regulation is concerned in Africa. And one of the things we have to note is that there are three main activities, as you already know, as regulators, which is your review of dossiers. We have the site visit, and the third is the independent evaluation of your diagnostics to be able to generate evidence that the regulators need to have their decisions. So as you see, the role that Africa CDC is playing is to come in as a technical agency to be able to fill that gap and provide quality evidence on the performance of IVDs on a continental scale that will enable regulators to be able to judge objectively how good a diagnostic test is. And that forms a crucial part in the regulatory approval process. Next slide, please. So let me go back here. So I'll start by talking about what are some of the reasons why we have a challenge in introducing diagnostics into health systems. And we saw this really, really important in the time of COVID-19, where other continents were other regions were really fast in having diagnostics introduced for use, while Africa lagged behind because there were several processes. And one of the challenges that we found in the introduction of IVDs into health systems is the lack of data on the performance of diagnostics. And we know that if regulators don't have the right performance data on diagnostics, they will not be able to come out with a good decision. And in some cases, when you go to meet regulators, one of the things they will ask you is, we need to run an evaluation of your diagnostic test. So some will introduce it into their site, into the laboratories to be able to run fresh evaluations so that they can have that information that they need to decide on the diagnostics. And in some cases where we have, I'll give you an example of the PIMA CD4. The PIMA CD4 was evaluated more than 42 times in different sites, only to generate data that they need to decide on the performance of the test. And in some cases, this lack of data is what is leading to a lot of repetitive evaluations in different countries across Africa. Just imagine you come in with your diagnostic test and you are supposed to run that diagnostic test in 55 member states. Run the evaluation in 55 member states, which means if you go to Cameroon, they say we need a fresh evaluation. You go to Nigeria, they say run this evaluation in Nigeria. You go to so many countries. Africa is a huge continent of close to 1.5 billion people and 55 member states. So imagine yourself facing that challenge where, because of that lack of data and because of the fact that some regulators don't like using data that is out of their country or out of the region, they'll say, okay, this evaluation was this, the data you are presenting was not, the evaluation was not carried out, for example, in Zambia or was not carried out in Nigeria. We need fresh evaluations in Nigeria for us to be able to decide. Another one is that because of that, the reason why we have this lack of data is because there has been a lack of capacity to actually run those evaluations and be able to generate that data that is needed. We have limited centers of excellence across Africa. And in some countries, labs are used that don't have a certain standard in terms of running evaluations. So with that, we have systems where evaluations are run in a way that we don't have quality data. So because of that, in 2019, when Dr. John Kengasong was the director of Africa CDC, they started some kind of discussions about how to build a system where at a continental level, we can be able to generate data that is needed, that NRAs across Africa will be able to access to be able to help them decide on how good diagnostic performance is. And with that, they launched what is called the Africa Collaborative to Advance Diagnostics, which is called the AFCAD. The AFCAD is a major initiative of the African Union run by Africa CDC, which is meant to address the following key areas. The first is to promote local manufacturing of diagnostics. The second is to build capacity for centers of excellence for biobanking and capacity to run diagnostic evaluation in various centers across the continent. Then the third is to support regulatory harmonization processes, and the fourth is for global market negotiation. As you're going to see, there is a way that Africa CDC, in collaboration with AMDF and ALDO-NEPAD, have discussed on how to approach this. So the model of the AFCAD is, we need to look into the continent because we have a lot of experts in the continent. We have people that are superb laboratory experts in running diagnostic evaluation. Look into the continent, pick these experts, invite them, and form what we call the Diagnostic Advisory Committee. And the way the experts are selected is across several regions in Africa. We have experts from the north, south, central, and these are notable professionals as far as laboratory evaluations are concerned and in terms of diagnostics. So the first thing we would do is to set up a Diagnostic Advisory Committee. Then the second thing is to develop a generic protocol. Why a generic protocol? We need a protocol that can enable us run diagnostic evaluation across the continent, be able to generate data that is representative of all the regions in Africa. The third is to look at the centers that we have. How many centers do we have in Africa that we can consider as centers of excellence in running diagnostic evaluation? So we did a mapping, and there are several criteria that we use to make sure that we have centers that are located in each of the regions in Africa. So we looked into the capacity of these centers, what they have in terms of their accreditation, the kind of quality that they have in terms of human resource, what is their capability in running diagnostic evaluation. So our approach is slightly different from the WHO approach, like what the PQ uses. What the PQ does is centers are supposed to apply. And when you apply, they go through certain procedure before you are named a PQ site. For our approach as the African Union, we don't do that. We actually look at the region to be able to ensure that we don't leave any region behind, so that centers that we are selecting are representative of each of the region. Because if you just tell centers to apply, you will find a situation where you have so many WHO PQ sites, or you have so many centers of evaluation from one part of Africa, leaving another part of Africa behind. So the strategy of the AU is that the way we select our centers of excellence is that we select centers from all the regions, and in case we have so many centers in one region that are not accredited and are not at a certain level, we work together to build their capacity so that they arrive at a certain level of excellence. The objective is that all the centers you see here that I'm going to show you, they are at a certain level of excellence, they are accredited, and some of them are PQ labs, some of them are not PQ labs. So they are labs that have a certain level of accreditation in terms of human resource, excellence in running diagnostic evaluations. So I'm going to show that map that shows how those centers are distributed across Africa. Then the third is to work with regulatory authorities for registration of diagnostics. So that is how the AFCAT model is. So we were thinking over years, brainstorming. Actually, this started in 2019, and we were hit by the COVID-19 pandemic shortly after that. I know during the pandemic, people were not thinking. So this was still a child. This AFCAT process was halted because the continent was in confusion. This is something that could have helped us a lot if we had set up a system like this before the pandemic. So this was halted. Then in 2021, we continued with the initiative. So one of the things that we did was to set up a diagnostic advisory committee in consultation with the AMDF and the AMRH program of ALDO-NEPAD. And as you see, the purpose of the diagnostic advisory committee is to provide guidance on the selection, evaluation, verification, and adoption of laboratory technologies and facilitate data sharing. Let me explain that. The idea of having a diagnostic advisory committee and to have those centers of excellence is that if you have your diagnostic test, you don't need to go to individual countries and run 55 evaluations. You just need to get through the mechanism that is set up by African CDC with AMDF and introduce your diagnostic test. We'll be able to take your diagnostic test and run this evaluation in our centers of excellence and generate the data that regulatory agencies will need to be able to decide how good your test can perform. And that data that we generate will make it available in open source so that each of the NRAs, each of the countries can have access to the quality evaluation data. So that role of running that evaluation, coordinating that process of generating quality data for IVDs is the responsibility of the Diagnostic Advisory Committee. So that is the concept. I will not read the details of the objective. So to do that, we had a meeting in Dakar from the 15th to the 17th of August. And during that meeting, we worked with the AMDF and the MRH program to make sure that the terms of reference of the Diagnostic Advisory Committee are aligned with what the AMDF is doing. Because the ultimate goal is to support the AMDF, to be able to push ahead with kind of harmonizing the regulation of IVDs in the continent from a continental level. So we developed the terms of reference. We had all the 15 members of the Diagnostic Advisory Committee were present. Then they were endorsed, and then we agreed on the terms of reference and it was finalized. Now, what is next? So this is a meeting we had in Dakar. And you see there, we see Pauline, we see other people from various NRAs. This was a landmark meeting for us because it set the stage for that collaboration between Africa CDC and the AMDF and the MRH program. So from this, we decided that, okay, the next thing to do is to see how we can map to actually operationalize our terms of reference. So the meeting ensured that we align with the AMDF and the MRH. We had the terms of reference, we elected the chair, the co-chair. And after that meeting, it was one of the first times, it was first in the history where Africa CDC had a joint press release with ALDO-NEPA. 2 AU agencies came together to give a single press release. And in that press release, we set out the collaboration between Africa CDC and ALDO-NEPA. And in that collaboration, we set out some of the key things that Africa CDC will be doing with ALDO-NEPA in the years to come. So this is a space that you have to watch closely. And the things are clearly spelled out on this slide. The first thing is, after this meeting, we said it will be necessary for Africa CDC to develop a list of priority diagnostics. A list of priority diagnostics in the continent that will be addressing priority diseases for the continent. So we look at the list. It doesn't need to be diagnostic that is approved or not. Just look at the list, come up with diagnostics, whether they are approved or they are not approved. Then we work on the list with AMDF and with the MRH program to ensure that the diagnostics that are on that list that have not yet been approved have a mechanism for them to be approved at a continental level. And after that, the goal looking into the future will be to establish an African system under the AMRH through the AMDF for the assessment and certification of IVDs. The third thing is to support African NRAs to register diagnostics recommended by the AMRH, AMDF, and WHO pre-qualification process, and create a list of AU suitable certified diagnostics for priority diseases. The fourth is that it's about the mapping I'm talking about, the mapping of centers of excellence for diagnostic evaluation. Then the fifth is about local manufacturing. The sixth is about price negotiation using the African Union mechanism. Then the seventh is to create an enabling environment for local manufacturing in Africa. So those are some of the key things that the Diagnostic Advisory Committee will be working towards to achieve in the few years to come. So what is our approach? Our approach to accelerating access is that Diagnostic Advisory Committee occupies a key role. We might receive requests from the AMDF. We might receive requests from the MRH, from the AMDF, from NRAs, and from manufacturers, and from others to evaluate their test. When that request comes, it is going to be reviewed by the Diagnostic Advisory Committee on the purpose of the evaluation, the value of that evaluation, and the usefulness of that evaluation in terms of how that diagnostic is going to benefit the continent. Then after that, the Diagnostic Advisory Committee is going to work with centers of excellence for evaluation and generate the data on the performance of the diagnostic test. That data can be used in several ways. The first way they will use that data is to come out with Africa CDC recommendations on that test. Another way to use that data would be to provide that data to the AMRH program, to AMDF, so that they can be able to move ahead with continental approval. Another way is that the data that we generate in that system can be used to register diagnostics in different NRAs in Africa. And we'll make sure that we connect that data with the various ministries of health and various regulatory agencies in the member states. So that is how we intend to go about it. So this is how our current mapping of the centers look like. There are some new centers that have been added. For example, Mozambique has been added because we've worked with some technical experts and we've seen that Mozambique has been upgraded to a point that it is credited not only to be part of our center, but it's also now working as a center of excellence for PQ. So some of these centers, many of them are PQ sites. Some of them are not PQ sites. These centers, as of now, they might not have the same level of ability or capacity to run evaluation, but the objective is that at some point in time, all the centers that you see there must be speaking the same language in terms of accreditation and in terms of capacity. So this is it we have from now. So you can see that it starts from the north to the south. And the reason is that it's like that because Africa has what we call regional economic blocks. And if we are selecting centers and we are thinking about kind of harmonization in the future, we need to make sure that the data we are generating is representative of the different regions. So in the north, we have the Institute Pasteur in Morocco. In West Africa, we have IPD Dakar, we have NCDC in Nigeria, we have also Neguchi in Ghana. If you come to Central Africa, we have that in DRC in Gabon, we have in Kenya, we have also in Uganda. If you come down in Southern Africa, we have the ZMPHI in Zambia, and we have the NHLS in South Africa. So our hope is that as we move along, we kind of in each region increase the centers that we have to make sure we have more centers, because the idea is that when you, the NRAs, a time will come, you, the NRAs, you will be overburdened with requests for evaluation. Your labs, for example, in South Africa cannot handle all the requests that are going to be coming. So what we want to do is that as you start receiving a lot of requests to run evaluations, one simple way is to introduce it to this mechanism. We'll be able to take the test, run it at a faster rate, because we have more centers, we have more capacity, so that you can use the data generated here in your countries. So what next? What are the next steps? What we want to do is that from the 15th to the 17th, I'll be back in Nairobi, because the Diagnostic Advisory Committee will be meeting. And what will be the purpose of their meeting? The purpose of their meeting is to work. Remember what I showed about the press release, the key things that we'll be doing moving ahead. One of the key things that we'll be discussing is how we are going to, that is to develop a work plan for that committee for the next years to come. The first thing we are going to be talking about in the work plan is how we are going to be developing that priority list of diagnostics. What is the approach? What is the methodology? Because if a list is going to come out and kind of posted on the Africa CDC website or the AU website, it has to have a certain kind of methodology. So these scientists are going to come together and discuss on the methodology to produce the priority list. The next thing is development of the generic protocol. We have to come up with a protocol that is endorsed by all the members, endorsed by all those experts on how to rapidly come out with a protocol to run our evaluations. Because before you run an evaluation for a diagnostic test, it has to follow a protocol. So we'll develop that protocol. The next thing is how we are doing the mapping of the centers. What are the considerations for expanding our centers of excellence? And remember, one thing that is very important is not just about the centers of excellence. It's about capacity building of the centers of excellence. It's not just having those centers to ensure that we build capacity, because the ultimate goal is that we must have centers that have a certain capacity and help them to improve their capacity. Next thing is our approach towards local manufacturing. And also we'll have the opportunity to discuss on our collaboration with PEPFAR, because we have been approached by PEPFAR and other funders on how we can operationalize this mechanism, how to pilot using our system and all of that. We have detailed discussion of that. Then moving ahead, we'll continue our engagement with the AMDF and ALDO NEPAD to support regulatory harmonization efforts. And one thing that we're going to do is, that I failed to mention, is we are not just only going to run evaluation and generate data and give to AMDF or give to the NRA at a continental level. Africa CDC is not only a technical agency, it's a political agency. It has the political power. So what is going to happen is, after the regulators approve a test, what happens after that? We have to make sure we use that connection we have with the ministries of health and bring the governments together to make sure that that facilitates the procurement and the adoption of that test in different member states. What we don't do is that we are not the regulatory agencies. So we are supporting the AMDF and supporting the AMRH to make sure that that test is approved. Once the test is approved, leave it for us. We are going to take that test, work with the ministries of health, and ensure that it is used in countries, and that test is adopted for use at the level of the member states. So I think, is this still functioning? So I'll conclude by saying that Africa has 1.5 billion people, and there is no excuse to say a population of 1.5 billion people cannot do it. We can do it. And for those who think they can doubt Africa, wait and see. You will see things will happen. You will see things will happen. So one thing we have is we have very young people. And if you have a continent with with a lot of young people, projected to have so many young people. We have hundreds of millions of young people. These people are not going to die anytime soon. So there is sustainability. They are not going to die anytime soon. So what I want to say is that we need to come together. This is a time we have to take that opportunity. Africa CDC has gone full, in fact, heads on, fully to support the AMDF. What you have to do as partners, industry, funders, is to make sure that you also support the AMDF. Also NRH, all the NRH in Africa, the national, your work is, if we have a stronger AMDF, it benefits you as an NRA. Because as you build up to strengthen and facilitate the work of the AMDF, that is how you are going to operationalize the AMA. And remember, if you speak in one language, it makes the 1.5 billion even stronger. So we have to have an Africa where we speak in one language. When you go to Ethiopia, what the Ethiopia NRA is saying is the same thing the NRA in Zambia is saying. And all of that fits into the AMDF. It's only by doing that that we'll have our respect as Africa. Thank you very much.
So there's a question over here.
Several actually.
Africa shall rise. Thank you very much. That is empowering. Your talk was very empowering and very encouraging. I really want to state my appreciation. There was a slide on press release that was of importance. It's not a question, but a comment, and not only to South Africa, but to other NRAs. I don't know if you can display it now or it's done. It's slide number 3, I think.
Yeah.
The one on press release.
Please, can you project the slide on press release?
I think I can recall a bit about it, but what it spoke to me, it spoke to what I've been saying when I was closing remark, being a responsible NRA. And when I see, it's a press release one.
Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, this one. No, next slide. Next slide. Yeah, this is it. This is it.
Develop a list of diagnostics for priority disease. This spoke to me. I'm about to, or South Africa is about to start product registration. There is information for free instead of me going to do a research. Those are priority diseases that when we're doing a product collab, we can go to. So for me, that's a huge work that we would have done for an NRA as well as for Africa. And I just want to applaud that. That's why I'm saying it's not a question, but just to raise that point that when we are starting doing product registration, we need to identify the rationale behind why are we starting with this particular class of product. When I saw that, I got one reason to put on my document to say the reason why I'm starting with this, it's a continental issue, and it speaks also to post-marketing surveillance, because it's not an African, it's not a South African issue, it's a continental issue. So for that, I just want to say thank you very much. One job done for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No.
Yes, for Noah, I will have something to say. I think I was just saying that it's the Makato, but I just want to emphasize what Noah has said and to remove the doubt, the idea that Africa CDC is coming to take on a regulatory role. He's done an excellent job in saying, we simply came and said to the regulators, how do you want us to plug in as diagnostics? And you've heard me mention this, and the discussion in this week have largely been medical devices, medical devices, medical devices. In vitro diagnostics is such an important aspect. So when the offer came, I don't think I had managed to get the approval for my boss by the time I was agreeing, because I said one way or the other, we need to be there. And Dimakatsu was also there. She was virtual. She couldn't attend. She was in another mission in the US. So both of us, our feet are there, right on in the middle, and saying that all the support that you are offering us here, encouraging us to improve on our technical know-how, our skills and understanding, Africa CDC is on board for diagnostics. And so we will continue this journey. I know we are not dying. We are going to see 2063, the Africa we want. Yeah. It's about to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup à Noah pour la présentation.
Thank you very much, Noah, for his presentation. I would like to know, for the process of what all you said, is there a path to bring on a system of reference to harmonize Africa for medical devices? This would help us for authorities at the several levels. Whenever we speak about these products, we state that these are, okay, this was accepted or not in such and such parts, so that we can have, we need to have a harmonized reference for the register of these devices and products.
One of the roles that we are going to work with the AMDF to do that harmonization. Please translate. So anyway, just translate for them. It's like she's asking about something about harmonization.
Of the requirements for medical devices.
Yes, kind of a way that they'll be harmonized in a way that those in countries will be able to know, looking at that continental level, to refer to in terms of the approvals. So I'm saying that what is going to happen is we will make sure we come out with that priority list, and we'll make sure that we work towards the approval and the registration of this test. But ultimately, we have to work with the AMDF and the MRH to make sure that we have that harmonized list. That harmonization is the ultimate role of the AMDF. What Africa CDC is doing is to make sure that they give AMDF that technical laboratory support that they need. But the mandate for that harmonization is the AMDF and the AMRH. It's not an Africa CDC mandate. Africa CDC is there to give AMDF that technical laboratory input. But when it has to do with the wider harmonization and approval, it has to do with the AMDF and the AMRH program. Ça va?
L'harmonisation des demandes et
the harmonization of the demands and the claims for harmonization is very important. The NDC will help in that, but it will be under the care of AMDRF for that will ensure the priority for these medical devices.
That's a good thing of being a Cameroonian. When we go for meetings, people are using earphones. I never use earphones. No translation. I can switch at any time I want. So is that okay?
Awesome presentation, Noah. Just one question.
Une question.
Any data management or sharing mechanisms that are in place to ensure that diagnostic information is utilized effectively for public health decision-making in the various regions in Africa?
Okay. Right now, we are moving now into something broader, which is data management and sharing. One thing that Africa CDC is doing is to promote data management and sharing between African countries. And you know, because of issues at the level of countries in terms of data governance, it's a huge challenge. And I can just update you that we have succeeded in having data sharing agreements with kind of regional economic blocks. So the idea is to work at the level of the regional economic blocks, Central Africa, Southern Africa, East Africa, so that if the sub-regions are already sharing data, it will be easier right now to have it between regional economic blocks. But that is something that Africa CDC is working on. But what we are doing right now is that when it has to do with diagnostics, there will be a platform. There will be an open platform that any NRA will be able to access performance data on any diagnostic test that Africa CDC is evaluating. So it's going to be available on Africa CDC website. You can access it anytime without any restriction. That is one of the things that we are going to do. So that as we put it in the Africa CDC website, it's going to be disseminated to all the ministries of health and all the countries, so that anything you need to know about how this test performs, you just need but a click and you're going to have access to it. And it's not all the tests that Africa CDC needs to evaluate. There are some tests that have already been evaluated by PQ. We're not going to take a PQ test and evaluate again. We're just going to kind of look at the tests that have been kind of evaluated in other rigorous systems, collate the data and make that data available to countries. So that you know that, for example, for test X, I want to know how that performs. You just click and you have all the information. And even the protocol, if you want, the protocol is there.
Just one comment from the question, the Q&A. Lydia Mina talks, applause for the enthusiastic presentation for Africa, recalling the song, It's Time for Africa. And another one, she wrote right now, please should we conclude that the requirements that will be followed in the harmonized regulation is AMDF, which will be the following AMDRF and UA regulation. Should we conclude that the requirements that will be followed in the harmonized regulation is IMDRF, which will be following IMDRF UA regulation?
Okay, it's someone trying to understand whether the regulation that we'll be following is IMDRF or EU. I think it's a bit, it's ANRS, it's IMDRF, but diagnostics aspects and assessment for performance and validation is a laboratory function. So it's not a regulation towards IMDRF or EU. The essence of Africa CDC is to support the performance validation aspect that is essential in supporting the assessment of a diagnostic.
Yeah, and what Africa CDC is doing that, we don't just go to any lab. We are going to lab that are accredited and lab that are reputable labs and lab that have a certain level so that the data you're having from that lab, you are sure of the data. It's not any kind of lab you're going to have. It's a quality lab. If, for example, we are working with Kemri, if we work with Kemri and generate data from Kemri is a center of excellence. And you should know that if it's coming from Kemri or coming from NHLS labs, you should know that that is of a certain quality, and that's the approach.
I think my also understanding of the question is that for harmonization, are we following MIDRF or EU? From what I'm hearing, not only for the labs, but in general, is that what we're going to adopt? So I think that's the question. So I think in answering the question, I'm listening to the chair now, people online, is we are a member of MIDRF, RHI, and as AMDF, and we'll be adopting and adapting to the MIDRF guidelines so that we do not reinvent the wheel, not forgetting that each and NRA has its own legislative framework, that there might be extra requirements, that's why it's called adopt and adapt, not just take, but there are areas where are relevant to the specific NRA. I hope I've answered the question of the person online. The same with, because EU is a member of MIDRF, so they are also trying to align to the MIDRF requirements. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Thank you. No questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Noah. You set the floor, but you made it very hard for me. Your presentation was very energetic, very inspiring. So thank you so much. So good morning, good afternoon for our colleagues who are listening to us virtually. And my name is Asma Awad. I am Global Regulatory Policy Lead for Eastern Europe, Middle East, and Africa. First and foremost, let me express my my sincere gratitude and appreciation for being part of this great event. It is really inspiring to see knowledgeable people and very energetic people comes together for open communication and knowledge sharing. I will start with the presentation. Me and Christopher, he will be sharing with me as well, presenting this slides about elevating diagnostics accessibility. So if we go to the agenda, we'll be discussing first. Sorry. Yes, great. So the first item is the value of diagnostics. And then we'll be discussing global health diagnostics, progress and challenges. Then we'll be more focusing on Africa, where we have some Africa's endeavors. And I think Noah spoke about it. And then challenges and recommendation. And at the end will be stakeholders in Africa and our commitment as industry. Time to diagnosis and treatment matters. So in this slide, I'm sharing with you some examples of disease where timely diagnosis and treatment are really crucial for significantly impact disease control and management. So if we start from the left-hand side, where we will have the HPV, more than 9 out of 10 cases of cervical cancer caused by HPV, where can be prevented by early detection. If we go to the TB, the spread of TB can be prevented by early detection, and in most cases is treatable. Another example is the COVID-19. And we had this experience already. A longer time from symptom onset to confirmed diagnosis yielded a worse COVID-19 prognosis. And it is reasonable to conclude or to extend this principle to other diseases as well. So what are global initiatives to emphasize on the role of diagnostics? Can we have next slide, please? Okay, until they represent the slide. Okay, no, go back, please. Back. It's the third slide, fourth slide. Perfect. As you may all know that the 76th World Health Assembly was held this year in Geneva on May 26th, where the member state endorsed a resolution to strengthen diagnostics capacity in countries, as well as to improve access to diagnostic services. The broad-ranging resolution recognized the vital role of diagnostics in identification of disease and timely initiation of the proper treatment, and therefore for better health outcomes. The resolution considered the full spectrum of diagnostics, including the in vitro laboratory test and non-in vitro diagnostics list. And it covers also actions for R&D, manufacturing, regulation, and addressing access barriers in general. Okay, so let's take a closer look on the global diagnostics gap. To just give you some numbers and statistics. So 47% of global population lacks access to basic diagnostics. 50% of the top 20 diseases have no appropriate test. And 60% of the blueprint pathogens lack diagnostics tests. The access to diagnostics is a global challenge, and it is impacting the vulnerable population. Diagnostics can significantly impact or reduce the mortality rate. So just to give you a number, reducing the diagnostics gap by 10% can save 1.1 million lives annually. Diagnostics are crucial for outbreak, surveillance, and pandemic preparedness. Okay. Investing in diagnostics, let's here take some advantage of diagnostics, advancing diagnostics for global health. So investing in diagnostics not only saves life, but also provide a strong return on investment especially for the key diseases. For instance, the HIV, TB, hepatitis B, syphilis, and hypertension can have a benefit cost ratio from 3:1 to 24:1. What does that mean? It means that for every one cost spent in diagnostics test, you will have 3-fold to 24-fold return in benefits. Global initiatives are aiming to equitable access to diagnostics and transparency. So the WHO Essential Diagnostics List urge member states to prioritize investment. And we saw this in Noah's presentation, where Africa as well is working on priority list for diagnostics. And this is great to see that they are aligned with the global initiative to prioritize the investment in diagnostics. The G20 health minister emphasized diagnostics for universal health coverage. Embracing innovation and collaboration in diagnostics, including digitalization, point of care testing, and genomics enhance diagnostics. And it empowers diagnostics to reach to new heights. And we have seen this during COVID-19, where the rapid creation of the testing exemplify the impact of innovation and collaboration in diagnostics. Now I will hand it over to my colleague, Christopher, to take us through Africa's endeavors and some challenges in Africa and recommendation. I will come back.
Thank you, Asma. As she said, I'm Christopher, and I work with her. So I'll do this presentation on Africa's endeavors. Then I'll sit down and Asma will continue and answer all the questions. And again, I think Noah probably has taken the meat out of, so we'll just go through it. So in terms of the Africa endeavors, we already know or have heard about the AMDF, and I think Pauline and Makaso here have ably expressed what MDF is and how that collaboration has been able to advance diagnostics, especially in Africa. And we know that it serves as a vital resource for fostering technical expertise for both medical devices and IVDs, and developing international standards, documentations that is required, and also offering technical advice within the Africa Medicines Agency. MDF will also aim to advise and promote the harmonization, mutual recognition, and reliance on medical device regulations, as well as for diagnostics and medical devices across the African continent. And for us, I just put in this in here from an industry perspective in Kenya. MEDAC, which is the association that represents the industry in Kenya, we've had discussions with AU NEPAD, and right now we've just been informed that we will be included as a partner to enhance that cooperation, and it will help to foster industry voices and collaboration with industry in Kenya. And I hope this is something that will also be extended to other countries that have industry associations, and to help drive this forward. I'm even afraid of talking about the Africa CDC, but but Noah has just talked about the Diagnostic Advisory Committee, which is one of the things that we had picked up, and its role in supporting the regulatory processes, especially for in vitro diagnostics, and to help accelerate the diagnostics for health security on the continent. Wow, I think Noah talked about this. I will skip it. Or Noah, can you?
So I next wanted to highlight on the challenges that we face from a continental perspective and make some recommendations on how we can address those. So the first one, I think all of us have been talking here about resources. And we all know that the resources we have are limited. And they cannot be spread across each and every area to advance or to make diagnostics accessible. So we need to be very innovative and find ways in which we can improve with the available resources to make diagnostics available on the continent. To do this, we recommend training and capacity building, where there's need to develop a comprehensive training and capacity building program that covers regulatory staff, ensuring collaboration across with international agencies, and also bringing on board industry to provide perspectives that are needed to advance that. The second thing is challenges. Again, we've all heard here about country-specific requirements. Again, I can't say it better than Noah has said, but for example, with the labeling, the instances where countries are asking for country-specific labeling requirements. And in order to address this, we need to take advantage of convergence and harmonization initiatives that are going on across and align national regulations with the international guidelines and standards, and avoid requirements that lack patient safety and benefits. In terms of in-country lot verification testing, which is also presenting as a challenge, we need to ensure that we recognize international recommendations. For example, the World Health Organization states that countries may implement a system of risk-based verification for high-risk IVDs, and that is referring to class D diagnostics. And then in terms of in-country clinical trials, again, we need to accept the global clinical trial data that is available. And now, like now I'm saying, the Africa CDC is also going to be providing data that will help to fast track the evaluation and also support regulators with fast tracking reviews and assessments that will help make these diagnostics available as soon as required. So it's not, I mean, we need to accept that we must not always demand for data from clinical trials that are conducted within our specific jurisdictions, but we can accept data that is coming from other jurisdictions that are similar to ours to inform the decisions that we make. And then in terms of GMP inspections, which is also a requirement, presenting as a challenge, we recommend that again, we adopt reliance and work sharing approaches, where we need to promote the use of reliance and work sharing pathways, especially for inspections and other regulatory processes to avoid redundant work, optimize the use of available resources, which you've already said are not available. And then in terms of counterfeit products, we need to ensure that we've put in place mechanisms that will ensure traceability and also enhance penalties and enforce this so that we do not have this emerging as a huge risk on the continent. You all understand the risks, especially safety, that are associated or linked with counterfeit products in the market. So we can implement unique device identifications for tracking and tracing medical devices, and also, like I've said, impose penalties for people who do not conform to this. And then finally, I'll talk about residual shelf life. Again, the jurisdictions that are practicing are implementing different practices. And in order to overcome that, there's need to recognize international recommendations. For example, none of the AMDRF countries requires a minimum shelf life, and adhering to WHO guidelines, as well as requesting the remaining shelf life in months, will ensure consistency across various products and also align with the commodities that they come with. I think that is it. So Asma will proceed from there and then take all the questions. Thank you.
I will call you here. Thank you so much, Christopher. And now we will be talking about the key stakeholders. I prepared this slide about key stakeholders in Africa, and I hope that I did not miss any of our key stakeholders in Africa. We eager as a manufacturer, as an industry, to establish a partnership with all key stakeholders locally and globally, and with primary focus on the patient. I intentionally put a simple for the patient at the core of this key stakeholder circle, serving as a reminder for all of us that our collaborative efforts are for the safety and health of the patient. Dr. Demakatsu mentioned yesterday that the regulators are not the police, and I will add that the manufacturer are not the troublemaker. We all, we all have responsibilities, and we are committed to it. In the next slide, I'm sharing with you our commitment as an industry, as a manufacturer. So we are committed to collaborate with different stakeholders globally and locally for harmonized standards to ensure equitable access to safe, quality assured, and effective IVDs. We will continue to invest in the development of IVDs tailored to the specific need and healthcare need for the African continent. We are committed to support training programs and capacity building to enhance local expertise. We will continue to advocate for the importance of IVDs in healthcare and raise awareness among governments, healthcare providers, and the public. I don't want to talk about Roche, but I just wanted to mention that we have dedicated team for Africa. And we have put in place global resources to work on the challenges for Africa. We have a squad or team just to ensure that the WHO resolution will be implemented. So we have different team that works with different stakeholders. We have access team, we have health policy team, we have regulatory policy, and we have government affairs. So those teams working with different stakeholders to make sure that we are implementing the WHO resolution and addressing addressing the challenges in Africa for the health and safety for the African continent. And the last slide is a system is optimal when it leads to improved patient access to new products, including the innovative one and high standards for patient health and safety. And by that, I would like to thank you for your attention and listening, and very happy to take any question.
Thank you for the amazing presentation. My question is going to Amma. I believe you're taking all questions.
For Amma?
Yeah.
Me, are you talking about Amma is the organization or Asma? Or
Asma. Yeah. Yeah. No. The questions are directed to the gentleman.
Okay.
Yeah.
To Noah.
Noah. Okay. Noah.
So Noah,
please
question
join
for
me.
you.
So do I proceed or Christopher?
Ah.
Okay. See, I told you.
Apologies for the ambush. In your presentation, you talked about harmonization of the regulations across the different countries. My question is, what are the ongoing efforts? Where are we at? Is there somewhere I can check and see that the regulations in Tanzania are now aligned with those ones in Kenya? And then how do we collaborate with the different individual countries to streamline the regulations? That's all.
So thank you for that question. So there's harmonization initiatives going on in different levels. First, I will talk about the regional economic blocks. A lot of work is going on within those blocks to harmonize regulations, and it all feeds into the MDF work that both Pauline and Dimakaso have been talking about. So the next step of check would be within the MDF platform, and you can see all the effort that has gone on from a continental perspective. And yeah. And they're here, you can see them privately too. Yes. Oh.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to give a response. I'm not part of the team, but allow me join your team, because I think that's a very important question. So as he said, there are quite a number of harmonization initiatives happening. AMDF is one of the technical committees under the bigger umbrella of what we are calling the Africa Medicines Regulatory Harmonization. So as I'm speaking, I'm just responding because I have the privilege of sitting in some of the technical committees under the Africa Medicines Regulatory Harmonization. So that is the bigger umbrella. That umbrella is housed by the African Union Development Agency, AUDN-EPAD. AUDN-EPAD works very closely on some of these fronts with the Africa CDC. You saw them, that they're part of the team that came up with the Diagnostics Advisory Committee. So if you want to figure out and find out where things are, there are quite a number of, we have about 9 technical committees, different technical committees. One for blood and blood products. There's the AMDF. There's the Medicines Policy and Regulatory Reforms. There's the blood, there's quite a number. So there are those that are quite ahead in terms of the things they're doing, like AMDF, MPRR, AVAREF is one of them. You can go to the AUDN-EPAD under the AMRH microsites. There are quite a number of things there, but we have also to say that we need to revamp the kind of information that is there. We are working very closely with the AUDN-EPAD to make sure that a lot of that information can be found on the website. So just wanted also to direct you on the AMRH microsite where you'll find a lot of information. Thank you.
Thanks. I don't mind if either of you respond to this. And although I'm representing a broader industry, labeling. We hear it all the time. It seems to be a very common concern. We hear about this in Europe. It's not just with newly developing regulatory authorities, but what is the big issue about labeling? What is it that industry would like to see done differently? And what are the implications when there are country-specific labeling requirements? Can you maybe just give us some examples? How do we meet a middle road here? How do we resolve this labeling issue?
Thank you so much, Tanya. So the manufacturer is producing for the whole world. Having country-specific requirement, this will hinder the access to the medical device or IVDs. So the problem when we have every country has its own requirement on labeling, then the manufacturer has to adopt those standards into the work or design. So this will take resources, it will take time it will be one reason for hindering or delaying patient access. And the recommendation is always to avoid country-specific requirement for labeling. And if you are requiring information to be added on the label, to keep it to the minimum. And the recommendation now by GMTA, as you may all know, we have a GMTA position paper talking about the 10 tenets of the requirement for the medical devices. One of them is the e-labeling and electronic IFU. So if the country has country-specific requirement for the labeling, the recommendation is to accept it electronically. So this is just a background on how the country-specific requirement can hinder and can also make challenges for the manufacturer to adopt those requirements.
And just for everybody to know, can you spell what GMTA mean?
Yes.
Just in case there's someone that does not know it.
The Global Medical GMT technology, yes.
And we will include in the chat box the link to the position paper that you are making a reference to. So that would be available for all of the attendees.
So as the resident standard of the group, there is a series in ISO TC 212 under ISO 18113 that is specific to the in vitro diagnostics group on information supplied by the manufacturer. And coincidentally, a lot of these standards are also going up for renewal right now because they want to catch up with some of the e-labeling and other aspects. Additionally, there's another standard in ISO TC 210, ISO 20417 that was developed after the labeling guidance out of AMDRF and was used to kind of bring that into from a guidance to a standard process. And that too also addresses a lot of different regions around the world. And I would encourage both regulators and manufacturers to look at both of those series as they do try to cover the requirements that all of the parties involved in those organizations were a part of. And both of those, and also 20417 may be looked at getting updated again soon. I happen to be the convener of that working group. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
I don't know about you, but every single time that Scott has a comment, it is like, wow, we have kind of like the Holy Grail just here with us. So, and I'm serious with, even though it's not a serious way to say that, but please, we still have a few hours having Scott around. There's a lot of information, a lot of value that you can take with you out of having additional conversations with Scott. I'm sorry, but I'm really trying to keep you busy from now until you leave, because exactly, and he's going to be around tomorrow too. So really, thank you very much for bringing all this additional information to the group. There's a question over here. Just, you have the microphone over there? Can you bring it? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for shedding light on the importance of elevating diagnostic availability. Maybe you can just highlight or advise on how we can try to strike a balance between making them available on time and also striking a balance between elevating their availability and at the same time ensuring that they're up to standards. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we had this discussion before about the balance between hindering the access or ensuring that the product have the minimum requirement or the requirement to be safe and effective for the patient, and also if this affecting the access for the patient. And it is the balance that the regulators should make. So the regulation should be flexible, resilience, patient-centric. So they go back and think about the requirement. Is this of added value to the patient or no? How about if I remove this requirement? Is this will be something that will affect the patient healthy or not? And it's always a balance between innovation and controlling or ensuring that the product is safe and effective.
And of course, in terms of cutting on time, not cutting on time, but losing quality, you can also take advantage of reliance mechanisms. It's one of the discussions we've had here throughout the sessions. So they can help to save time in terms of the reviews that are required, or the inspections and the similar activities that also go into the evaluation process that add to the time before approvals.
If I could also make a comment around sort of bespoke requirements, but this is maybe a little different. It's about taking medicines requirements, medicines regulations, and medicines guidelines, and then trying to adapt them to medical devices, and how challenging that can be and impractical, and also actually waste resources. So as an example, in South Africa, I think it was around 2018, I forget the exact year, but some significant amendments were made to our Medicines and Related Substances Act. And the amendment was that the word medicine was replaced with the word health product. And there was no distinction between medicines and medical devices. And the requirement was that all medical device establishments would have to abide by the medicines requirement and have a resident pharmacist in order to obtain an establishment license. And the reality is that in South Africa, you actually don't have enough pharmacists to be able to be a resident pharmacist for every single medical device company, because there's about let's say 3,000 medical device suppliers, and there's only like 150 pharmaceutical suppliers. So practically it would have been impossible for a medical device establishment to have a resident pharmacist, which would have meant they wouldn't have been able to get a license to operate. So that's an example of where you have to really take the nuances and the differences of medicines into account. And unfortunately, even though we had public consultation in that we commented as a sector on the regulations, it wasn't heeded. And we eventually had to go to Parliament, and we had to go before the parliamentarians, and we needed to say to them, you need to understand medical devices are different to medicines. And luckily we got that act revoked and we got it changed. And now we have our own distinct definition of medical devices. So just, I think this is an example, a lesson that just be cautious also when you're making regulations, consider the context, and also talk to industry, because we're not the bad boys. We're also not trying to cut corners. We're trying to help, and we're trying to explain, and industry are the ones who know the sector. They've been in it for a very, very, very long time. So they do come with their perspective, absolutely, but I think they come with a lot of expertise and willingness to support.
Thank you so much, Tanya. Yeah.
We have a question from one of our online participants, Simon Rudolph Short. If IVD products are used in scientific laboratories, why is labeling so complex? It is understood that consumer labeling is required for point-of-care layperson, but we need to enable electronic labeling for laboratory use IVD. Any comments?
Again, please, what is the question?
The differentiation between the requirements for IVDs that are used either at point of care or for layperson as compared to the ones that are used in laboratories, and then proposing for e-label to be accepted for the latter. For the ones that are used for research in laboratory, not in point of care. What do you think about e-labeling for those, and more detailed physical labels for the others? Any
Okay,
comments?
so what is the question? I didn't get it.
No, what are your comments? What are your thoughts in the differentiation of the requirements, labeling requirements for the two different
Yes.
uses of IVDs?
Okay, so for the e-labeling, we advocate for having the e-labeling for professional use as well as the point of care or customer use. We all now use internet, and there are many ways that we could make the labels available for the patient. And one of the things, or one of the solutions that could be proposed to like overcome the internet issue, that the manufacturer will be committed to provide a physical physical IFU whenever it's requested without any added cost.
Thank you. Are there more questions here in the room? There's one over here. Over there.
This is okay.
Okay, we have one.
Good.
I actually just wanted to make a statement because I think it's really important for us to also seek the input from the regulators for what we can do to make things easier for you. If there is knowledge or product information, if there are ideas, collaboration, partnerships, if there are pilots, if there's something that we can do to help, please let us know. That's why we're here. And we want to make sure that you know that we're available to help.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, Tammy, and thank you. I think these were very enlightening presentations again. Thank you for giving this opportunity to IVDs. So now we're breaking for coffee, and we invite you to be back sharp at 3:15 because we will have connected online Augusto Geyer from Anvisa, who is also going to be sharing about Reliance. So 15 minutes break. Thank you. Happier for you to introduce
Of course. Good afternoon, Augusto. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Pauline. Thank you.
Perfect.
Good afternoon for you.
It is the second time Nairobi is getting to learn and hear from you, and I'm so very excited. Thank you very much, Augusto, for sparing your morning and really being with us. I want to take this opportunity to introduce our distinguished speaker. Augusto is a really great gentleman. He is coming from Brazil. There's a Kenyan team that is a fan. I think after this we may have more. You may have a bigger fan base, Augusto. and I want to really express our gratitude because you have been so instrumental. So Augusto Geis, he's the general manager at the Brazilian National Health Regulatory Agency for Anvisa in Brazil. And this is a really good case study because Brazil in many ways has lessons developing structures and systems that many of us here are facing to a point where now being members of AMDRF and really taking part in the managing committee meeting and being supportive, he's been such a resource to us and sharing his experience. So let me not speak too much on your behalf. I want you to take away the floor, and the next hour we are all ears and eyes looking and learning from you in Brazil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pauline. Thank you very much for your kind words. Well, first of all, I would just like to thank you for the invitation for this seminar. We are very happy to be part of this, to also be part of the MDRC project. We are always very interested in to discuss any kind of possibility to progress in regulatory convergence, considering our reliance process and all the efforts that we have to have a better regulation for medical devices. So then, thank you, Pauline. I also would like to thank to Leticia and to Sandra that they are being my contact with you during this whole time. Well, I have a presentation, so I hope that you can see my screen now. Please, can you just confirm it is okay for is working?
Yes, it is working. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so then this afternoon I'll be talking about good reliance practices and medical devices regulation, specifically for Anvisa. So Anvisa is the Brazilian health regulatory agency. We are part of this agency. The Office of Medical Devices is responsible for the registration of medical devices for the Brazilian market. Oops. Then just to give you an overview on the Brazilian market, I believe that some of you have seen these slides before, but those are some important information. So in terms of the origin of licensed medical devices in Brazil, we have 69% of the products that are marketed in our jurisdiction are from manufactured in other countries. So basically, we have only 30% of the medical devices registered in Brazil manufactured domestically. And considering the structure of the Brazilian industry, the majority of those products manufactured in-house in Brazil are of low-risk products. Then if we have this distribution of the licensed medical devices by risk class, we will see that a very big proportion of those products are class 1 and class 2s. So from the 86,000 active licensed medical devices, we have more than 80% of these products under class 1 and class 2 devices. And around 17 to 18% of those products are class 3 and class 4. So the high-risk products. So considering this, Anvisa in the last 10 years, we have been implementing a number of different regulations, resolutions for our jurisdiction. So since the beginning of this process in 2014, we have implemented the GMP certification process. Also, we have changed the regime for authorization of low-risk products, implementing the cadastro regime. It was a simplified registration of products under RDC 1440 2015. Then later, we have this. We have increased the number of years for validity of our registration in 2018. The notification process for class 1 products, and later in 2020, we have the majority, the most, how to say, with big effect for product changes, notification of class 2s, and also the instructions for use repository. So with this process, we have this reduction of the average time to final decision from Anvisa. And then nowadays we have some kind of stability in terms of the timelines to issue a registration for medical devices. Of course, registration is applicable only for class 3 and class 4, since class 1 and class 2 are just a notification process. Then recently, in 2022, we have updated the regulation for this registration and notification of medical devices. Basically, this new resolution, we have updated the classification rules for those products. So in this process, we have aligned the classification rules to the GHTF, AMDRF classification rules that are in place. Well, then considering the number of products distributed in class 1, class 2, class 3, and 4, we have identified that we have the smallest portion of the universe of medical devices under class 3 and 4. We had the heaviest part of the regulatory pre-market effort. So considering that, we started a process to simplify the process for low-risk products. So the simplification of the work processes for low-risk products, and then with that, we had a better use of our workforce. So in the medical devices office, we have around 45 people. Our staff is very limited considering the number of medical devices licenses that we have to manage. And then we have this decision to try to better use our workforce. Then with that, as part of the International Medical Device Regulators Forum, ANVISA used this process of regulatory convergence. We try more and more to put all documents from AMDRF in our internal regulations. So considering AMDRF documents, regulatory convergence would be a voluntary process whereby the regulatory requirements and approaches across countries and regions become more similar or aligned over time as a result of the adoption of the same technical documents, standards, and scientific principles, and similar regulatory practices and procedures. So basically, this is our main goal. And the process of convergence represents an important form of regulatory cooperation, which in turn makes possible additional enhanced forms of cooperation and collaboration between regulatory authorities. With that, so we are part of the IMDRF, and also in our region, we also collaborate with the Mercosur jurisdictions, which includes Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. We take part of the MDSAP, the Medical Device Single Audit Program, which is a very successful case of regulatory reliance, actually, if we can consider. Also, we keep contact with WHO and also have several bilateral agreements with other national regulatory authorities. And since, I would say, since the last 6 years, we try more and more to take part of the working groups of ISO and IEC. Well, considering regulatory convergence, so ideally, we would build an efficient regulatory framework, strengthen regulatory capacity globally, and we have a converge to international best practice. Basically, at the end of the day, would have an acceleration of the patient access to new technologies. So the main idea here is to have a simplified regulatory process to have a faster access to new technologies in our jurisdiction. Considering IMDRF documents, we have been working in several processes to put all those documents in place in our jurisdiction. So we can consider unique device identification. We have a specific regulation for that. We have been working in the update of the essential requirements of safety and performance. We have been working in the update of medical devices risk classification rules, as I mentioned. We have this adoption of the IMDRF table of contents as an option of submission format. We have the regulation for the software of as a medical device, regulation of the personalized medical device. We also have those guidances for clinical investigation, clinical evidence, and clinical evaluation. And finally, we have this medical device cybersecurity guide. So all those documents from AMDRF have been internalized in our regulation as resolutions from Anvisa. So this is the most recent document that we have been working on, which is the Regulation of Essential Principles of Safety and Performance. We call RDC 546/2021. Actually, this is an old regulation that have been updated just for some administrative points, administrative questions. But in reality, this is a resolution from the year 2000 that was harmonized under the Mercosur. So with that, we have suggested for our colleagues of Mercosur to adopt the document from AMDRF for essential principles of safety and performance. So basically, we would have the same requirements applied among the Mercosur member states. We have the final text approved by the Mercosur Subcommission of Medical Devices in May this year, after internal public consultations in all different jurisdictions that are part of Mercosur. And now we have this internalization in progress in Brazil. So we expect to publish the final RDC of Anvisa in this month of November 2023. Well, and then among all this process, we have this reliance mechanism for pre-market authorization. So considering WHO definition for reliance from Global Model Regulatory Framework, I believe that we have been discussing this in the previous seminars, is the act whereby a regulatory authority in one jurisdiction takes into account and gives significant weight to assessments performed by another regulatory authority or trusted institution, or to any other authoritative information in reaching its own decision. We highlight this reaching its own decision. So basically, Anvisa will be, at the end of the day, the responsible for the final decision. So the relying authority remains independent, responsible, and accountable for the decisions taken, even when it relies on the decisions, assessments, and information of others. Okay. And then also under this global model regulatory framework from WHO, we have one possibility of reliance mechanism would be the abridged pathway, which is where a regulatory procedures facilitated by reliance, whereby a regulatory decision is solely or widely based on the application of reliance. This usually involves some degree of work by the relying agency. So basically, this is the approach that we will intend to have in Anvisa. So in 2022, Anvisa published a structured regulation on reliance, covering a pathway for a abridged review process. We have this normative instruction for medical devices and IVD medical devices that was under public consultation until 25 of October. So we have finished this public consultation at the end of this, in the end of the last month. And we have received about 25 contributions from different organizations, companies, associations, trade associations, and even and also users of medical devices. So the product registration certificates, basically the idea is that product registration certificates from equivalent foreign regulatory authorities will be used as trigger for an expedited review at Anvisa. Initially, this program will be using certificates that are issued by members, the founding members of authorities of MDSAP. So basically, it would be Australia, Canada, United States, and Japan, which are authorities that we have had a long experience in terms of exchanging information. So in this program, what would be the conditions that we will apply? So we have to have this agreement on the exchange of confidential information with the relied NRA. This would be applicable only for Class 3 and Class 4 registration processes, which are the high-risk products. And at the end, the product must be essentially the same. I believe this is one of the most challenging topics of this whole process of reliance mechanisms, is to identify that the product that is available in the relied national regulatory authority is the same that would be available in our national market. So basically, we have to have the same indications for use. We have to have the same manufacturing sites and legal manufacturer. And at the end would be the same regulatory version. Of course, that we have some, we may have some specifics from our national regulation, but this can be considered under the application. So one example of this is the Brazilian labeling and the specific requirements that must be fulfilled. So the information on the labels and instructions for use must be written in Portuguese, which is the official language of Brazil. The medical devices with compulsory certification must meet the requirements of specific regulations. So, for example, for electromedical equipment, those should be certified by Inmetro. This is a requirement that should be covered. And considering the whole process, Anvisa may choose to perform the full assessment of the technical dossier. So basically, the company that is the representative of an international manufacturer will submit the full technical dossier to Anvisa. But if we consider that the intended use is not exactly the same as informed in the instructions of use from the relied authority, we may perform the full assessment of this submission. And of course, Anvisa also may request clarification regarding the documents that are submitted for review. Then this is the next slides. We will be discussing views on the regulatory cooperation. So basically, in terms of convergence and harmonization, we have those processes of recognition, reliance, work sharing, and information sharing. So Anvisa decided to adopt the reliance process. And recognition also could be one of those processes where one specific jurisdiction could simply adopt the authorization from another regulatory authority, but our option is to use the review performed by other authority, but also performing some sort of review based in our internal regulation. So these good reliance practices are covered in those two documents from WHO. This, I would say, that are our main literature during this design of this whole process. So the global model regulatory framework for medical devices, including in vitro diagnostic medical devices, and the specifications that are covered in this Annex 11. So good regulatory practice in the regulation of medical products. So in terms of good reliance practice, those are anchored in overall good regulatory practices. So we have to consider legality, consistency, independence, impartiality, proportionality, flexibility, clarity, efficiency, and transparency. Then in terms of principles of good reliance practices, we have universality. So reliance applies to all, can be applicable to all NRAs, irrespective of their levels of maturity or resources. the lack of resources or capacity are not exclusive drivers for reliance. So different NRAs use reliance for different reasons, even though when they have a number of big staff, right? So for sovereignty of decision-making, NRAs maintain independence, sovereignty, and accountability in regulatory decision-making. Transparency, so NRAs should be transparent about the standards, processes, and approaches they adopt in implementing reliance measures. Respect of national and regional legal bases, so reliance practices should be coherent with national and regional legal frameworks and policies on medical products. So basically, this is where we are keeping the certification process, not only for products, for the electromedical products, for example, by Metro, but also the GMP certification process that we adopt under our regulation. So consistency, reliance on the assessment or decision from another authority should be established for specific and well-defined categories of products and processes. And finally, competence. So in the implementation of reliance approach requires that NRAs have the necessary competence for critical decision-making. NRAs should maintain the appropriate scientific expertise of their staff for activities in which they do not apply reliance. So basically, the point here is that we have a good number of national manufacturers, and then we have to have the same approach for, I mean, the same level of scrutiny during the review of the submissions from those from those manufacturers inside Brazil. So then, in developing a strategy on the use of reliance in regulatory functions and activities, an NRA, National Regulatory Authority, should consider the needs and characteristics of the national health and regulatory systems. A decision to practice reliance should consider existing capacity, regulatory systems needs, the availability of an authority on which the NRA can rely with confidence, and how reliance could complement the capacity to increase efficiency and make optimal reuse of resources. Well, this is just the end of this presentation. This is just to give you an idea the number of people that is working with us in this process, reliance process, but I can assure you that all those people are very dedicated and putting a lot of effort in all this process for the reliance, for regulatory convergence, and to implement the best regulation for our jurisdiction. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you for all the organization of this seminar. And then I will be available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Augusto. So we will start with questions in the room, if there are any. It is getting late. So any comments? Okay, there we have a couple. We have Dima Katso and we have Pauline. David, would you mind? Do you have a microphone over there? So we have it for Dima Katso, Pauline, and then back there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and afternoon to you or good morning to you, Augusto. I have one question or just a point of clarity on an understanding on the reliance for product registration, the type of documents that you receive from countries that you rely on. Because one of the issues that I'm aware of is that, receiving redacted documents, that makes it very difficult for the NRA to make a decision on the final product registration. So what is your experience regarding that? Thank you. Okay,
thank you, Dima Katso. Actually, so this this reliance process is just this starting for medical devices. But our intention is to receive the certificates or documents that could inform us about the authorization of these medical devices in such jurisdictions. Basically, this kind of document should have the minimum information regarding the intended use, which should be the same that is the same considered by the application to Brazil. And with that, we expect to have the intended use information, the manufacturing sites that would be involved in this authorization from the relied authority. And with that information, we would be able to make the decision if we will keep the abridged pathway for review, or if we would perform the full assessment of the dossier that is submitted to Anvisa. Of course, our preference would be for the abridged pathway, since our expectation is to reduce the time frame for products to reach the market. But eventually, if we are not able to have enough information or enough confidence that we are talking about the same product that was authorized in other jurisdiction, we may ask for further information from the manufacturer. And eventually we can have contact with the national regulatory authority that issued this authorization to confirm some sort of information about intended use or manufacturing sites or so on. So basically, this is the reason why we have to have these bilateral agreements between Anvisa and all the relied authorities.
I think I'm told to finish all my questions. Another question is related because I think I've been asking the operationalization of reliance, so my question will come from there. The Anvisa is one of the national regulatory authority that we look for as most of African countries for reliance. The question I have now is for Anvisa, does it have an infrastructure in place to support any request that we will be making regarding if we want reports? Because I know it's one of the stopping block, or not a stopping block, but one of the areas that, there's no one other side who's dedicated to support the request from the NRA side. So I want to understand if you have such infrastructure to support, because remember, it's supporting not South Africa. We might have different product coming from different regulatory authority, whereby, because in some instances, we will end up spending a lot of time. Instead, you could have done your full assessment. So is there such an infrastructure to support that responsibility of being reliant upon NRA? Thank you.
Perfect. So we have, in Anvisa, we have the International Affairs Office, which is responsible for receiving any kind of questions or queries from any other regulatory authority. So basically, the structure would be that once we receive some sort of question from any other authority, this will be submitted to the Medical Devices Office, and then we can prepare some letter or some kind of information to answer to any other regulatory authority that would be interested. I can say that this is a process that does not happen very often, but we have been issuing some in the last year. We have had, I would say, 20 to 25 submissions from other countries where we have issued this kind of information. Of course, if we have a big number of questions, we may need to implement a specific flow for that. But as far as I know, we are able to respond all the questions that we are receiving.
Thank you very much, Augusto. And your presentation, every time I find something new that I'm learning, that says a lot of good things are happening at Anvisa. There's one particular presentation I remember, maybe it's not in this presentation, but just something to mention, the number of manufacturing facilities that since Anvisa started on the MDSAP program, you've been able to have and to include, and that is like a real testament on its use and reliance and how it has helped Anvisa, considering Anvisa is a really big market, and a lot of us are looking at how do we manage manufacturing and audits, how do we use MDSAP? Would you be in a position to share that? Thank you.
Yes, so actually MDSAP we have been working with MDSAP since the beginning of this implementation of the program. So I believe that nowadays MDSAP has more than 6,500 manufacturing facilities already audited or certified by auditing organizations, and this was a very important program for Anvisa, since at the beginning of this process we have had a very long waiting time for the certification of manufacturing sites that would be submitting registration processes for Anvisa. So around 2012, 2014, we have a waiting time of more than 3 to 4 years for the certification of the manufacturing sites. And of course, this is not reasonable, right? And when we started to work with MDSAP, we have the chance to reduce this waiting time for certification from 4 years to just about 3 to 4 months. So now the process for certification, GMP certification at Anvisa, we can receive the GMP certification report from the authorized auditing organizations, and this report will be used to issue Anvisa certificate. So basically, at the end of the day, we have the same requirement. So Anvisa certificate should be obtained, but the process to obtain this Anvisa certificate can be very shortened, since if you have MDSAP report, MDSAP certificate, this can be used to issue Anvisa certificate. And when we have this, the time for the review or the time for the final decision for certification of Anvisa is reduced, and then in just 3 months normally we have the final decision. I would say from the initial submission of certification to the certification itself.
Hello, Augusta. It's Barry Daniels here. Could you just say a few words about your choice of nomenclature? I think that would be go down well here.
Perfect. Thank you, Barry. So Anvisa is working in this process of adoption of the GMDN, so the Global Medical Device Nomenclature. We have been working with an university which is running a project to have to make the comparison between the nomenclature that we have adopted in Anvisa with the GMDN. And at the end of this project, we expect to have all the medical devices that are licensed for Anvisa also using the GMDN the nomenclature of GMDN. And now we are working in the process of the implementation of the UDI. This is a very challenging project, since we have to prepare the UDI database for the Brazilian markets, right? And one of the main points of this project is the use of GMDN. So we have been discussing with GMDN the possibility to use GMDN in our database for UDI, and this is a very, very important project, since we expect to start the implementation of UDI for low-risk products, for high-risk products by 2025. So GMDN basically would be in the near future the nomenclature that would be adopted by Anvisa for the registration process.
Okay, thank you very much for your very good presentation. My question is also related to what you have just answered. Regarding the standardization or the harmonization or convergence of the regulatory requirements, including administrative, especially technical requirements, where we have been talking about the recognition of different internationally recognized standards to use as the national standard, and to have a common name for the same device. We're talking about nomenclature that he just raised, and we're also talking about the UDI. I think you are just working on it to implement the unique device identification system that is recommended by the MDRC. In some regions, example, the US FDA has implemented the system already, and they do have the global unique device identification database being issued. The specifics are being issued by the accredited issuing agencies. So what do you think about the nomenclature as well as the UDI? Should every national regulatory authorities or every jurisdiction have their own nomenclature and the UDI system? Or would it be so good if we have internationally freely accessible database for the nomenclature system, as well as for the UDI code issuance system and the tracing system? Because the free accessibility is a very important issue when it comes to the nomenclature, especially just like AMDF, European Medical Device Nomenclature System. It's freely accessible now. So shouldn't we have internationally freely accessible database for nomenclature? And with regarding the UDI also, look, if we have, for example, let's say Brazil-based manufacturer is producing a product to distribute it in US, in Brazil, and in EU member country. So this nomenclature system may require to fulfill some like informations to add it in, to link it into the UDI. So should they have different information linked to the unique code when they want to distribute to all those three jurisdictions that I've just mentioned? So they need to be like three different levels for the same product, just because of the difference in the jurisdictions where they are going to market.
Okay, thank you for your question. I believe, just make sure that I have the correct understanding. Basically, for Anvisa, we adopt the GMDN. We consider as a free accessible nomenclature, since we have the opportunity to use this in our database, and this would be available for the companies that would be submitting the information for our UDI database. So basically, the nomenclature adopted in Brazil is GMDN, translated to Portuguese GMDN. But the codes, the basic code for each nomenclature would be the same that is adopted by other jurisdiction. So essentially, we have the same information, but we have this translation to Portuguese that is used in our database. And your other question regarding UDI, right? So UDI, we have we are designing the whole system, but basically the system we are using, we have had a very good partnership with the US FDA, and then we are adopting basically the same structure from US FDA. Of course, that we have some questions regarding the implementation of this software, of the structure, the software structure for adoption of UDI, but we have basically the whole process is the same from the US FDA that have shared information with us. I'm not sure if I have answered all your questions, but please.
Correct, it's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so thank you very much for your presentation. Looking at your convergence reliance portfolio, and it's quite impressive. So I see a regional block, there's international, so there's Mercosur, there's AMDRC, MDSAP, all of that. But I also see bilateral agreements. And I'm wondering, are there some unique benefits that you get from, say, the bilateral agreement that's the international or the regional convergence or reliance programs do not offer? Can you shed some light on it? What are those bilateral agreements? What's your role in them? Are you like the relying agency, the reference agency? And what are the unique, what do you call, strategies or structures that you have in place with those bilateral arrangements? Thank you.
Perfect. Well, the bilateral agreements basically are to share, is based on information sharing. So once we have some kind of issue in the market, we can ask or respond for questions from other regulatory authorities. But now with this implementation of this Reliance program, this is being used also to have pre-market information. So just recently, actually yesterday, we have signed an agreement with Argentina. So for low-risk products, we will be recognizing certificates for low-risk products authorizations that would be used in both countries. So Brazilian products, Brazilian manufactured products can be authorized in Argentina without any review, since they are approved in Brazil. And we have the same from Argentina to Brazil. So once they have reviewed an application for the registration of low-risk products, we also will be recognizing the certificate for our notification process. Of course, for low-risk products, this is something that is much simpler, but we hope to expand this in the future for high-risk products, class 3 and class 4. And we are working with some other national regulatory authorities to implement this the same approach, to have our registration process recognized or at least used for their decision-making process. And of course, this is beneficial not only for the regulators, but also for the national industry, which can have access to international markets in a faster way, right?
It seems that we have no more additional questions in the room, and I don't see either. And oh no, yes, we do have questions here from our virtual participants. So we have one here from Sarah Cohen. We should have the option for both hard copy and electronic EIF use, especially specific as there are labs in resource limited settings with no access to computers. And I think this is applicable for the previous session. And for the other two, we're going to have a surprise presentation from the MDN that is not in the agenda that I think they're going to be addressed then. So Augusto, thank you very much for being here and for sharing the experience from MBIA. I think as Pauline mentioned, you have a real strong group of fans down here in Africa. So I'm pretty sure that you're going to be more than welcome to come and visit soon.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great rest.
Thank you, Barry, for coming close. Do you have slides? You have a slide. Okay. So, while his slides are coming on, I just wanted to, and I know we are overloaded. I get it, but it would do us justice to come all this way and not get the benefit of the global medical device nomenclature. It's a term that we bounce all over our NRAs. We know what they are, we see them, but Barry had asked graciously to be included in our agenda, and we ask that you don't overload us with more presentation, but please just give us a snapshot of the global medical devices nomenclature. So Barry Daniels, he's a senior clinical lead at the GMDN agency and will be with us for a few minutes. Welcome, Barry.
Great, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. There are a few slides, so don't worry, this is not a long presentation. Really, all I want to do is just to make sure you know how to get in contact with us as and when you need to. So, I'm again, Barry Daniels. I'm Senior Clinical Lead at the GMDN agency. Now, the agency is the charity which maintains and distributes the GMDN. Next slide. The GMDN is the global medical device nomenclature. So this is the most widely used nomenclature in the world for medical devices by far. So that includes the US FDA's UDI program. So you all heard of the good idea, right? 4.5 million records over 10 years. Every single DI product is linked to a GMDN code, plus almost all of the other IMDRF countries. And in most of those, it's a mandatory requirement. So we're talking about the UK, Canada, we heard from Tracy this morning, in Australia, Augusta, Brazil, and of course, Dimakatsu, South Africa. This means with the GMDN, what you get is a standard, generic, non-proprietary name. So if someone to say, what's that? You say, it's a insert GMDN name. Plus, it forms a group. So it forms a homogeneous group of like devices, same intended use and technology, and kind of the important attributes like implantability and use frequency. That allows you to do some analysis. So within a group, different products of the same type, you can compare them for safety and efficiency. And between groups, is that sort of device better at doing something than that sort of device? So we know that nomenclature is a very small part of the regulatory process, but it's important. So next slide, just so you know how to get in contact with us if and when you need to. That's the website, gmdnagency.org. You go there, you register with us. It's completely free of charge, completely painless. We get you to register so we know who we're talking to. Okay, so it's a personal service. When you're there, there's loads of help, tutorials, guidance, training, all sorts there. But if you need some personalized help, then use the contact us. It'll come through to one of the team. We will contact you and organize something specific for yourself. So anything from like a short Q&A to in-depth long-term training. And that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Barry. We have a couple of comments in here regarding GMDN. So comments please on GMDN. These numbers change over time and CE FDA are not using GMDN. Why must local manufacturers pay for a GMDN number, especially as we already pay for GS1 UDI?
Right, there's GMDN numbers do not change over time. Okay, the nomenclature as a whole has to evolve. So we're adding new terms for new innovative devices, and we're obsoleting terms because usually an innovation comes along, which means that a current term has to be kind of split in two. So you create the two new terms, obsolete the old one, so there's no overlap. So the key to a nomenclature is that the terms, and currently in the GMDN there's 27,000, these are mutually exclusive terms. There's no overlap and they're all very clearly defined, so you know exactly what that term covers and what it doesn't cover. Okay, there was something about something for pay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the GMDN is free of charge to everybody. There is an option for manufacturers, only manufacturers, to subscribe to use GMDN. And they do that simply because there's a few more facilities for them to manage lots of terms. And it's typically the big manufacturers, lots of products using lots of terms.
Thank you. And actually we have Denise Bruce also commenting.
Oh dear, the boss is watching.
I'm sorry? She knows you're working, absolutely. Denise Bruce is the CEO of GMDN.
Yes, the boss.
Exactly. And she's comment that she would like to explain that GS1 and GMDN are different and provide different services. And she also mentions that, as you were stating, Barry, GMDN can be used freely if members register as basic members. All governments, hospitals, government departments, charities have full access to GMDN database. And we have a follow-up comment from Simon Rudolph.
Perhaps, sorry to interrupt,
no,
but perhaps I should say that manufacturers can choose to subscribe to GMDN, and they do that. There are a few more facilities, but they tell us the reason they want to fund the GMDN, we're a charity, self-funded, is that there is a single nomenclature worldwide. So they don't have to use different nomenclature in different jurisdictions.
So the follow-up comment is the change in terms is realizing a change to the current listing with regulators.
Again, terms don't change. This is, I could go on for hours about this, but the nomenclature evolves. We add new terms, which is not a change. An existing term can expand. So the scope of that term is expanded because there's a new innovation, which is a slight variation on something, but is not enough of a variation to create a new term. Okay? If a term is obsoleted, and as I say, mostly that's because a new innovation requires a current scope to be divided. So it's easier if we talk about examples. With breast implants, at one stage, there was a requirement for the regulators to know the difference between textured surface and smooth surfaced implants, okay? So we created those two new terms and obsoleted the original, which did not make that distinction. Now, in that case, the manufacturers are using that term and putting that into the databases, the regulatory databases, or the UDI databases would have to go in and reassign their product to the new GMDN term.
Thank you very much, Barry. There are no more questions here from our online participants, and I guess, yeah, there is one over here. A second, please.
Hi, Barry. I just also wanted to say thank you so much to GMDN, because when we started out with our regulatory journey in South Africa, a lot of distributors did not know about GMDN. So for the new regulators, please also accept that industry needs training and needs to understand what it's all about. It's a journey we were walking together. So thank you for coming and doing that training for us over the many years.
So thank you very much, Barry.
Okay, great.
So now we are really getting to the end. So I'd like to welcome the Makata Matibe. Okay. So the side of you. Exactly. For your closing remarks, you're going to go over there.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, I think we are going on a brain freeze very soon. It's information overload. You go like, okay, now we need to be thought a bit, to unfreeze a bit. But I just want to firstly thank everyone, your patience and being here. And today also has been a very remarkable day, a very encouraging day, a very motivating day to see the work that has been done by various institutions to support having access to medical device. I'll just go to IVD accessibility. You can see that. And I said, instead of me capturing everything that I've captured today, I'll just speak to that slide on stakeholder management. That for me, it was profound because it actually captured everything that we spoke about. We need to identify who our stakeholders as NRAs. We're looking at other national regulatory authority. Those are one of most important stakeholders leading to reliance, which is what Augusto spoke about. So if we identify who our critical stakeholders within our NRA and also have a system on how to manage them, that will help us into moving forward as national regulatory authority. One of the most important one, the middle one, is the patient, where we are saving, all of us are saving, making sure that the patient has the best, not even the best, quality product that are working. And also it speaks to the industry. The industry has made many comments today, which are very important to the regulator. And I said it, hence the reason of us having stakeholder engagement to learn from colleagues. We have also various partners. I'll speak to Africa CDC. When I listened to them, there are two things that I took. The labs, availability of the labs, not only for the regulator, not even for the regulator, mainly for the manufacturer, and especially looking at Africa now's focus is on local production. So having such networks of laboratories in Africa will really support and assist in making sure that the labs that are approved are available for organization to send their product to be clinical evaluation or performance so that they can submit to the regulator. I usually say as regulators, we must also be responsible. We are not police, and we know that the manufacturers are not naughty, but you never know. I'm being honest with you. There are naughty ones, let's be honest there. And I also looked at the GMDN code. So that's stakeholder management. And I just said, let's just bring all that together. We use GMDN code in South Africa, and we don't only use it, we use it as well as to look at the industry and the kind of products that we have in our market to assist us in understanding our market when we're doing product registration. So it can be used in different ways. If you're looking at your database, how can I use? And one of the information that we got from the GMDN is to see how many particular different types of product actually that we have in our market, and that will assist us taking into what Dr. Noah said earlier about prioritizing IVDs. So you look at the GMDN code, you look at the IVD, you look at how much of this do I have in my industry, and then you make a decision. So that's another rationale of saying, why am I choosing that particular product to start doing working with? So I spoke about, another topic of interest, not only because I had after, the presentation on the World Trade Organization agreement, most people were focusing on it on the industry. It's also for us as NRAs. we need to empower ourselves with knowledge on this topic. I got hold of this topic a few months ago and I'm interested in it. I like to understand more into it. So as regulatory authority, we must make it imperative or, as our responsibility to understand how is this agreement affecting your regulations that we are publishing, the policies that we are publishing as a national regulatory authority. So this also applies to us as regulators. And us as well, as I'm saying, we also have the continent I spoke about, our collaborators. We have AMDF, we have IMDRF, both continental as well as an international level. So for me, this captured that statement, that slide is very powerful. Stakeholder management, how do we monitor, how we ensure you are effective, how do we go back and say what we have done is correct? And the WTO presentation also spoke about how do we respond as an NRA? And that's huge. We cannot ignore that as NRA. How do we respond to any public comment that we have received? And that's a homework that we need to look at as NRA. If we have to have an area of improvement, we must be open to that. And I think that's how I wrap up the day for today. And I hope we have learned a lot from all the speakers for today. Thank you. I'll hand over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mative. And now I am honored to welcome to the stage to Daniel Vasquez from USAID that is going to be delivering closing remarks. Daniel.
Thank you, Sandra. And maybe to my friends from the audio and video, would you mind just putting the conference background on the screen? Yeah, I like the poster that you guys put together, and I like it better than my face and my body in Zoom environment. So it's incredible. It's incredible that we are at this stage after 5 or 4 days of intense conference and presentations. It's incredible that I'm standing here in front of you delivering the remarks, to have so many NRAs present and participating online. Not even in my wildest dreams I thought that I would ever be standing at a conference closing it on medical devices coming out of a pandemic. But this also makes me think about the incredible job that you NRAs and you industry have done to bring us out of really dark days that, thank God, are now behind us. I still remember about 3 years ago, sitting down in my basement, taking calls from Stephen, late into the night, putting together the strokes on MDRC and how we were going to structure this project. It's incredible that we were able to do that. And it was equally incredible that we were able to launch this project in the middle of a pandemic. It's incredible the work that Sandra has done, our little Energizer bunny. It's incredible the support that we have received from FDA. It's really remarkable that we have the A team of the FDA from CDRH talking to us live here, broadcasting from Nairobi. Thank you. There are a few other thank yous that are worth mentioning to PPB for hosting us. It has been a very welcoming experience. Thank you, Pauline. To NEPAD, obviously, ANSI, who has been very supportive throughout all this work. To ADVAMED, Stephen, for also working tirelessly in making this possible. To Africa CDC for helping support this event and bringing people together. So there are a couple of messages that I take home. The first one is reliance starts by knowing, and knowing knows by start participating. So you need to participate, or I would encourage you to participate in the different processes that exist already internationally. So you learn what is being discussed and then become part of those voices and eventually bring back that information and use it and rely on that information. I invite you to continue talking to Scott and Neil and Terry and all the different people from FDA that are here when you have questions. Sorry, guys, I'm giving you more work. But to know what they are doing, how they are understanding things, how they are evaluating devices. I invite you to talk to industry, to Stephen and others, to Rana, about how and what they are doing and how they are, what are the approaches that they're having when they're developing devices that apply in other jurisdictions that might be also applicable to yours. Less burdensome approach. You heard that from FDA. They have 2,000 people to do this work, and they still try to do the less burdensome possible. So knowing the challenges that you NRAs have in the region, I would really invite you to take a hard look on how you can implement this principle. You don't have to do everything, but you can be very effective with the tools that you have. I was talking soccer yesterday, or football, just to use the proper word. And I know that you all want to win the World Cup of medical device regulation, but you can win it without needing to play like Germany or like the US or like Italy or Japan. You can win it by taking the means that you have and just applying them strategically and effectively. So that's, I think, a great point that was made and that I'm taking home. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave it there. There are a lot of lessons that I hope you're taking home. The information is going to be online. Use it, distribute it, read it again. I'm a slow learner at times. I know that I need to go back and see a video 1 or 2 or 3 times to really get some of the fine details. So you might want to do that as well. If there are information or documentation that you need, read it again, ask questions, connect with your colleagues, connect with us. Stephen is going to be around. Sandra will continue being around. So they will be open to continue engaging with you. Finally, I want to tell you that our agency, like FDA, we're an evidence-based agency. So we do pay a lot of attention to how the information that we provide is used and the impact that it will have or is having. So the more that you take this information and use it and apply it, and hopefully let us know that you're using it and apply it, then we pay attention to this type of work and we find it more interested in supporting it. Because nobody wants to come to a great event where there's a lot of information, there's a lot of good things happening, and then after that, the water just dries out. So keep on working. Thank you very much. And thank you for not projecting my face in the screen.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you very much for that kind words. And really for acknowledging the really great work, great commitment that everybody that has been here in this room, that has been online, but not only this week, I mean, throughout the duration of the project, we have really witnessed a very strong commitment to learn and to apply the learnings. So we are really, really very, we're not only proud of all what you are doing, we are absolutely convinced that you're going to succeed. And we are going to continue to be here to help, as Daniel was mentioning. So without further ado, Pauline, we would like to welcome you for the very final closing remarks. Thank you.
I have a message. that I was sent, and you've seen me on my phone and my head down a little bit more this afternoon, because I had to tell my CEO and try everything possible to say that we are finally finishing this project that you put in my hands. And I was a bit shaky at the beginning of the week. The task did seem quite impossible. In fact, maybe too grand. And my face lied when on Monday I put on a calm face. I was nervous. But you all have made it possible. I'm not gonna kill you with more slides, but I have two. One actually, because it's a picture and I couldn't express what I want to say. Next. Next. This I couldn't express. And I think, Daniel, you've done incredibly well to actually capture the message. Tell me, and I forget. Teach me, I will remember. Involve me, and I will learn. From here, we are going to be involved. The NRAs in this room have been saying, when can we begin? I can attest, there's a gentleman behind here who's doing and putting the PPB's application for MDSAP, because next week on Monday, manufacturers, where are you? You'll be getting an email from me. We are now waiting. And to Scott and the USFDA team, oh, we are sending emails. Now we know who to get to. You've not only displayed to us the essence of regulation, you've brought home regulatory convergence. In these four walls, we managed to bring the globe together. From Canberra, where it was 7 in the morning, to Brasilia, where it was 9 in the morning when they were speaking to us. Right in this room, we have captured the globe's attention. What more is Africa waiting for? Really? Do we have an excuse? Can we continue to say that we do not know what we need to be doing and that we're not involved and participating? I don't believe so. So now the work is on us. The rich experiences that have been provided on site by you, the team from the USFDA, Scott, Terry, Michelle, Neil, Joseph, Kristen, it's incredible. You have instilled something that is way valuable than the information you've exchanged. And that is the values we had from HSA. The need to have trust, the need to have transparency, the confidence instilled in us regulators, knowing that you too have gone through a journey. These are things I take home personally. The industry participants that are represented here, Rana, thank you always for coming through. Medtronics, you have consistently been with us. Roche Diagnostics, yes, we fight, but we are friends. We are friends, I promise we are. And thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you so much for being a part of us and being there. And thank you, Southern Fatime, coming all the way from your global office. Thank you for being a part of us. But even more important is the AMDF members. The NRAs in this room have shown incredible, incredible commitment. The week that I've been here, my desk, I sit through my emails. Sometimes I just try and hide, but I know that we are all having to go back to a pile of work, but that is not going to be compared to what we have learned in this week. Thank you so much for your commitment. Thank you so much for showing up. Thank you for making Africa a reality. I cannot close by not giving my heartfelt and utmost gratitude to the organizing committee. The MDRC team that we talk in the middle of the hour, sometimes I get messages in the morning from Stephen. Sandra gets me an email. And this really is what has made this become a reality. Stephen, Sandra, Leticia, Veronica, all of you have worked so hard and incredibly so well. Together, we have made this a reality. And more importantly, it is to the USA team. Daniel, like you said, it's evidence-based that we are looking for. Thank you so much for having the trust that we could do it. Thank you for even believing in us in that project. And thank you for persuading and pursuing us to the point where we were able to see this become a fruition. To the MDRC team, ANSI, AdvaMed, Africa CDC, NOAA, thank you for the messages and calls and emails that sometimes I'm not sure how to respond, but still you come back. Thank you, because this is exactly what you need. And to you, David Wangombe, the Africa liaisons person, you're the one who's holding the continent from that side, managing my sometimes overly, and thank you for your commitment, being there. To you all who are in this room, for making it and coming, I am so humbled that you've put your trust in us, and I'll continue to rally the African team so that we can deliver the results you've asked of us. Thank you.